continuity. And I wish there were a way for us to fix that. But who were the people in my orbit? Yeah, Starhawk. I mean, I remember when Starhawk came to Los Angeles, it was my job to take her everywhere for the 3 days she was in Los Angeles. So yeah, I mean, I knew Starhawk, conversed with Starhawk. Lady Olivia, like we already said, she would come to Los Angeles. And, she went up to Isis Oasis, which is north of San Francisco. And, she would do convocations there and ordain people there. So, she did make it to the United States, and she went to other places as well. So probably quite a few people still alive today were in Lady Olivia's orbit. Starhawk, I think, inspired me to be political. She made me realize that we had to stand up and speak out. So from that standpoint, Starhawk was influential to me. But usually when people say, well, who are your mentors? I usually mention Riane Eisler and Marilyn Stone, because Marilyn Stone wrote When God Was a Woman. And Riane Eisler wrote her most famous book, The Chalice and the Blade. I think it's been translated into 40 languages. I mean, she goes back to the beginning and explains how prevalent goddess was in the most ancient times, so that we know this isn't a feminist fantasy. These artifacts weren't ancient Barbie dolls. This was the real deal. And she really sort of gives an in-depth history of the sacred feminine, going back, 12,000 years. And a lot of the foremothers of my generation did that. Monica Shu, who wrote the Great Cosmic Mother. I don't think those kinds of books are getting written right now. I could be wrong. It might just be my shelves are full of those, so I'm not looking for more of the same. So I would say, those two in particular were my nonfiction, mentors. But my fiction mentor, I know she's controversial these days, but I don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Marion Zimmer Bradley's book, The Myths of Avalon, that was an incredible book that really made me start to think about being a priestess. And really, my spirituality, I can't separate being a priestess of Isis and Sekhmet from being a feminist. The two go hand in hand, because I really do believe, sacred feminine liberation theology, that's the scholarly name for this, is about not allowing women to be marginalized so that they achieve equality. I mean, we don't even have an equal rights amendment in this country. Women in the United States got the vote after women in Turkey, which was an Islamic country, and anyway, we don't, I think because of the influence of fundamentalist Christianity in this country, so many women just, they're docile in their acceptance of subjugation and second-class citizenship, so to speak. So to me, it's important that we have equality in the world.
I like the idea of equality, of being fair. Fairly. Yeah, I like the idea of being fair. Absolutely. You said a word that's kind of new to me. It may or may not be newer to the viewers, and I've come across it a few different times. And I'm always trying to learn new things and draw better ideas and kind of trying to reach my highest good and everything. Can you explain to me and also our viewers who don't know, and some may know, what does it mean to be marginalized? What does that mean exactly?
To be made second class, to be made less than, to be devalued.
Okay.
And because in a lot of cultures, you know, especially patriarchal, male-dominated cultures, women are told that their role in society is to have babies and take care of the family and obey their husband, you know. And I don't think that was, you know, you know, Christianity has been bastardized, I believe. You know, Jesus, you know, walked with women. You know, Jesus was not someone who discriminated against women. This is a totally male construct for power and control.
Right.
And so, yeah. And, you know, and I feel like, you know, we always hear love is the answer. And I know sometimes that's hard to swallow, especially if someone is trying to discriminate against you or devalue you or tell you, well, you should make less money because of your color or your gender or your disability. You know, it's really hard to love people who are devaluing you unjustly. You know, if you can't run a race because you're in a wheelchair, well, that's one thing. But, you know, but if you're a coder, for instance, you should be able to make as much money whether you're a woman or you're black or you're in a wheelchair. In this movement now to just give white men the edge, really, I think is suggestive that, you know, some white men don't want to compete. You know, I know that might be a controversial thing to say, but I'm a direct person. And I think there's that, you know, some people want white male privilege to remain the law of the land.
So we're almost at the top of the hour. We're almost out of time. It's been a pleasure to talk to you, Miss Karen Tate, and I want to ask you, what would be your advice to younger, up and coming, you know, people that are fascinated by witchcraft, or they may have ambitions to be a priest, to be a priestess? What is your advice to them as they walk their path?
Well, I think number one, you have to be responsible for your own education. You have to, I guess, by virtue of the fact that you're interested in this, you're already an independent thinker. So, you know, don't be afraid to continue to use critical thinking and stick by your principles, use your voice, stand up for injustice. I think if you want to be a priest or a priestess, you have to ask yourself, well, how am I going to be in service? Because I think that's something that often gets overlooked. How
Hey everyone, welcome to another episode of Everyday Witchcraft. This week's episode is going to be a little different in that I was on the road whenever I was shooting. Phoenix Lenore from Ohio, who I've had on the show multiple times, was with me, and I actually had her be the special co-host. So she did the interview with Julie McMahon, which is the owner of Practical Magic Alabama. Some more tips you'll get. Julie, once again, she is also an author. She has put out, I know, 5 books. She's working on 3 more coming out. She is a host of a podcast that's been out for a little while. We'll talk about that a bit. And she's just starting a YouTube channel as well. You are here on Everyday Witchcraft. I am visiting. Are we looking there? You're looking over here. It's so funny. Just to let you know, okay, this is PG, okay? But yeah, I'm so happy to be here again at Practical Magic. Tell us a little bit about what you have going on with the shop, and then let's get into the show.
That's a long list. So where do we go? So Practical Magic and Raven's Grimoire. we just start. Today we have our 1-year birthday. We survived a year in Decatur, Alabama. And so with the store starting up last June, we've been busy. Like, we now have our podcast on Spotify, the Witchy B-Word Club podcast on Spotify, and now we're on YouTube.
Yeah.
So,
and hopefully more platforms coming soon.
yeah, so we're working on expanding our platform. So, we now have a producer for the show, so he's going to try to get us on more platforms and stuff. And so the podcast was mostly about, like, witchy topics. We just stir the cauldron of the latest topic, and then, you know, we complain about it, and then we share the knowledge that we do have on the subject. And it's pretty entertaining. It's not kid friendly. But if you need a good laugh and you want to laugh with us, yeah, we do. And we do have a lot of squirrel moments. So, yeah.
Give us an example.
Oh, gosh.
Squirrel moment.
Squirrel moment.
We just we're all very neurospicy, so
Helena's talking about we're now having our podcast on YouTube because people wanted to see what we look like and they wanted to see more interaction. So we started our YouTube channel, and so our first episode we ordered these oddity mystery boxes, and of course Raven ordered them, so she's opening them up and I'm like, I want that. She was like, no, it's mine. And I'm like, fine, I'm gonna remember that because when I get my own box, I can't have none of it. So that episode was really cool. I want the duck. She won't let me have the duck.
I think we could just play it in the store.
We can't play this. Apparently we found out that ducks have teeth. It was really cool. And then
it makes so much more sense. We thought they swallowed the fish whole.
I thought they swallowed.
They have teeth
too. Yeah, apparently.
Oh, yeah.
And then we so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna order my own oddity boxes. And so I got them off of eBay. And I bid on it, and I noticed nobody else bid on it. That should have been my first red flag. Well,
I feel like your first red flag should have been the name of the company.
It was Nightmare Society, and they were true to their name.
That's coming soon.
I haven't even seen the final cut yet.
Oh, no.
So I'm like, okay, there's gonna be a lot of screaming. So I opened this box. Okay, when I first opened the box, I'm like, oh my god, that smells horrible. What did I order? And so I started opening it up, and it had bones, and it had stickers. It had hair stuck to the stickers. I was like, okay.
None of the bones were clean.
And none of the bones were clean. I was like, so Raven's got a pile that she's gonna be cleaning here soon. And then so I get to the bottom of the box and I see fur, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. There's something, hair in there, and I see the coloring of a raccoon. I was like, I got a raccoon tail. That's so cool. It started moving.
Not cool.
It started moving when I went to grab it. So Nightmare Society, you live up to your name.
I'm still having nightmares.
No.
We just posted that immediately.
Our producer, he runs in, he's like, I'm gonna take it out. I'm like,
That was supposed to be there, right? Like, that's what they do?
no. Well, I messaged the lady or gentleman that mailed it to us, and I was like, I told him who we were. We were with the Witchy B-Word podcast, and that we
Witchy fish, okay?
Fish? Yeah, fish.
Talking to Julie. So I messaged them. I'm like, hey, cool box. If you guys could do a favor though, next time, you're sending a box of dead things, can you make sure everything in the box is dead? Because I was driving home and I was like, oh my god, and we're sitting there touching everything in the box, and we're just like,
Yeah. I was in the middle.
You were in the middle?
Yeah, we put her in the middle. That way she can't run away.
I tried.
She was like, "Ow, I'm under the
I was
table."
going to say, I'd go to the floor. There's no way.
I was scanning the room.
Yeah, so stay tuned for when that episode airs.
Tell us how to find you then. Are you currently on YouTube right now?
Yeah.
I know you're.
Yeah, so we have the first episode already aired on YouTube, so you can find it on our YouTube channel. And then we have our podcast right now. It's in season 2, and that's on Spotify. And then
on Facebook.
Yeah, we also have the Facebook page too.
How do they find you?
Facebook is
user friendly.
yeah. Facebook is the Witchy BTCH because even Facebook doesn't like it. So they go they hate on witches and then they also hate on it. Just kidding. So and we post a lot of like behind the scenes stuff too, especially when so Raven's husband is named Ken and she works with Loki, and so I know a lot of people are like, what is #butt magic?
Oh, geez.
That is from our podcast. It was a joke and it's gone viral.
Gone too far.
That's amazing.
Thanks a lot, Chris. So we made our own god deity named Kanoki, and he is the Lord of Butt Magic. And so if you go on our, oh yeah, we also have a TikTok channel too.
Yeah.
And so I made a TikTok video of us dressing him up in a belly dancing costume, and you see him twerk. It was hilarious. So that's
I think
behind
it's
the
on the
scenes.
Practical Magic page though.
Is it?
I
Okay.
think so,
And
yeah.
Practical Magic Alabama in Decatur, Alabama. Make
Yeah.
sure that there's
Yes, there's so many. So when I first started Practical Magic AL, that was like 4 years ago, and I was just a booth in a consignment shop, and I was like, okay, we'll just do AL for Alabama. My website's practicalmagical.com, and then now if you go online, it's like Practical Magic, Practical Magical, Practical Magic AL, and I'm
but
like
you spell your name the right way, M-A-G-I.
MAGICK. Yeah.
Right. So that's important because,
Yeah.
make sure everybody. All right. So on Facebook, it is, let's just kind of go through. Facebook, it is to find your show. What is it?
It's the Witchy BTCH Club podcast.
And then on YouTube, how do they find your channel?
Is
Uh-oh. We'll get that.
Is it B Star?
YouTube
okay.
is,
We'll get
is adult friendly.
Okay, YouTube is adult friendly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will ask you if you're 18 years or older. You're gonna lie. We all do. Okay.
So, and you know what? I'm going to
I'm
put a picture of your sign with this too,
Okay.
so that
Okay.
people can find you.
Awesome.
But podcast it's on Spotify and all the others, the Apple, everything, I'm sure.
We're getting there.
You're getting there. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right now it's only on Spotify right now.
Okay. Okay. But
But
it
it's a
will
work in
be.
progress.
Okay. Great. And then
We didn't expect it to just
blow
blow
up.
up.
blow
Yeah.
up. We were just
Not
we
that
were just
we're
a bunch
sad
of
about
best
it.
friends just goofing off with the microphone, and then all of a sudden, like, we have customers that are like, "We need more," and I'm like, "Y'all heard them? Let's go."
Let's do it. I told you
So-
what this next year is going to be like. for you.
Yes, yes.
It's gonna-
So
yeah.
hopefully
Cool.
it's okay. No, Atlanta said it was gonna be good, so I tried.
It's going to be better than good.
I'm gonna
She
trust the
needs to
process.
like get a rest now because it's
I'm
going
gonna
to be
trust the
cool.
process.
Trust that process. Let it happen organically. Wonderful. Thank you so much for telling us about your show. We're super excited about it. And we're going to do some more footage for this episode of your shop because we love it here.
Oh, our podcast and our stores are also hosting the Maven Festival.
Oh yeah, the Maven
Yeah.
Festival.
Oh.
So it's going to be the first
That's
pagan
right.
festival in Decatur, Alabama.
Oh.
So we're super excited about that.
Cater.
How many vendors do you have signed up yet? I mean, do you
We
have
have 40
Yeah.
Wow.
official vendors, but we're still taking applications in July.
Okay.
And we have one food truck already signed up. So the festival's going to be September 23rd this year, 2023. It's going to be at the
Daikin
apparently
Amphitheater.
I can't pronounce that right. They kept saying Dakin, and they kept
The Daikin Amphitheater.
Alabama is vacation, leave me alone. Yeah, y'all can hear all about it on our podcast. And so we're gonna have a bunch of vendors. There's gonna be food. There's gonna be live music.
Dancing.
Yeah, we got belly dancers. We're gonna have a kids corner where kids can do crafts and stuff. So it's gonna be a lot of fun for just family fun. And it's gonna be for celebrating falls and the Maven. So it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Very cool. Okay, now they can get that information on your Facebook page for your shop, right?
Yes.
All of them.
Yep.
We're
Raven's
posting on
Grimoire.
everything now.
Yep.
Okay,
It's everywhere.
maybe that's what they need to do. Just go to that Facebook page.
Yeah. And then Raven also has her website up.
Oh, okay. We'll talk about that for a minute. Yes.
No, you're
No, my website is up. It's not done.
Oh, it's okay. Well, we'll keep an eye out for that.
Yeah,
We'll
there's
do
gonna be
like
I'm
a-
a whole lot of new products coming in on my website.
We'll
Stay tuned
do
on
a spotlight on that whenever you get it. We'll do that.
She's a lot braver than me. I can't figure out the online shipping and stuff. I can't do it.
I have an automatic thing on mine. I cheat. So
See, I'm like, give me people, and I'm like, yeah, sure, let me show you the crystals and stuff. Give me an online. I'm like,
Jenna. Well, I messed up with the shipping for a little while. I said that it was $10 to go to Australia, and yeah,
Yeah.
and it was like 40 or 50. Yeah, it was.
I did that same thing. My first business was the Anchor's Wife, and I had sold these picture frames on Etsy, and it went to Wales, and I sold the picture frames for $16, and I only no, it was like $12, and then I charged $4 for shipping. It ended up being like $16 to mail it, and I'm like, well, at least somebody in Wales has the picture frames I made. So
yeah, I mean it, but sometimes that happens for a reason.
International portion yet, so it's just going to be United States for now.
For now,
Yeah.
but you don't want to.
Yeah, it's going to branch out. Yeah,
it will absolutely.
I just need to do a little more research on the shipping.
yeah, I can show you some mistakes.
Okay.
United States Postal Service. Why aren't y'all making it easier? Come on now.
I don't. They handed me a sheet and it was a lot of numbers.
The sheet
I
numbers.
checked out.
Yeah, I did too.
Talk to me like I'm Tarzan, okay? I have an Alabama education.
You're
You're
I can't even say it.
because I do. I graduated here.
I do too.
Oh my God. Did y'all graduate from Decatur? In Decatur or
I did.
Huntsville? Or, okay.
I was in Harvest, Alabama.
I know that is.
Parkman. Yep, Parkman High School.
I grew up here.
Nice. Feel like I'm not
Baby.
I am a baby.
You are a baby. Oh my God. Too far back.
My birthday's next month. I turned 32.
Oh, I turned.
Same.
Mine's next month too.
You know what,
When's your
though?
birthday?
July 17th.
I'm 20. Yeah. Birthday, babies.
How did I know she's a Leo? How did I know?
Could you tell? Going to the back fixing the
She's
makeup.
so confident. I freaking love Adeline.
Oh my
She's so
God.
confident. Like she just walks in the room, she's like, "My Disney." I'm like, I'm gonna be her one day.
Oh my
I'm gonna
God,
be
you're
her.
so funny. I'm gonna be you one day with all these books. Talk to books real quick.
Oh my gosh. So I have 5 books. So basically, I have written stuff. I've written books on, magical herbs, the Book of Teas, spell jars, protection and cleansing, and then the craft for beginners. So basically, what I did was customers kept coming in asking me the same questions over and over and over again, and I started feeling like I was a broken record. So I was like, okay, how can I simplify this to where, because I mean, you go to look for information, it's like this book over here, that book over there, that web page there, and God forbid people, TikTok. So I'm like, let me just Tarzan it down, how I learn, and try to make it as simple as easy. And so, yeah, those are on Amazon. They do ship internationally, so check out your Amazon. And
You can purchase them on your website as well, right?
well, if you go to my website, it takes you to Amazon.
Oh.
I ain't doing the shipping.
We're gonna do a little spot if you have a few minutes on your books, like what they cover and stuff like that. So, we'll do that too. And I know that you have to get going too, so I'm gonna let you go. But I want to say thank you. I'm gonna get a picture of your sign. We're gonna post that, and I'm gonna bother you a lot more today because the show's gonna be kind of
bother.
I know, right?
all day long. I'm gonna be all day long.
He's like, dang it, Atlanta.
Oh my God.
We love you.
But I love you. Thank you for taking the time for that and explaining all the goodies about the show. I'm very excited.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Bye.
Hi, everyone. I am Phoenix Lenore, and I am here with Julie McMahon, owner of Practical Magic, Alabama. How's it going today, Julie?
It's going great. I'm doing good.
What are we celebrating today?
Today is the 1-year anniversary of my own physical store being open.
Yay! That is
So unbelievable.
so awesome. I'm so proud of you and so happy
We survived
for
our
you.
first year.
Yes, they made it.
Milestone.
Now, many more years to come, most
Yes.
definitely.
Yes.
So I want to ask you about herbal bath and magical bath.
Ooh, I love my herbal
and
bath.
ritual baths and all of the things. So what can you tell us?
So the best thing I love, so for me, I'm a water element. I'm a Cancer, and so I love water. I was born and raised in San Diego, California, so I grew up by the ocean. I love water. It's just so purifying and cleansing. I love it. And actually, one of my books, I talk about how you can do cleansings with just anytime you have water. If you're, like, say you're washing your hands, like say you're at work and you're having a bad day, go in the bathroom, get some soap in your hands, and watch the bubbles and just look at the bubbles and imagine it's just absorbing all the negative energy out of you. And then what do? You rinse it off, let it go down the drain, flush it away from you. You know, you can do that when you're, you know, finishing using the bathroom. You flush the toilet, flush the negativity away. When you're in the tub, you know, soak in that water, let the water absorb all that negative off of you, and then absorb the good from the water. And then when you pull that drain, watch it all go down that drain and just push it away. Once it goes down the drain, it's down the drain. It's not coming back. So let it go with that water, let it flow. And so like Raven's Grimoire, she's a vendor in my store. She makes these purification baths. And they are I love them so much. And so what I like to do is I like to mix some Florida water in it. And so between her baths and the Florida water, it smells amazing. Oh my gosh, so good. And so literally just soak in it for a good 20, 30 minutes, pull that drain and let it go. Let it go.
Are there any, like if somebody wanted to make their own herbal or Epsom salt bath at home, are there any particular herbs that you would recommend, or would that be based on the bath that they're wanting to perform?
I think it like I would basically go by what is like what your intentions for. So if I was to do like a healing bath, I would use eucalyptus, lavender, chamomile. If you're doing like protection, if it's a mother and child or, you know, a family loved one, I would do like motherwort or let's see, you can do a little bit of mugwort. You can do nettles leaf. I'm trying to go through my I'm trying to go through my bookcases of herbs. I'm like, okay, vervain would be a good one too. Like if you want to do a prosperity bath, you could do basil, dill, love dill. Like any of my prosperity spell work, I always have dill in there. Cinnamon. I don't know if I want to bathe in. I burn a little. Yeah, that's my thing. If you want to do love, you know, basically any flower, because just all flowers are all love. Jasmine is a good aphrodisiac. Rose, of course, rose. Rose is also a good substitute for all flowers too. Lavender, calendula flower, you know,
Are there any particular crystals that we should or shouldn't use in the bath?
So you always want to, you know, double check, you know, like selenite, don't put that in water. Black tourmaline, don't put that in water. Anything that is flaky, you know, kyanite, no, don't put those in water. Like there was one time I was leaving Walmart and there was this little bag that had a bunch of crystals in it, and it was in the middle of this puddle, and I was like, I must save the crystals. And so I opened it up. I got home and I opened it up, and it was black tourmaline in it, and it was just all falling apart. And I was like, yep, I'll put black tourmaline in water. Yep.
Is there any difference with the baths between like maybe a polished stone and an unpolished stone?
So there's a lot of people always like, how do I want to say it? So all crystals have different energies. And so there's some people that say, you know, once it's been tumbled and it has like that wax polish on it, you know, it's no longer, you know, as powerful as a raw. And depending on the stone and what I'm using the stone for. If I'm using something for like my home or like for a personal space, like my altar, or, you know, like at my house, my front door, my back door, I have a piece of black obsidian and then a piece of rose quartz, and they're both raw, it's big chunks, and I keep it by the front door, by the back door. That way it keeps protection and it keeps love inside the home and all the negative energies outside. So, but for me personally, like if you change the color of a car, it's still a car. So, I mean, I'm like, if the energy, like if it's tumbled and I feel good energy on it, I'm going to use it. So, you know, like don't judge on this. No judging.
No judge, no judge. With herbs, would you recommend that they put them in a satchel and add them, or like make a strong tea first and then add that to bath water?
So everybody's different when they're doing their spirit baths. Like I've heard people just dump them in the tub. Like so Raven, her bath salts that she makes, they're all mixed together with the salt that's in the jar, and you just dump it in the tub. It does get messy, you know, and I'm a lazy witch, so I love using a tea bag and just like you can get like the 4x6 tea bag actually, and So I don't have a bathtub anymore. We just bought our first house and we don't have a bathtub. So that's why anytime we go anywhere, I'm like, does the hotel have a bathtub? Is it plus size friendly? I will pay extra. So, yeah, wherever we go, I'm like, I'm taking a bath. So I love getting those big 4x6s, and those are actually great too. So if you don't have a bathtub, you can hang it up in the shower.
And let the water run through.
And then another customer of mine, she has one of those big, big plastic tubs.
Yeah.
And so even though she has a shower, she'll put it at her feet and put the herbs in the tub.
Okay.
And so as the water's coming down, she just soaks her feet in it. And so that's how she does it. So everybody's different. If it works for you, there's no right or wrong answer. You know, everybody's energy is different. Everybody's, paths are different. So if you do something and like it calls to you, do it. If you hear something that I say that, works for me, if it works for you, heck yeah, great, use it. I'm not gonna say, oh no, that was mine first. We have no right to say that. And then like if I say I do something and you're like, I'm gonna do that too, but I'm gonna do it this way, go for it.
So with people that might not be able to actually sit in a bathtub, the shower thing would work. What about like a foot bath kind of?
Oh yes, foot baths are great too. Just like that girl, she's in the shower soaking her feet. I mean, if you get, just like they have like those foot baths, with like the bubble stuff,
like
those I wouldn't pour direct herbs into it because it will clog it. But that's when those tea bags come in handy. I love those tea bags. They're fantastic.
That would be great for travel too, because you can load it up and take it with you.
Yeah.
Now, I've read in some things and just researching a little bit, people say, or authors have recommended pouring the water over top of yourself or submerging yourself in the tub. And how do you feel about that practice?
So for me, I have sensitive ears. I get sore ears really easily, so I can't dunk my head. Now what I will do is I'll take a wet washcloth and I will soak it in it, and then I will put it up to my face and just let it just soak it in, and then I'll definitely take a cup, and if I'm just I'm a big girl, I can't like lean in it. I'm 6 foot tall too, so it's like kind of hard to lay down fully in the bathtub. So yeah, I'll take a cup and just pour it on there, pour it down the back,
Now, do you recommend people basically pre-cleanse, take a shower before they would do a ritual bath?
Again, it depends. Like there's times where I'm like, no, let's just do it. Let's just get this done over with. I'm French. I'm like, I ain't got time to take a shower, then soak in the bath, and then take another shower. Now, I've done spiritual baths and then taken a shower afterwards, because you get herbs in certain places.
Yes.
So, but if you feel like you need to, wash first and then do, definitely, if that's a better way to help you purify your energy, purify yourself before this, do it.
And then I've also read too, not to dry yourself off with the towel afterwards, to let yourself air dry. You
can. Now for me, I got dogs. There's certain herbs that animals can't have, and so my babies, they love to like try to like help mommy dry off, like licking the legs and stuff, and I'm like, no. But and then also like I got tile on my floor, so I always slip and fall on my butt. So, but really, it just, that's when it all comes down to what does your energy feel like. If you feel like you need to be laying there, air drying yourself, just letting the element of air help finish the cleansing process, go for it. If you feel like you can just take that towel and pat dry, go for it. But like I said, there's no right or wrong answer. It's more, what does your energy call for? What does your intuition tell you? A lot of times too is when it comes to these spiritual baths and stuff, any type of cleansing, whether you're doing a bath, you're smudging your house, whatever you're doing, it's all about your intention. So if you're in your mindset and you're saying, okay, I'm pushing out all the negative energies away from me, that's literally, you're pushing that energy away from you. And so there's no right or wrong answer. It's all about what's going on in here. Because this right here is your number one tool.
Definitely.
It's literally your number one tool. That's where your third eye is. That's where your intuition's starting at. So between your brain, your heart, and your gut, those three things are the biggest tools you have. And a lot of people don't take advantage of them.
Right.
They forget about them. And it's like, you guys are your number one tool. That's not neglecting it. Take care of it. Rest, eat well, drink water, do what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, stay hydrated.
Everybody wants to give and like, I'm going to do this for you and I'm going to do that. You can't save the world on an empty cup.
Very true.
A lot of people forget that.
Yes.
So make sure you take care of yourself. Come on.
Yeah, because if you're empty giving it to everyone else, you're going to deplete yourself and run yourself down and not be any good for yourself or anybody else.
Hey. Been there, done that.
How do you feel about giving kids a ritual bath?
So those I think are perfectly fine. Kids' skin is more sensitive, so you do have to be very cautious about that. I would definitely recommend doing the tea bag. I wouldn't let the herb, go full contact on the skin.
Right.
Yes,
Okay.
and then I would just do like a little pit, like lower dosage. Yeah. Because kids have a lot of sensitive skin, and by that, they're young. We don't know their full allergies.
What they're allergic
so
to.
we don't need a kid doing a spiritual bath and also breaking out in hives. Kind of ruins the experience.
I did a little medicinal bath on my son. This was years ago. Please forgive me. He's 27 now. And I misread how much cayenne to put in the water. So instead of a teaspoon, I put a tablespoon in. And it was a little spicy. Just a smidge spicy for him. He forgave me. But I, after that, always double checked and made sure that I clearly looked at the amount I was supposed to be adding, as to not set anyone else's rear end on fire.
There's a huge difference between teaspoon and
Yes,
tablespoon.
there is. And it was one of those quick moments. We were stressed. He was like miserable. And I don't know if it really made him any more miserable, but it did break the fever and it helped him out.
I mean,
so it worked.
We got the end result. That's good.
I gotta be mindful. Be mindful. That's all.
Let me ask you this: does he like spicy food or no?
Yes, we are all spicy.
Oh, good. So
we're all spicy. Even my 4-year-old granddaughter.
Oh wow.
Eats spice. They eat tahini and chamoya on all sorts of fruit. I'll basically make a charcuterie board of fruit, and we just drizzle chamoy all over it and tahini, and they
know
go
where
crazy.
we're going after this, y'all.
They go crazy over it.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. And it's great for them, keeps them hydrated. Let's see. I'm trying to think of any other crafty. Yeah, that was. I'm sorry, son. Mama truly still apologizes 20 years later.
It's always a learning experience.
It is. It definitely.
But see, and then you shared the lesson, so hopefully somebody else won't do that.
So no one else do that to your child when you're trying to break their fever. Don't put too much cayenne in the bath water.
Yep.
But it did help open him up and make him sweat and get all of that out. So it served its purpose.
Yeah. Wasn't a waste. It worked.
It wasn't a waste. It worked out well. And so generally, when you do these baths, you do end up your pores open up and you sweat a lot. Do you just recommend hydrating with water afterwards or tea?
Yes. So for me personally, I love lemon water.
Okay.
Citrus is really good for the kidneys, and so it's really good for the skin. So I mean, even while I'm in the tub, I don't like being hot, even though I love a hot bath. It's so contradicting. I know.
Understand.
So I love a nice cold icy cup of lemon water. I love it. And so I'll sit there and sip on that. And so as I'm the negatives going out, I'm putting in the good. So I'm in that water. I'm recycling energies.
Flushing it all out.
Exactly.
It out through the inside.
I definitely drink lots of water, especially for the pores and stuff. And depending on the herbs too, like if there's a certain type of herb, it is recommended to do shower afterwards because if you're, you don't want to wake up covered in hives because you had a later delay of reaction or something. So especially if you're not using a tea bag, so if you got loose herbs everywhere, definitely take a shower afterwards to make sure you know.
How do you feel about adding milk?
I love putting milk. I've never done the honey. So before I had Practical Magic is actually like my fourth business I've ever had. If you fail, it's a lesson. It's not don't give up.
The door for something
and
else.
so I used to make these milk salt baths, and I put dry powdered milk in them, and it's really good for your skin. And it's got that lactin in it, so milk is fantastic for your skin. What does the honey do? I've never done the honey.
Honey has, the antimicrobial properties and all of that. Add it to sweeten up the blend a little bit, and it's moisturizing as well to the skin.
Ooh. I need to give me some honey. Now I know what to do next time. Okay.
I had my granddaughter probably about a month ago over, and they both needed a bath, and I had rose petals because I just had some roses, and they were dying or not looking so great. And I was like, girl, what about a rose and milk bath?
Oh, fancy.
So when you're 4 and 6, you get a little bit spoiled at grandma's house, and you get a rose and milk bath. I did squirt a little honey in there because they were fighting with each other, so I needed to sweeten up the pot a little bit.
Love it.
And it did seem to help. They were nice and calm afterwards. It could have been the lovely warm bath.
I would have
that they
never
took.
thought of that. Like I've done like a honey jar to sweeten somebody up. To put it in the bath.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Just a little squirt,
Yeah.
And it didn't really make the, it wasn't a mess to clean up or anything. But I was like, oh, this is the last bit of milk. We've got these rose petals.
Oh.
Let's throw you guys in
Now
there.
I know what I'm doing next. Okay. Yeah.
And I just put a little strainer, the little hair catch strainer in there when I let the water out so that it caught the rose petals and just tap those out instead of trying to fish them out. Now, I have had issues with clay baths and getting that out of the tub. Do you have any recommendations for that?
That's a lot of rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat.
Because I tried to scrape most of the
try to
solids
scrape what you
out,
can out, and then just like, all right, you know what? We're just gonna rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. Hot water works great.
And textured tubs don't really work the best with that. Just to let you know.
Yes.
You gotta actually get the scrub brush out for that.
Now for me, I messed up. So you know those like suction cup things that go at the bottom? Yeah, I put that at the bottom. Like I forgot to take that out. Oh my gosh, it was I just threw it away. I was like, all right, we're just gonna get a new one. I'm not scrubbing this. The bath was great. The clay felt amazing, but yeah, no.
I was like, the cleanup was not the most fun.
Yeah, that's the one thing I hate. I hate cleaning. So I'm like, if I could find any way to not do this. So pretty much when it comes to the clay bath, I'm like, I'm just gonna do the foot
bath.
Yeah,
with that
I'll just do that. Yeah.
Because you're still getting the detoxing.
Yep.
And everything pulls through the pores of the feet a little bit better.
Oh yeah.
So
the feet is connected to everything.
it's funny, people don't realize, like, if you rub a clove of garlic on the bottom of your foot, that you'll smell it out of your mouth and your other body parts.
Oh yeah.
Like, it'll come out like your skin, and that's just shows you how good it is for absorbing and all of the things.
My mom was notorious, like, slice of onion on the foot with a pair of
socks. Oh yeah.
Like potato.
I've had the
onion.
That
country magic.
We've haven't had the potatoes, but we've had the onions put in our socks before.
Nope.
And we smelled lovely in the morning, but we felt a whole lot better.
Yep.
Most definitely.
I'm allergic to everything, and I always have sinus.
We're back on Everyday Witchcraft with Julie, who owns Practical Magic Alabama in Decatur, and that's with a CK, by the way. How are you? Doing good. Thank you for letting me, pick your brain a little bit about your new show coming up. But now we're going to get down there. I don't want to hear it. When you get my age, then you can play. So he is an author of a few books. What, 5?
Yep, 5.
And don't you have another one coming out?
I'm working on 3, but
3 more coming out.
right now my next one I'm working on is on manifesting.
That's fantastic. And she has a huge year ahead of her. We did a reading yesterday. Huge. This last year just blew up. It was beautiful. But this next year, I was like, get your rest now, girl, because you're in for quite a ride. So,
I'm already ready for a nap.
No napping. You got to keep moving. No, you really do. You need to take care because this next year's.
No, I'm ready to.
It's good stuff. It's all.
I got a good try behind me.
Yeah, she does. Tell us a little bit about your books. You have different ones for different things.
Yes. So, with my book, basically, customers kept coming into my store asking me the same questions over and over again, and so, I was just like, you know what, let's do this. Let me try to Tarzan it as much as I can. Let me try to simplify it as much as possible because, people were going through so many different resources for the same answers, and I'm like, okay, let's just put it all together, make it simple and easy to follow, and basically, like with my writing, I try to make it to where like I'm talking to you. It's not just like reading a textbook.
Right.
So I try to make it as, personal as possible. So my first book was the Book of Herbs. This one took me 2 years to write. Well, these two both. I literally was like writer's block, so I go to this one. Writer's block, go to that one. So, but yeah, the Book of Herbs. I was just so tired of finding medicinal purposes, and I'm like, I need magical purposes because I love my spell jars, I love my spell candles, and so and I love herbs, but I was like kept finding medicinal. I'm like, I need magical, and the only thing really you could find was Scott Cunningham, which is fabulous. But I was like, I want to do one more personal for me. And so this was actually just my Book of Shadows. Oh, and I had it in a binder, and I had it on my showcase in my store, and everybody was like, are you selling this? And I'm like, no, that took me a long time to collect all that information. No, I'm not selling it. And so finally somebody was like, could you please turn this into a book? And I was like, I'll try it. And there we go.
Turn it into a book.
And then, so that was my first one, Book of Herbs. And then the next one was The Craft for Beginners. Literally, I love how this book turned out because it explains how, for, witchcraft tools, it's not just, what's on your table, it's also what's in your mind, your heart, your hands, what tools do you have that you already own. So that's a lot of big part of this book. And so my third book was Protection and Cleansing. So this was probably the number one questions I get from my customers because so many people are like, how do I cleanse my home? How do I cleanse myself? How do I protect myself? How do I shield myself? So this has all the basics simplified as much as possible. I tried. So for me, if you try to like put me like in a textbook form or something like that, I'm not going to follow. So you have to simplify it for me. That's how I learn. And then I have to be hands-on. So when I try to write as if I'm writing for myself. And so I try to simplify as much as possible. And so it's easy to follow along. And then of course, with, I have my website, practicalmagical.com. So if you have any questions on any of the books, please feel free to message in and be like, hey, what does this mean? Or hey, what does that mean? I'd be happy to help you on that one. So that's a good book too, probably. So this one was written after the TikTok craze.
Oh, okay.
Spell jars. So many people were asking me recipes and stuff for spell jars, and I'm like, it's your spell jar, your intentions. It's what, you put what you want in it. When you go to put a teaspoon of basil, what is your intentions for that basil? So I made a couple of recipes, but in the beginning of this book, I try to explain to people, if you want to use it, use it. If you don't, don't. Substitute, you can substitute. It's in a jar, you're not consuming it, so, you do you. Whatever. It's your magic. That's the one thing a lot of people don't realize is you have magic and you are your strongest tool. And so your intentions, that's what my next book is going to be about, is setting your intentions. And literally, you can manifest anything with whatever you have your hands on. Our ancestors didn't have practical magic down the street, get all their herbs and crystals and stuff. So what did? They went and forged what they could find, and they used substitutes, and they, followed what their intuition was telling them. So.
And a jar won't do you any good unless you have the intention behind it. Exactly. Will do any good. It's just stuff.
Exactly.
Got to have that intention.
But I love it because, there's 52 spells in there. And you can make them however you want. And then there's even a section in the back where you can make your own spell jars, recipes and stuff. So that was a lot of fun to do. So, and then, so I did the spell jar book. So I was like, let's do spell teas. So this one has 40 tea spells in there, and so it goes from a tea for each chakra, a tea for each zodiac sign. Basically, I was just like, all right, what is customers are constantly asking me about? Like, what are they like? Hey, I need a spell for money. I need a spell for health. I need a spell for this. I was like, let's do, consume your spells. Consume your spells. But talk to your doctor.
Yeah. I'm not a doctor.
Physician.
So yeah, that's it. I'm not a licensed physician. By the way, I'm going to steal your idea.
For starting out, your best friend is going to be knowledge. Something my grandfather always told me was knowledge is the one thing nobody can take away from you. And so, like, read books. So I tell a lot of my customers that, when it comes to learning new things, what intrigues you, especially in the craft, you got to think of your energy like your paycheck. You work really hard for that money. You're not going to go spend $600 on golf clubs if you don't golf. So, you're not going to drive down the freeway making it rain out the window. Why do that with your energy? So say like you're wanting to do herbology and astrology and you get all these books, but the astrology is not clicking for you, but herbs are. So that means your intuition is saying focus on the herbs. Put the astrology to the side. Don't like it can come back around, but right now your energy is wanting to focus on herbology. So that can go with anything, whether it be deity work, shadow work, whatever.
I've already kind of went into that avenue and without knowledge, or a mentor or something, and now it's a little too late. They have to get rid of it. But go into your local store, your local shop,
anywhere you're at. Even if you just go into your local shop and be like, hey, this is what's going on. Can you at least lead me to somebody who can actually help me?
Right. And you'll find help.
Oh yeah, you definitely will.
You can do almost
everything. They will go above and beyond. And, like
you can
when I
do
get things like
anything.
that, I'll cleanse them right here in the store for
right.
free.
That's what
I'm
I was
like,
gonna say,
no, you don't have to pay a dime. Like I will cleanse you. Like come on now.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times they come back and they become regulars, and we become friends. So reach out to your local people because there's help out there. So don't focus on TikTok. Y'all, it's for entertainment. It's great. Oh yeah, I love that witchy aesthetic. Oh yeah, I'm like, I'll be looking at TikTok like, man, I wish my bedroom looked like that, or man, I wish my altar looked like that. That's great. But just like that one girl that came in, oh my gosh, did I ever tell you about that protection tea? There was this girl. She came into my store, and so she's like, I saw this protection tea on TikTok, and I was like, okay, cool, yeah. And so whenever I have young ones come in and they're wanting to consume something, I always double check the herbs. I'm like, okay, so this is what you're drinking. And so she brings me this pile of herbs. One of them was mistletoe.
Oh, Lord.
She was wanting to drink mistletoe. Wow. And I was like, you can't drink that, honey. You can't put that in a tea. And she was like, yes, I can. It was on TikTok. Just because it's on TikTok doesn't mean it's true. You've got to cross-examine. Like, if you're online looking for research, cross-examine at least 3 to 4 times because Billy Joe Bob.
Places too.
Yeah.
There are so many. That's actually a show I'm going to be doing with Chris Firestone coming up. She's really big on Facebook. I mean, huge on Facebook, big following. And she knows a lot about the whole social media thing and the dangers of it, the good things about it. There are a lot. And when I say a lot, I mean a lot of communities online, on whether it be Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, all of those that are fake. They will do a beautiful background, like you said, oh, it's so pretty and everything, and they literally get dressed up in front of a little spot, do their little thing, and then they don't practice at all. It's just right here. It's just for like thing. And then there are some that are so knowledgeable and good and pure.
Like for me personally, so I do a lot of like energy aura cleansing and stuff. And so I was like, I want to add more to it. So now I'm trying to learn Reiki. So I'm trying to see if I can incorporate those two together. So, as you grow, like I've had customers come in here that have been practicing 50, 60 years.
Right.
And they're still learning.
Right. Well, you always
so
much. If you think you know it all, then I'm so
God.
sorry. You always want. And if you have all this wealth of knowledge, definitely give back. I mean, pass it.
Write a book.
Write a book, or 5 or 8. But yeah, that's great. Well, thank you so much. Like I said, I'm gonna kind of haunt you all day today. And congratulations on your shop. Thank you.
She was the one that actually, like, I did my first reading from you at Cauldron Fest of 2022, and you're the one that predicted this.
Well, yeah, but she's a hard worker. She's gonna succeed in it. So it is true.
She gave me the motivation. She was like, "You're gonna get it." And I'm like, "You know what? I am."
I was gonna do it. Yeah, there was no doubt. But this next year, it's gonna be like,
I'm ready. Yeah. I'm taking all y'all with me.
Yep, that's right. That's right. I mean, that's what you do. You carry people with you. But anyway, okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Blessed be, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, baby.
Use loose change to scatter throughout your yard to keep evil spirits busy and from coming into your home. You may also scatter loose change at your doorstep to pay for the protection that your ancestors may do. We're back with Wendy, and we're going to see what she does. What exactly do you do, Wendy?
I am an evidential medium, and I focus on suicides, overdoses, sudden deaths. And my website is But You Didn't Say Goodbye, because I was suicidal myself. I bought poison and drank, everything else. And so from what I've learned from my experiences is that we go through the hardest things to be able to help people. So the spirits that died of a lot of drug overdoses or suicide or whatever, they recognize that in me, that I had those feelings. I understand the feelings. So I want to help the people that are alive and the spirits, because some of them aren't okay up there. I want to help them too. So it's helping the living and the dead. you know, to move forward, to feel lighter, to go into the light. Those who need the most help, the suicides, overdose, sudden deaths. And yeah, I've got this ability, but I don't want to do regular future stuff. I want to help those who need it the most.
Right, like currently.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. What would you say is like one of the most interesting experiences you've had with what you do? Without sharing, yeah, I know you can't share too much.
The best one, I think, was back when I was in Massachusetts, and I did a reading for a woman who asked about her husband's father. And the husband's father had died when the husband was about 6 years old. So the husband never really even knew him. And the spirit, it felt like a suicide to me. It ended up he was on a snowmobile and he went over a lake that was not good, and he knew it. And it was an accident, but it wasn't. And apparently the wife at the time, the dead man's wife, the husband's mother, was very nasty to him, and the older brother, they were nasty to the father. And so the spirit felt very much down like this. But the fact that the wife was asking about him, and he gave me various things that were that she could identify as being that's him. By the end of the reading, the spirit felt like he was standing up. He felt better. She invited him into the home to see stuff, and he told me, I said, what's with your driveway? Your driveway is messed up. She goes, yeah, we're trying to do that. And he goes, I said, you're trying to plant stuff? And she goes, yeah. And he's like, he pats her back like, nice try. And because I guess the plants weren't blooming or something. And so she laughed. And the spirit said, he said, you need to get a mirror about this wide with gold coming out of it. Because when you look in that mirror, I need you to see you the way I see you, which is as an angel with the gold rays coming in.
That's beautiful.
So it is. And that stayed with me. So I actually found little mirrors like that at the dollar store, and I spray painted them gold. And my clients that come over, because they're always so hard on themselves, my clients who are healers, that need to be told they're healers, that they are good people, I give them these mirrors. And I say, you need to see yourself the way the spirit see you, the way the Christ, whatever God, deity you believe in, sees you, as this with the halo coming out.
That's beautiful.
So that was beautiful when the spirit said that. It was just, it caught me off guard. So that was the most poignant thing.
Wow, that is beautiful.
And
that's
then
a really great idea too.
It's like you can't, and it was just a phone reading too. You can't describe it and you can't prove that it's real, but at the end that spirit felt like he was standing up straight. He felt bright, whereas in the beginning he felt down like this.
Right.
And she was getting the goosebumps and she had the tears and you could feel it too. So that was amazing.
Oh wow, that's really cool. I love that idea.
Yeah,
I love that
idea. It was crazy, but yeah.
Now we a few minutes ago you got a bone reading.
Yep.
A few minutes
Yes,
ago
amazing.
you were talking about death doula.
Yes.
And can you talk about that for just a minute?
I've been looking into doing death doula, but being a spiritual death doula, because a regular doula helps babies come into the world, but I want to help people go out of this world.
Right.
I want to help you go back home. And to me, that's beautiful. Death is beautiful because you're going home. You're done with this test. You're done. No more crap. You're going home. And how beautiful is that? You're free. You can go, you can shuffle off the mortal coil.
Right.
So to me, that's beautiful. And I was blessed enough to be able to go see our friend Julie's grandmother in hospice, and she was out of it. And she's Catholic and I'm Catholic, able to pray the rosary over her. And it just was beautiful. And I know she appreciated it. And the next day, actually, I had a client who was himself extremely psychic. And he told me, I was getting ready to him, he told me there was a woman coming through. She said she's not family, but she was wearing flowers, lots of flowers. And she said she loves me and that she thanks me for being at the bed. And I'm like, oh my God, that's her, because she's Hawaiian. So the Hawaiian flowers is what he showed me. And that she's not family, but not blood family. And it was like the next day. And she was very happy because she knew that I'd said the rosary over her. And it was so important for her. Being Catholic. So that was just like beautiful. So to me, seeing someone die, and I worked at a funeral home for a little while, that's beautiful to me. Everyone else is sad, but, and it's sad.
It is sad because you miss them.
But it's like, how beautiful. Be happy for them. Be happy. They're free.
They've
completed what they're completed here, and they're going to keep learning up there. And the biggest thing that clients come to me with is, I feel so bad. I wasn't there when they died. I said this to them when they were alive. I said this, and they're like, no. Okay, it doesn't matter. What's there is the love. Even if you are not physically present, when they pass, your love energy, your vibration is there. It is there, whether you're 3,000 miles away. And that's what they feel. They feel that. Anything you say to them while alive, it's human. It's nothing. It's stupid. Because love is the vibration of love. That's what's real. So they see, because they're now pure, they see you at your purity, not your human flaws. This is what you focus on. So we do a lot of of cleansing the negative energy from them, calling the Archangel Raphael and their guides and to help the angels so they feel lighter. Because when you're there in spirit, you still have work to do, but it's so much lighter. They see things so differently. People come to me and they say, well, what do they want us to do with their business? Are they happy with what I did?
Doesn't matter, right?
They don't care. They're like, are you happy with it? If you're happy, then okay, because if your intentions are good, that's all that matters. And I get some people coming to me saying, well, you're Catholic, how can you do this? And I'm a Baptist, is this is not in the Bible? It's like, no, Jesus is cool. Jesus is cool. If you
He was a
prefer
game
Odin,
changer.
yeah, that he was. If you prefer Odin, whoever, Buddha, whoever you want, Muhammad, they're cool. Everybody's cool up there. They want you to see what works for you. Jesus is cool. I got my candle with Jesus being like that. It's like everybody's cool. So you don't need to worry about religion and do this. If your intentions are good and you try to help people,
And keep your side of the street clean. I've always heard
exactly.
that.
Yep. And just
one of my good friends taught me that.
Yeah. And keep it clean and just it's so much easier. On their side, they don't have the same hang-ups we do.
Right.
And people are so hung up about dying. That's why I want to get into depth with it, because I want to let them know that where they're going, it's okay. You're not going to get judged. You're going to get helped. It's helping, not judgment. There is no hell. Anything, your mind, if you think there's a hell in your bed, you're going there, what your mind creates will be. But there is no established hell.
Yeah.
Every spirit can go into the life that it wants to and get the help that it needs. And I want to reassure people that are dying that, so you messed up a couple of times. You're here to mess up. Did you learn from your mistakes? Okay, then fine. We're good. You're good. That's all there is.
That's all there is to it.
Is you learned. You learned. And that it's like walking in one room. There's no pain. So I want to help them. I want to reassure them that going home, because that's what they're doing, going home, that it's okay, that it's going to make them laugh, feel good, and just be happy, excited to go. It's a trip of a lifetime.
Right,
you're going home.
Right.
Like, what is all this about? I once had a spirit. It was a teenage boy that died, and I swear to God, he told me he's going down the tunnel, right? And he stopped to spray paint dicks on the tunnel, because that's the punk that he was. He was like spray paint, and the girl that was the girlfriend was started laughing. She's like, he would do that. He would stop and spray dicks everywhere just to be.
That's funny.
And the spirit was laughing about it, because he just stopped her. They're like, all right, we'll wait. You spray painting your dick in the tunnel that you're going, but okay, sure.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
That was hysterical.
That is.
And they do have it. They have a sense of humor. And they also, the guides also say too, like, here to spirituality is so much bigger now, and everyone tries to be own. And they're like, no, get angry. You're supposed to, show emotion. Like, didn't Jesus get angry in the temple? Yeah. Everybody else got angry. Muhammad got angry. Buddha got angry. You get angry. You're
It's an emotion.
Feel the emotions. And just be who you are.
That's fabulous. That's awesome. Well, I want to have you on as a special guest of the show if you would like to do that. I would absolutely love that. That would be really neat. And
thank you. I'm honored.
How can people find you?
They can find me by going to my website at www.butyoudidn'tsaygoodbye.com, no apostrophes. And I have a schedule thing because I'm usually working. I work on an army base or do my readings, and I hate phone calls. There's a quick little form to fill out, and I'll be able to email you right back with dates, times, and things like that. That's the best way to get hold of me. Okay. To do that. And our readings, the video, phone, whatever. The medium doesn't matter how you do it. Phone. They're gonna, if they get something to say, they're gonna come through. But the most important thing, if you come to me or any medium, whatever, is be open to it. Be enthusiastic. Be happy, because your energy's up, my energy's up, energy's better. Right. But if you come and you're flat, you're like, no.
Is this really working?
Then it's like, you know what? I can't read you. You need to up the energy.
Right. Makes it so much easier, and you get a lot more out of it.
But you know what I do? When my clients come in, right? I used to, my dance studio too, is I'm chewing gum. And I say, "You want a piece of gum?" And they usually, yeah, take it out. And then just looking at their faces like, what am I supposed to do with that? Should I don't want to insult her? And then it makes them laugh, kind of like tease it up and stuff.
Get that energy out.
Yeah. And then I give them a piece of gum.
That's really cute.
Yeah, so it's
really cute.
Something silly, being funny, being silly. That's what will raise your energy more than anything.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I love it. That's a really cute idea. I may have to
steal it. Absolutely, it's all yours.
I steal stuff from people all the time, but I'm like, okay, I'm still in this dream. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for being on.
Thank you. I am honored,
and I will talk to you very soon.
All right. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you.
That concludes another episode of Everyday Witchcraft. I want to thank you for tuning in, and special thanks goes to Julie McMahon for letting us go to her shop and do a couple of little shoots there. I also want to thank Phoenix Lenore. We've had her on the show before. We'll have her on again. And I thank you again for watching. I'll see you in 2 weeks. Blessed be.
Hey there, folks. Before you dive into this masterpiece of a production, let's set a few things straight. The opinions expressed here are like pineapples on pizza, and not everyone's cup of tea, and that's okay. They belong to the speakers and participants, and not to Witchcraft TV. The video is for entertainment and informational purposes only, because nothing screams fun like a good old disclaimer. Please don't take any of this as professional advice unless your profession is a laugh enthusiast or random fact collector. We can't be held responsible if you attempt anything wild after watching, like starting a llama farm or joining a yodeling competition. Viewer discretion is advised, especially if you're allergic to bad jokes or sarcasm. By watching, you agree that Witchcraft TV is not liable for any shenanigans that may ensue. Now, grab your popcorn and enjoy responsibly. And make sure you keep it right here on Witchcraft TV, www.witchcrafttv.online, where we are fair representation of all pagan, witch, and magic paths.
Hello.
Hey, everybody.
Hi. Merry meet and welcome to our Hex Fest edition here on Witchcraft TV and this Festival Fun Show. Hex Fest is the weekend of witchery, which is an in-person festival in New Orleans, Louisiana, presented by Warlocks Incorporated, Brian Kane and Christian Day. And it runs from August 8th through the 10th in 2025. Hex Fest is all about New Orleans, with ambiance of the Crescent City and the Mississippi Delta. Participants stay in the historic, luxurious Bourbon Orleans Hotel and enjoy such activities as a riverboat cruise and ritual, tours of the historic French Quarter, and plenty of time for shopping. The festival itself has classes and workshops presented by notable witches, root workers, voodoo priests and priestesses, and conjure workers. Register now to attend HexFest 2025. Today's guest is one of the presenters from HexFest, Hungan Senjak. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
It's like the H is silent, so like Ungan.
Ungan. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. Okay, we have some questions for you. So marry me, Ungan Senjak.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Festival Fun Show.
You're welcome.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Okay. Ungan Senjak is from Atlanta, Georgia, and he's going to be presenting 3 classes at HexFest in August. He's a psychic reader, a medium, and serves the ancestors and the Loa. Again, am I pronouncing that correctly?
Correct.
All right. As a high priest of Haitian voodoo. Welcome to the show, Ungan Senjak. We'll start out with some really basic terms, Voodoo 101, stuff that our audience members don't know. I certainly don't know what all of these terms mean. First of all, what's an Ungan?
So an Ungan is a priest. There's different levels of priesthood. But an Ungan states a priest, a male priest in particular, just like we have the word Mambo, which is a priest for a female practitioner. So Ungan, you have Ungan Supuen, which is essentially similar to like a junior high priest. The initiation, takes place in Haiti. It's the same very similar to what what the high priest, which is called an asogwe, goes through. But there's some other things that happen along that journey. And but that's what that phrase means. There's different levels. There's the initiate of the house, which is referred to as an unsi. Again, spelled with an H, but the H is silent. Unsi is kind of like the first degree of initiation, where one has dedicated themselves to learning the service of the Loa, learning how to serve their spirits, learning who the owner of their head is. It's not a priest, but it does make one a member of the societe, the house. And then, it goes to supuen, and then it goes to asogwe. Asogwe is the final step. And not everybody goes through all of them. Some people, do go through all of them. I did. I was an unsi for about a year. That initiation took place, I believe, in 2010, either late 2009 or 2010. And then I was initiated in Haiti for the first time in 2011 to supuen, where I was, excuse me, I was supuen for about approximately 7 years. And then it wasn't until 2018 where I initiated again, and that was to the rank of asogwe, which is, a high priest, essentially. It's the final step.
Thank you. What is a Loa?
The Loa are, essentially means spirit. The Loa are the spirits of Haitian voodoo. Some of them, were living at some point. Some of them were indeed alive, and became elevated to the status of Loa. Some of them, were born spirits. We have many that were born. A lot of them were, and those were like forces of nature in a sense that took on certain human-like characteristics. Definitely not human, but learn to interact with us in ways that we can relate. And some of them were born during certain times in our history. For instance, you have different divisions in Haitian voodoo. You have like the Rada, which are what they call like the cool spirits. Some of these are some of these, the Loa and the Rada nation are, like what I said earlier, were born spirits. You have a lot of raw energy there, very old, spirits of the planet, spirits of humanity, spirits of nature, the forces of nature. And you have, you have Nago, which, are kind of like the warriors. They come from like Yoruba land and those territories. And you see a lot of parallels between those spirits and even certain Orisha because of where they came from, but they're very much different. And you have the Petro, which a lot of the Petro spirits were born during the time of the revolution. They presented themselves during the revolution, which occurred in Haiti, and basically came to the aid of the people there in order to help them fight and free themselves. Petro also consists of a lot of Congo spirits, a lot of, again, like the Rada, very raw, very natural, been here a long, long time. And, you have other nations, that follow that are not as well known, like the Juba, which, we're in the month of that right now. And one of the Loa that's important during this month is Zakamede or Kuzin. He's kind of like the spirit of agriculture, the spirit of farmers. He's the money man. He's the one that keeps us fed, make sure we got all the things we need, help us grow, our wealth and the things that sustain us. And then, of course, you have, which a lot of people usually are drawn to immediately because of the imagery, is the Gede, which are took the place of the ancestors for the Haitian people, the people that were brought over through the Middle Passage that became what we know as the Haitians now. They were brought in as a way for them to honor their past, because you had a lot of people that were separated from their homelands, from their families. And so, as people were born, as the new generations came, a lot of who they were and where they come from was lost and forgotten. So the Gede are the ones that, you see in the imagery with the skeletal figures with the tuxedos and the top hats, and they're a fun bunch. They're very rambunctious. And, aside from, being able to connect to their ancestors through them, they also remind us of our humanity. They remind us of the things that make us human. The things like having fun, drinking, partying, sex, bad language, all those things. They remind us of that part of our humanity. And, so when they come down, they're extremely flamboyant and with those ideas. Very exaggerated with those ideas. They drink things that we normally can't drink. They smoke a lot. A lot of their songs are all about sex and dirtiness and, all those parts that coincide, but they remind us not to take life so seriously, and they're also, fierce healers and fierce protectors of children. So a lot of people will associate them with, a lot of dark imagery, but it's just how they look. We all got skeletons underneath us. We're all bones underneath all this. And that's just how they look. That's how they present themselves.
Now, am I correct in assuming that the traditions came from places in Africa, Yoruba and Congo region, and came to Haiti, and then came here to the United States?
Correct. And this is you see this, because you had different tribes, different nations, so to speak, in Africa that were all kind of clumped together and went to different places. New Orleans has a very strong Congo influence, so that's where we get a lot of what's become like New Orleans voodoo, VOODOO. The imagery, the mojo bags, the gree bags, a lot of that comes from Congo roots. So depending on, where you're at in this, especially in the South, you're going to have more of an influence from a certain, part that came from Africa. In Haiti, you had almost all of them brought together in one place. And that's how the religion formed. They formed what we call the reglement, which, essentially was a way for them to preserve their past. So they kind of put their heads together and said, all right, how do we preserve our way of life? What we do know and what we remember, how do we preserve that? And they had to, in a sense, create a system that benefited everybody from all the different places from the mainland, from the motherland where they came from. So they create a reglement, which is at its base an order of service, an order of spirits that begins with one nation and ends in the other nation. And a lot of those nations were, in a way assigned to different times of the day, the different times of the week. So that way, everybody, was able to honor their people, regardless of where they came from. And, in a nutshell, that's how the religion formed. It was a way to preserve their past. And, you had Loa the Loa arrived to the island in the heads of the slaves themselves. That's how they traveled. And then, of course, you had some that were even introduced by the missionaries that, decided to basically join the Haitian side. And, they were elevated as such. And some of those Loa, were, there were Catholic saints that actually are the saint. Most of them are synchronized with Catholic saints in order to hide what they were doing. But there are a few that, were actually those saints and were elevated to the status of the Loa because they decided to join that side.
I had a couple more. terms for you to ask about. What is conjure?
So conjure, like root work, like hoodoo, it's called something different depending on, I guess, the region. I was born and raised in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Almost all my other family is from New Orleans, but if you're from Louisiana, you're exposed to some of that one way or another. It's hard to not see it. But that system, not necessarily a religion, but it rose, out of a need to better their situation, to survive the torments of slavery. A lot of what we see now in conjure and root work didn't look like that back in those days. They didn't have certain things that we use in conjure today. Like, for example, I was talking to my god sister the other day, and she's got some strong roots in some of those families and some of those places where conjure developed, or hoodoo, whatever you want to call it, developed. And for example, a lot of people are familiar with honey jars or sweetening jars. Mm-hmm. And she made a good point. She's like, they didn't have honey, they didn't have access to it. The masters of the plantation did. Honey was a luxury. Mm-hmm. And so she made a point, like, if a slave was caught with honey, God knows what would happen to him. They didn't use stuff like that. They used what they had available. So what they actually probably used was like sugar or a piece of the cane sugar, things like that mixed with water. Now we kind of put together a new list of ingredients because, we've got a lot of things available to us. But in the earlier days, that practice came out of a time of need and pain and persecution in order to, make their lives just a little bit more tolerable, a little bit better, a little bit easier. And God knows there's nothing easy about it on any level. But, for instance, like, you hear stories about, conjure being used to be able to work in the house versus the fields. Oh. Gaining, a better master, so to speak. I hate that word, but, whatever, just to be able to have some kind of a slight, difference in what other people were going through. And so they utilized that to fight the people that were hurting them most, to make their lives, just like I said, slightly a little bit easier, to gain some kind of upper hand on any level. It didn't matter, any level made a difference back in those days. We can't even imagine what they went through. So any advantage was good. So, conjure was developed as a need, and so, it's important for people that work this to really, they got to work, especially outsiders. We got to really work hard to connect to that source so that kind of magic will actually work for us. Because, it doesn't work for everybody. It's not just throwing ingredients together and baking a cake. The way I learned it, a lot of people in Louisiana, we got a lot of different bloodlines, and you never know who a person's ancestry is, ancestors are. You never know. We got mixed. In Louisiana, man, we got a little bit of everything in us. And, for those that try to practice conjure, sometimes it doesn't work. And, I always advise people, you got to connect to those roots. You got to connect to the ancestors of Congo. You got to connect to, you got to, somehow connect to them, because that's the source. A lot of the success of that work comes, all of it comes from the ancestors themselves. And a lot of people think that they mean their ancestors, not necessarily. If you got that blood in you, then, it's easier to connect. But, a lot of people got to work hard on making that connection in order for that kind of work to be successful from a conjure standpoint.
Hang on a second. My hubby is bringing me cough drops, or my offspring is bringing me cough drops. So thank you so much.
Is that working okay?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
Thank you for
it's
checking.
not working out.
Okay. Yeah, breathing is important. So hang on just a second here. Okay. Okay, I appreciate your explanations of what's going on. So is conjure kind of the work, the magic that is done within the tradition?
It is. I mean, in Haitian voodoo, it's very different. You know, there are some certain elements that are similar, but in Haitian voodoo, you know, we're adopted into that tradition. You know, especially as outsiders, we go through a very rigorous process in order to be accepted. That's why it's not for everyone. You know, Kanzo is about being adopted. You know, you're brought into that family. It becomes family. And, you know, say you leave one house to go to another, you got to go through that whole thing again. Just because you was one and one doesn't mean you're going to be one and the other, because we're talking about family traditions, family lines, you know, and every region is different. Every house is different. So that's why, you know, you leave one family, you want to join another family, just like in real life, you get adopted by them, you know, so you gain access to the Loa, you know, through that process. And then there's always going to be some Loa that just, you know, that aren't for everyone. That, you know, not everybody has the same Loa, not everybody has the same spirits. You know, it all depends. You know, everyone is very different. Kanzo is not across the board for everybody and who they serve. And, you know, like you Kanzo, then you get to serve this one, this and this one. You know, there are some that, you know, are more popular than others that, you know, we have to serve in order for the structure to work. But, you know, there are going to be some Loa that people never heard about. I mean, I'm discovering Loa all the time that come from the north, you know, that I've never heard of, and they're from that family, they're from that house, and they're not for everybody else. You know, they exist only within that family structure.
Are they kind of equivalent to ancestors?
They absolutely are. They're at the heart of it. They are ancestors, 100%. And some of them, you know, go way back. You know, one of the most well-known images in Haitian voodoo is, of course, the serpent. You know, and where does that come from? Well, one of the places that comes from is from a Loa that we call Dambala. Dambala, you know, there's Dambala Wedo, there's Odan, there's Aida Wedo, you know, there's Agau Wedo, you know, you have all these different Wedos, but Dambala, we see in this system as the first ancestor. Dambala owns everybody's head. And the way we see it, you know, you go far back enough, was our original ancestor. You know, that's that serpent, you know, according to Haitian tradition, was the first ancestor. So, you know, Dambala, you know, essentially owns everybody. He's everybody's daddy in a way.
The next question I had for you, the next term was Sen, like you have in your name. I've seen other voodoo practitioners have that word in their name, and I wondered what it meant.
So usually with that, okay, so Sen is like you have Sen and you have Sin, S-E-N, S-I-N. S-E-N usually denotes like a male saint or male spirit. So it essentially means saint. Now, Saint Jacques, you know, is my professional name, so to speak. You know, it's not my spiritual name given to me at Kanzo, you know, during my initiations. It's more of a title that I was allowed to use because Saint Jacques Mager is a spirit that's very close to me. So with his permission, you know, I took on that name as a public title, so to speak, you know, but like my spiritual name is very long. It's like a paragraph, you know. So some people do it. Some people just say Ungan and then their first name, or Mambo and their first name. You know, Ungan Billy, you know, my first name. William is my birth name. You know, it just didn't ring to me. And so, you know, my godbrother, you know, / Papa Kanzo, who y'all know as, you know, Hoodoo Sin Moise, you know, he and I had this discussion earlier on when I started doing more stuff in the public, you know, and he's like, you know, what about Ungan Saint Jacques? I was like, well, what about it? You know, like, who am I to take on that name? You know, I need permission for that. And, you know, and so I got permission for it. So because that spirit is very, very close to me, has been for a very, very long time, that's the name I take on. I live by him. I live by his word and by his authority and his guidance. And, he's someone that I look up to, that I strive to be more like. So you'll see people use the sin and the scene, and not everybody does, but it's a little common, I suppose.
Okay, thank you for explaining all the terms. I very much appreciate this. I have a question that wasn't in the questions I sent, so if I'm way off base here, please let me know. In our tradition, the more of a Celtic from the British Isles tradition, we do a ceremony where we take on the aspects of the gods. It's kind of like Wiccans do invocations, I think the proper word is. And we take on the persona of deities, ancestors, and let them work for us. Is that something that voodoo practitioners do with the law?
Absolutely. I mean, we ask for their intervention all the time. It's hard to imagine life, without them intervening, because I've been doing this for a long time, and I don't know what normal is outside of what I do. We do, when you're speaking of like invocation, to me, that's when you call an energy down into you, where you bring them into you in order to, kind of take on some of those qualities in hopes that some of that energy, that residual energy, stays and transforms you. That's, what you're asking is similar to like what I think about, the levels of possession. When the Loa come down, they when they possess us, over time, do they start to leave that residual energy in you? Maybe not, but I've noticed that a lot of priests, do kind of have some similarities with their main spirits. Sometimes, the spirit that claims you as their child may not have any of the same qualities that you do, but it might be what you need versus what you already have. So a lot of stuff, sometimes people get that confused. They'll see someone like, oh, that's got to be a child of such and such because they're like this and like that. Not always. A lot of times you get what you need in order to become that. If that answers your question.
Yeah, that certainly did. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're going to kind of move along to your work as a reader, and how do you practice as a reader? Like, explain a little bit about the process.
I do it in different ways. It depends on what someone is needing. If someone is needing to consult me, about the Loa, or if that's a path for them, the reading is very different. I use more the Haitian voodoo method, which in Haitian voodoo, our system of divination was actually lost. It's not like in Ifa or in Lukumi where you have a Rumula that's consulted, and you have the Dilogun, through the shells, and there's a couple other things that they use for that. The system in Haitian voodoo was lost. The divination was lost. But what happened was, they used what they had, very much like in conjure. And you see a lot of voodooizan do readings with regular playing cards, because that was something that was accessible to them. So the Loa recognized that as a tool. And different cards have different meanings. The different suits represent different nations, like the nations I was speaking of earlier. But in the end, the Loa can work with just about any form of divination if you give it its due practice. It's due time. Some people use tarot cards. Some people use, the playing cards. I use the playing cards whenever I'm consulting the Loa, because that's the tool that they're familiar with. And, it works for me, and not everybody's good at it. There's meanings and then there's not meanings, and it's, you put them down, you either see it or you don't. but the Loa can help you and assist you in just about any type of divination that you choose. But we do have our ways that are, like I said, I say traditional. The playing cards are traditional, but it's traditional not in the sense that goes back to Africa, because they weren't using playing cards in Africa. But in Haiti, that was a tool that was accessible to them. I've seen Ungans and Mambos not use cards at all. They just have a candle there, and they call their spirit, and the spirit possesses them, and they allow the spirit to do the reading. That's something that I offer as well to certain people that want to get the information from the horse's mouth. And then, you have some that just can light that candle and have that person in front of them and just feel and just know, because that spirit is mounted in their head through initiation and speaks and gives them what they need to know. I've seen Ungans use random objects, kind of like, what do they call it? Similar to bone reading, or lithomancy. Similar where there's different objects that are used. I've seen that in Haiti. I've seen one guy that has this little glass marble about yay big, and he looks to it, he looks at the person and sees all kinds of different things. But a lot of times, they can just sit, and it's like much like mediumship. When I work with the dead, I don't use a tool. I need a glass of water and I need a candle. That's it. Sometimes I don't even need that, but that's the channel. That creates a circuit for me, and then I call on my guides, my dead, the dead that work with that side of us, acts as kind of like an intermediary to bring those answers. And, without her, I say her because the main one I work with is a she, it would be like me in a room and getting, bottlenecked by millions of people. I got to say, all right, pick 3 people from that entire sea of people that have the most important thing to say to this child in front of me and bring them forward. Everybody else, you got to wait in the waiting room. You got to shut the door. And so I leave it up to her to bring those dead that are forward, that have the most important, most beneficial things to say. Otherwise, you got things coming in that just want to live vicariously through the person. And you might be getting messages and telling them to do things that is not for them, but for that dead. That really ain't got no business giving advice. They weren't good at giving advice in life, and they sure as hell not going to be good at giving advice in death. So we rely on our guides to pull those people forward. So that's really how the divination works for me. I do tarot cards. I've been practicing with tarot cards since I was a young teenager. It makes sense to me. I have, when we conzo, we bring certain things into the ceremonial chamber, which is called the jevo, so that it connects to us. It connects to our head. And one of the things I brought was a deck of tarot cards, my deck of tarot cards that I've used for a long time, and my deck of playing cards, so that I can use both. So even if I'm not doing, a reading with the Loa, I still have that tool that connects me to them in that way, so they can still help me interpret. Because I'll look at the tarot cards, and what that traditionally means is not necessarily going to mean what I'm seeing and hearing in that moment. So I rely heavily on my spirits and, being the Loa, being the dead, in order to translate that message for me, regardless of what's in front of me.
So this is the kind of like dumb question you ask a rock star, like what's your favorite color? What's your favorite tarot deck?
I love so many of them. I have a ridiculous collection of them, and I think they're beautiful. I really do. One of my favorites is one of my recent favorites is the Heaven and Earth deck. It's very moody. It's kind of misty and dark and kind of dreamy. It's traditional Rider-Waite, but I don't know. There's something about that one I like. I like the Cosmic tarot deck too. I got that one actually at Kirk, or Hoodoo San Luis's shop when he was in New Orleans, when he was still alive. That was a deck that I got. And I like that one because it has a little bit of an 80s vibe to it. And I was born in 76. I love the 80s, and so it has like some of that kind of imagery, and I really like it a lot. There's so many, I have the one that I've used the most is just a standard Rider-Waite. I forget what it's called. It's just a Rider-Waite, but the colors are slightly more vivid. Then like the one that has like that plaid kind of pattern in the background. This one is, I forget what it's called, but I've had that one probably the longest. And, you can look at it and tell it's been through it. It's been passed a lot, it's been worked a lot. Oracle decks, I never, got into a whole lot with them. There's a couple that I have that, that I've kind of played with, messed around with, but some of them, sometimes I'll bring it 2 or 3. One of my favorite is the Deviant Moon deck. Those cards just speak. They speak so easily. I enjoy the artwork on that deck very much. I don't venture too far out, the traditional, I say traditional, the standard Rider-Waite imagery. If it gets too busy or too fluffy or too whatever, I get distracted. I like, cross the board imagery. This is this, Aleister Crowley's the and I never know if I'm saying this right, the Thoth deck, is one that I enjoy too. More so not for doing readings for other people, but more so like for myself. I've enjoyed that deck quite a bit. Let me think, but I have so many, there's one that I saw recently on a reel. I'm like, oh man, I'm like, here we go, take my money. I love them, and, I don't use a lot of them. I'll use them a little bit sometimes, but, I enjoy the picture, I enjoy the artwork. I appreciate, what they are in that form, because there's so many,
Well, you mentioned a little bit about using working with the Loa to do like a consultation for people, like a spiritual consultation. So what exactly does that entail? You said that your lady puts people in the waiting room if they're not really relevant to the question, but can you kind of go through the process?
Sure. So, people that come for what we call a leisan, which is when we consult the Loa. There's usually just a few kind of categories of people. Some of them have had experience with the Loa. Some of them are familiar with that system. Some of them have, Haitian ancestry, and so so they're familiar with that. Some people want help directly from them, so they want to know what they say, and is there anyone that will stand for them and offer assistance? One of the reasons why we do that is because, we try to offer a solution to whatever the problem is, not just send you on your way, and here's the advice, go figure it out. But they're looking for a solution. A lot of people are looking for an answer and a solution. How can I fix this? So when I do the leisan, a lot of times a Loa will stand up and present themselves and then, offer a solution. Some people want to know, are there any Loa around me? Are there any that are in my vicinity that are paying attention to me? And, I always got questions when it comes to that. It's a common thing, people ask for, an escort reading, meaning like, what Loa walk with me? Well, have you been introduced to them, already? Have you had some interaction with them? If you haven't, well, chances are it's not going to really work out the way you want. Like the Loa aren't just accessible like a lot of people think. We have some that are very close to us as humans that we do all at some level have access to through the proper steps and work. But someone that say coming, from a non-ATR tradition and just all of a sudden are interested in Haitian voodoo and they read a little bit about it online, they want to know, oh, well, which Loa walk with me? Let me go try to get a reading. A lot of times, unless you got Haitian or African blood in you, that's not a thing I'm going to do, because how will they know who you are? We are presented to them. We are introduced to them in various ways. Some of that can be through dedication that you've been taking time and you've been doing. Other than that, it happens through ceremony. So sometimes people, don't really get the answer they're looking for. When it comes to like what spirits are walking with me, well, unless you've been introduced to them, unless you've been through a ceremony or you've been through something, the chances are coming out with a big old group of spirits that walk with you is slim to none. Now, people will come asking if this system is right for them. Some people, they got somewhere in their DNA where there's a connection there, where that ancestor that was way back has brought that spirit with them into their life. And that's something I can definitely pick up on. Some people will ask for a reading and know that, can I work in Haitian voodoo, or can I be a member of your house? That's a very good question. That's a question that I get asked a lot. And when that question is posed, there's certain ones that I look for that in my house have to present themselves for that to be a yes, or even a maybe. And then after that, they got to sit in front of such spirit and hear it from the horse's mouth at some point. I can say, yes, your ancestors might need some work. I got some people that are outsiders that want to work with the Loa, and then if they get a reading and then, to see if they can, I'm like, you got to talk to your dead. You got to go to your ancestors, because without their permission, none of this is going to work for you. Like I said, unless you got Haitian blood in you, you got African blood in you, then it's you've got some strong connections and some strong bridges that are there. But, I had a lady one time, and she's been to ceremonies. She's been to voodoo ceremonies. She's met the Loa, and, but she's got some things in her past, because she got slave owners in her ancestry. And so I was like, you got some work to do. You got a lot of things that you need to do, because this is an African traditional religion. And so, without their support, you're not going to get very far. I've seen ceremonies get shut down because the ancestors just said no. And, we can reason and negotiate with a lot of spirits, but the ancestors, really, our blood ancestors, they have all the control. They have all the leverage. And those Loa are not going to step between that. Not only will they not, but in most cases they can't. So it's very important, for someone to have a strong relationship with their dead and to ask permission. Even if they don't necessarily like it, you can say, give me the chance. Allow me to explore this. And a lot of times they'll see really what that service does for them, that ancestral work. They start seeing the offerings and the light and the heat and all the stuff we give them. They're like, oh, now I get it. So they become in favor of it, but sometimes it takes work. I'm not a yes man. I am 100% not a yes man. I don't give a damn. It's either for you or it's not. If there's a bridge that can be built, I'll help you build that bridge. But it's going to take work on your part. And a lot of people want to skip the ancestor stuff and go straight to the Loa. You're going to have some very watered down results if you skip that big important step. You have to have their permission. The ancestors come first. Your blood ancestors must come first.
You got to put in the effort.
Absolutely. It's work.
Right.
People died and they suffered for this tradition, not just so they can be given away to anybody that comes, that just wants it, that likes the pretty altars and want to set it up. You're not going to get a yes out of me.
That would be a good jumping off point to this next question, which is, you teach people how to properly honor the deceased, properly honor the ancestors. What are some ways that folks can do that? Well,
it's important to say that ancestor work that's for everybody. It's your birthright to work with your dead. We have entire religions that are based off of that solely. What I like about it is when someone starts putting forth that effort, they notice that their lives are they get step by step, get a little bit easier. Things just start to kind of move out of the way. A lot of the problems we have can sometimes be our dead living vicariously through us. It happens a lot. So when you give them the things that they need versus taking it within yourself, you can appease a lot of things, a lot of people, and so, when it comes to working with the dead, there's some essential things that we use that connect us. One is water and fire. The other one is fire. Those two things together create this beautiful circuit, which connects us to that realm. So those things must be present. Some people include like a cross or, a crucifix or something in the shape of a cross. It's not about the religious symbology of that. It's about the crossroads, and sometimes people will add that to the glass of water. They'll set it in it. They'll set it on top. That also kind of moves on into a different type of tradition, but it is something that some people do to help build that circuit. And it's important to know who your dead are. What are their names? How far back can you go? If you can't go back further than the last 2 generations, that is fine. But it's important for people to do the research, and talk to the elders in their family. That's what I did. I talked to the elders of my family. Who do you know? Who do you remember? Tell me. And I went back as far as I could based off of their knowledge. And then when I hit that stopping point, that's when you do like an ancestor project or a geonome, something that you see what regions they come from. So then you start to think about what foods did they eat? What are some of those traditional things that they ate? Because you can talk to, what your grandmother probably liked, what she cooked, what maybe her favorite flowers were, what perfume she wore, what she liked to drink. That's easy. But when it comes to those who are unknown, we don't just dismiss them. We speak the names of those we know on our mother's side. We speak the names of those who we know on our father's side. And then we show honor and respect to those whose names we don't remember or don't know or that have been lost to us. You do an ancestry type deal, you're going to know that, okay, I got people from this land, people from this country. All right, so what did they eat? What are some of the traditional things that they ate way back in the day? You learn those things, you learn their songs, you learn their customs and their prayers, and you start incorporating that just as you would someone that you do know and you know everything about. So it's important to know that. And if you come from an adopted family and you have no clue, again, that's fine. There are ways around that. A little personal story. My father's side is Italian. They're Sicilian. My father was adopted. Okay. He and his brother were found in the swamps of Bayou Sorrel and adopted by the Rizzutos because my grandmother, had trouble with kids of her own. And, she was real close to the governor and the mayor of New Orleans and all that. They, Sicilian families run deep in the South, and all the things that come along with that are part of my family as well. But she adopted those 2 boys. They were found. My father was feeding my Uncle Johnny, bread and water, soaked in water. They were really young. And, my father didn't know for a long time who his birth parents were. And eventually he did find out. And I got some information from him, and I knew the names. His birth mother was still alive, and I believe she still is. But his father had passed on. But I got the name. Okay, so I got the name. Well, during my ancestor work, I would hear him, and he was wanting me to call him by a certain name, which denoted you're my grandpa or you're my grandfather. I was like, hold on, you got to earn that. You got to earn that right, because my father was abandoned with his brother in the middle of a swamp in Bayou Sorrel, Louisiana. And so I said, you know what? I said, here's the deal. I said, you want me to call you this, refer to you by this title? Then I want to know more about you. I said, I want to learn more about who your past is, who your ancestors are, who you connected to, so that I can work with them and know more about myself. And so come to find out, that man had 28 kids.
Whoa.
Okay. And I connected with 2 of his eldest daughters, found me on MySpace back in that day. And they grew up with their parents, so they had a lot of information. I said, you connect me to one of your kids. I said, you did all this. But Mr. Father Abraham had many sons. I said, you did all this. I said, this is your doing. I said, so you want me to refer to you by a certain thing? You want me to give you certain things and certain privileges in my service? Then you're going to let me know more about you. So I connected with these 2, aunts of mine, long lost aunts. And I learned a lot about him. And that happened in a very short period of time, within a month's period. They found me and just saw my last name. They're like, are we related to you? We know that our brother was adopted by a Sicilian family in New Orleans. Are you his, Bill's son or whatever? Yep. And so I learned a lot of things from them. Didn't have any more conversations with them after that. They lived in Bayou Sorrel, same thing. But when that happened, I went to, my father's blood father, and said, all right, you earned it. Now I'm going to say, I'm going to do this for you. And so, you know, that in a sense, like elevated his spirit, knowing that I've been able to do things to elevate him, you know, and he you know, he was a player. He was definitely a ladies' man. And, you know, he left a big old mess. And, you know, somehow my father and his brother got just tossed away, you know. But it's important that people learn as much as they can about their past. It's important that even if you don't know about them, you still acknowledge that from which you came from. Because when we do that service, as we elevate, they elevate. As they elevate, we elevate.
It's kind of like a circular.
Yeah. So, you know, we give them food. So one of the first ancestral service I did, once I did my ancestry.com thing, I went and I learned how to cook a traditional meal for every single one of my bloodlines, like old school stuff. And I spent an entire like weekend prepping, getting things ready ahead of time, letting it sit, do its thing overnight. And then I had this massive table, all these plates of food. And then I had my plate, which had a little bit of each. Okay. And I sat there and I ate dinner with them. And I talked to them. And man, the dreams that followed that night were incredible. And so when we give them food now, like, you know, when my mother was living with me, she's a living ancestor. She eats first. So I feed her first. And then I make a little small plate, just like I made myself a small plate with a little bit of each of those foods or whatever we had for dinner. And I present that to them. And I put that down with a little candle nearby. And I tell them what it is that I made. I prepare it the way I would eat it. You know, in a lot of cases, when you make food for your ancestor, your eguns, you know, you spice it up, you do the things to it that the way you would eat it, or the way you know they did. If you don't know, then you make it the way you would eat it. So, like, you know, when I'm making, like, if I have jambalaya or I have, you know, gumbo, spicing the frick out of it. You know, lots of heat. I like a lot of heat. You know, and that's what I give to them. And sometimes I'll still do that thing where, you know, if I'm home by myself and I've got dinner and there ain't nobody else around, I'll sit there with my plate and I'll just sit down on the floor and, what's up, y'all? This is what's going on this week. This is what's pissed me off. This is what I need help with. I got this family member that's going through this. What the hell is wrong with them? You know, like you do this for not just for yourself, but for the benefit of everybody.
So
you know?
It's a two-way street.
Absolutely.
Awesome. I hate to say this, but we've only got like 10 minutes left. So first, I want to talk about your classes for a moment here. Hungan Senjak, pronounce it correctly, will be presenting these classes at HexFest. So Papa Legba, the gatekeeper of the spirits, Mojo Hands, a power from the ancestors, and exploring the magic of Haitian voodoo, stories and structure. So that all sounds just really fascinating. So come to HexFest and take classes.
It's going to be a lot of fun. You know, I feel like some of these, you know, the magic of Haitian voodoo is really a bunch of stories and personal eyewitness accounts, things that I've done, things that I've seen done in Haiti. You know, there's going to be stories in there that strike the imagination in a way that people have never imagined. You know, like it's stuff that you see in fantasy. I've seen with my own eyes, you know. So magic is just something about these cultures that have been put down the way they have, that have things that the rest of us just know nothing about. You know, and I have seen some things that just made you go, what? You know, like, did I just see what I just saw? You know, and but that's always a fun one. People love the stories, and you know, I've been to Haiti more times than I can count, and I've gone just to go. And you know, I miss going. You know, there's a lot of things going on in the country right now that have prevented me from being able to travel there safely. But you know, I love going just because you don't experience. There's nothing that compares to experiencing voodoo, the Loa ceremony in Haiti. Things happen in Haiti that just don't happen anywhere else and will not happen anywhere else. So that's a fun one. Legba is important because he is one of the most well-known, I believe, and there's a lot of misconceptions about him. And a lot of people kind of put him in the same pot as other spirits, which he's a separate entity, and he's very important. You know, New Orleans he's very well known in New Orleans, and New Orleans voodoo has a tendency to kind of clump everything together. So what I want to try to do is present this through the lens of Haitian voodoo from whence he came. Not Elegba, not Elegwa, not Eshu, not Ganesh, none of those other ones that have the same role, but not the same spirit. They're all individual. So I want to present really who he is through the lens of Haitian voodoo. Not necessarily how to serve him or how to work with him. That's something that I teach to the individual if it's for them. But I will, I want to clear up the misconceptions, the judgments. Hollywood has done a number on this poor man. There's been a lot of things that have just created all kinds of, things about him that just aren't true. But to really present, a plain picture of him. Some people are going to have or have had experiences with him, and have already worked with him. In a way, this will help them fine tune their service to maybe bring it up to the next level. So I'm hoping that inspires people to understand him more, to know the truths, the non-truths, and to maybe learn a little bit more about him. He's that old man in our neighborhood that's been there forever, that everybody knows, that all the kids can go, you can go knock on his door and say hello, introduce yourself. But again, that's a building process. We don't just go set up a pretty little altar and call bam, expect him just to come through, But I'm going to explain that. The gree bags, again, that's something I grew up around, something I love doing. I love working with them. It's very Congo in nature. It's a spirit in the bag. And the way I learned how to do it, I learned at a very young age, and I've built on that based off of people that I have come in contact with who became my mentors, and I love them very much. It's a very easy thing to do. If you do it correctly, you'll get maximum results. And it's similar to like a lot of the other, charm bags, sachets, magic bags that we do. We're all putting things in it that represent a goal. Some of those things, we can even gear it towards a certain ancestor or a certain spirit we work with. So, I want to give some people some ideas on how to work with that in some ways that you don't even find in a book or would find online. We all got our little tricks and trades that we learned from elders that you're not going to find on the internet, you're not going to find in a book. And, some of those things I want to talk about.
Great. We had a question from Joanne, and she wanted to know how to dispose of, I'm assuming, offerings, or know when to.
Hey, Joanne, how you doing, baby? Okay. I know Miss Joanne. That depends. Depends on the spirit. One thing that's foolproof is, you can deposit it in nature. I take nothing that's got toxic things in it. I'll usually put it in like a brown paper bag, and, you put that near like a tree or in a natural area that has maybe the same essence, of that spirit that you're working with. If you're working with something at the crossroads, obviously you're going to put something in the crossroads, with Legba, I have this one ancient sycamore tree that's at this one park in Atlanta that I've put his offerings at. It's right next to a creek. It's old as hell. It's got that connection between like the earth and the sky, that we look for, and the symbolism in the Haitian voodoo and who Legba is. He is the gatekeeper. Without him, we don't have no communication with the Loa. And so that bridge between heaven and earth with that massive tree that's been here a long time, that's my spot for him. Obviously, if you're working with the dead, you're going to put things in certain spots of the cemetery. So it all depends. But oftentimes we don't deposit things on our own property because that can attract other things to your property that you may not want. There's wandering dead everywhere. In Atlanta, I have a spot, because I live in a historic neighborhood. I live downtown in a historic neighborhood that's got a lot of history. I have a place outside specifically for stuff like that I will feed the ancestors of this land or the wandering dead, so they have a spot to go to, and they don't try to come in my house, because my house has been described as a blue med spa for the spirit world, and they will try to come through the cracks, and they have. So I have that set up out there, so it's a spot for them where they can go and they can take a little bit, and that also helps the neighborhood, the community. It empowers the spirits in this neighborhood to help keep the crime down, keep the bullshit away, keep storms from being so violent to our houses. I don't just serve my Loa for myself and my people. It's about the community too. Whether they know it or not, I'm doing the work. but properly disposing of something, it's going to depends on what the work is for. If it's something that you're going to draw to you, sometimes it's necessary to bury that in the ground in your front yard. If it's something that you're getting rid of, obviously you want to go away fast, you might put that in a stream that's going out, or you put it in a crossroads where it can be properly flushed. So it really just depends on the nature of the work and if and when there's a spirit involved.
Good to know. I want to touch on really, really quickly, and then we have to go, unfortunately, about your Botanica shop online and some of the products that you have available for people.
So some of the stuff that's there, when I was going to Haiti regularly, I was bringing back a lot of stuff, particularly Haitian supplies, because it's not always easy for them to get. A lot of the Haitian botanicas don't have websites. They old school. Right. You got to go there. You call them, good luck if they speak English. So a lot of people that need, the plants from Haiti. I grow a lot of the Haitian plants. I brought back cuttings and I have them growing here. Powders are a big part of our system. A lot of those tools are important, but I haven't been promoting them as much because I haven't been able to properly replenish my stock since the war is going on in the south part of Haiti. But I do offer, custom made oils, candles. I need to tweak that part of my website a lot. It actually needs some love. It needs a lot of work. But because there are some things that aren't on there that I could offer. But, a lot of there are products on there that are Haitian that, if I have a lot of them, like the powders and the herbs, if I have a lot of them, I'll still, pass them on. But I got a lot of Unga and Mambo that live over here that have trouble getting those things because they don't have the same kind of connections, that I have in Haiti, and they just can't get certain things, So that's really where those products come from. There's some conjure products on there, like the oils I make. I love making my own oil blends, and I still have those if anyone is interested in those. I got powders. I got some herbs, but like I said, some of them I'm reluctant to part with unless, if you're a priest and you need, then I'll help you out. But a lot of those tools, aren't as readily available for me to just replenish right now.
Right. Well, let's hope that the situation
yes,
becomes better very, very soon.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I really appreciate you coming on the show. Undin Senjak.
Thank you.
Sure, and go to Hexfest in New Orleans, August 8th through 10th, where you can hear his workshops and classes, and check out his website. Harold has put it up here a couple of times, so you can go to the website and check out what he's got on there. So this has been the Festival Fun Show here on Witchcraft TV, www.witchcrafttv.online. So I'm A.T. Fisher Aldag, and there is Lone Wolf. Wave at us.
Thanks for having me. I really appreciate the time. I could talk and talk and talk and talk.
I could just listen for. I had a whole bunch of other questions I wanted to ask, but they'll have to be next time. So thank you so much. And
you're welcome.
Benedicthian, which is our language for blessings, and Mary Part.
Aye, boo.
Y'all know about Witchcraft TV online? Been watching that the last couple days. Constantly going, learning interesting stuff. And it turns out, apparently, I have a show there at midnight every night. Witchcraft TV.online. Witchcraft TV.online. Check that out. I'm going to tune in at midnight and see what it is I'm doing there.
There's an online television station dedicated to all-the-time pagan music videos on the Witchcraft TV platform. Keep it right here on Pagan Music TV on www.witchcrafttv.online.
What if your vision could breathe? What if your sanctuary could speak? Witchcraft TV, we're already with you.
1, 2, all less low, so we do it like, hey.
Welcome, dear listeners, to a realm where the veil between the mundane and the magical is thin. A place where ancient wisdom and mystical arts converge. We are your guides on this journey, and together we are about to step inside the sacred circle. We're thrilled to embark on this mystical expedition with you as we delve into the enchanting world of witchcraft and magic. In this podcast, we'll unravel the threads of ancient traditions, explore the depths of spellcraft, and seek the hidden knowledge that has been passed down through the ages. Our sacred circle is a space where the ordinary becomes extraordinary, where the whispers of the mystical become audible, and where the secrets of the craft are revealed. Join us as we navigate the winding paths of spellbinding tales, discover the profound symbolism embedded in age-old rituals, and unlock the mysteries that lie beyond the veil. Each episode is a key to a hidden door, leading us deeper into the heart of magic. So grab your athame, light the candles, and open your heart to the unknown. Inside the sacred circle, the journey begins, where the mystical and the mundane dance in harmony, and the ancient secrets of witchcraft and magic come to life. Welcome to a realm where every episode is a step further into the mysteries that await. Let the magic unfold. Hello, everyone, and welcome inside the Sacred Circle. This is Jim.
This is Joanne, and we are so happy to be here tonight. So many cool things.
Glad to hear your voice and see your face. I know.
You were like at death's door there for a while. I hope you're feeling much better.
Yeah, much better. I don't know what that respiratory bug was, but I'm glad it's gone.
And your daughter graduated, so beautiful. Yes. I loved all the pictures.
I just want to start over with all the wisdom that I've gathered.
I know. I say the same thing all the time. And I know. It's like, can I have a do-over? I was thinking that. I went on a ride by the river today with Jeremy, and I was thinking about all that kind of stuff, where could I have done better and stuff? But, I think we did good.
I agree. Did the best that we could with the tools and the information we had at the moment. So.
Yeah, and just the crazy things going on in life, So I have my nightly pull. And it is, and interestingly enough, with our guest tonight, I pulled Guardians of the Land, which is protection. And if you know Jim and you know myself and you know my next guest, our next guest, we are all about the land and, spirits of place where you are and knowing what you do. And right now it's very important because it is so easy to get lost in all the other brouhaha that's going on out there and witch wars and solidarity and medicine and all kinds of things. What we really need to remember is without Mother Earth, it's all irrelevant, right? Politics, whatever. And we really need to wake up. So this is a call to everyone that's watching here live, on demand, whatever, to take some extra time and just love on Mother Nature. Go sit in nature, under a tree, a park, your backyard, and just connect and just listen, even for 20 seconds. You don't have to do an extensive road trip or 18-mile hike. We're all about small, attainable goals lead to bigger results. Start small. Start with just getting and sitting outside for 15 minutes a day or 20 minutes to get your vitamin D. Even if it's rain, I love listening to the rain by the window and just appreciate everything that she has to offer us.
Most definitely. We did that on Monday. We went to the Arboretum, which I always think of, Joni Mitchell's song with the Tree Museum when we.
Oh yes,
because that's what it is.
I love I love my trees.
And just spent time in nature. We got up to the lake, and it was nice to just hit that reset button.
Yeah,
I think I'll need to get close to Mother once in a while, and
I know not everybody's blessed to live in places where we are, where it's so close. Because I live in basically where people, I'm so blessed, and you take it for granted, because you get caught up in life. And it's so important, right now to just connect. That's what I did over the weekend too. I spent time, we went and just sat in nature, had a picnic, and enjoyed.
I am excited for our guest tonight. You had actually introduced me to Frances, quite a while ago, and I'm excited to sit down with her. But she is, of course, an initiated witch, metaphysician, as well as an author from Australia, with over 30 years experience in the craft. And we'll get to talk about her books tonight, as well as her practice that blends that old world wisdom with land-based spirituality. She's upside down in Australia, so taking that Wiccan and that witchcraft wheel of the year and turning it on its head. I've always been fascinated by how that works. So
I'm just so happy she's one of the most empowering women in my life, and I love her dearly. I can't say enough good things.
That's wonderful. So whether she's writing, crafting, teaching classes, she has an academy that we'll talk about. Just amazing. All the different, how do you say, pots on the fire that she's working on. So we're honored to have her in the circle tonight. And welcome, Frances.
Thank you very much. I'm feeling very humbled by that introduction. And just before we go any further, I just want to acknowledge that I'm coming to you from Ghana country here in Adelaide, South Australia. And I always like to acknowledge the Ghana people of the Adelaide Plains, because they are the traditional custodians of the land on which I reside. And in doing so, acknowledging their elders past, present, and emerging, and also extending that to all the other elders and Indigenous keepers around the world as well, which ties in really nicely, Joanne, to your card that you pulled.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I always find that interesting when you research. Of course, it's newer for you there. Unfortunately, in the States, I'm on the land of the Osage, and that's in northeastern Ohio, and their people now is in Oklahoma, which is a whole different climate, and I can't imagine, but it is newer there in Australia, and I'm glad that the government is starting to make some attempts to reconcile.
Wow. Depends on who you speak. There's a lot of, it's really interesting, because we've just had what they're called NAIDOC week, which is supposed to be a week where everybody acknowledges not only the Indigenous peoples here, but also the Torres Strait Islander people, who are the islands just above Australia, between Australia and Papua New Guinea. And I'm hearing the same stories, and I'm quite sure the Indigenous peoples have been hearing the same stories or lip service that's been going on for ages. And a few years ago, we had a referendum to bring in sort of like an understanding of the Indigenous peoples into our constitution, because we had to do that. And it sort of divided our country a little bit, like what we're seeing in the US as well. And I think we still have a lot to go. And it's really, can I say, disappointing in the 21st century that our Indigenous peoples who have been, I don't want to get on my soapbox, but we've got the oldest living continuous culture in the world, some 60,000+ years.
Yeah.
And even just this week, they've talked about increasing gas explorations in Western Australia, which is right next to it, one of the oldest sacred sites in the world.
Wow.
So it's a double edge. There's a lot of lip service, and when you sort of peel it back, it's just like,
well, yeah. It's I work with the We Are the Medicine movement, and that's a huge thing that happens here where I am. There's a lot of different tribes, but the area I'm in is Abenaki. And that's the keepers of the land for this area. And they really got a raw deal here when this city was built. So it was a heavy controversial thing, and it's sad, and I've been working with the We Are the Medicine movement with Wayne for a long time. I've known him over 10 years. And I just started up a women's group with another one of the members there under We Are the Medicine to unite all cultures and all women to have a space to get to know each other and to talk and to bring these things out in the open. He's also started a men's circle for that same reason. And it's not just Indigenous based. It is for everybody, and it's a place to learn, and to grow and to understand the different perspectives where people come from.
Yeah. And for people who are thinking, what's this got to do with magic or witchcraft, this underpins everything. It underpins everything, especially when witchcraft, we cycle around with the seasons. We follow the turning tides of the sun and the moon. And it's just like, how much of it now is lip service, even in our own practice? And yeah, it's all, as Jim said, I have a lot of sort of like threads, I call them, and they all weave together into a tapestry. And then we can look into our day-to-day lives. And I did a video, I think last year, when I did the Return to the Mother Summit. And it's even to the stage where I think how women or girls are perceived, and especially in the Western mindset, it all comes back to how we actually view Mother Earth. And we have this total disconnect, and that stems through our religion, our spirituality. And it's not this gender divide that people like to drag this wedge between. We are all cohabitors of Mother Earth. Mm-hmm. We all need to get our shit together, basically. And so we are caretakers. Regardless of whether we are on our Indigenous lands or not, we have a responsibility. And I suppose in a way, with me being, I still call myself an interloper. I'm actually from New Zealand. I'm not born in Australia. A couple of generations in New Zealand. But for me to actually connect in with my new homeland, where I've been living here for, 20 odd years now, nearly 30, longer than what I lived in New Zealand, I've had to connect in with Mother Earth, and a very different environment here, which flows through everything I do, including my magic, witchcraft, and day-to-day life.
It does. I know the first time I heard Jim talk about spirits of place, that's when I was like, I really like this guy. I like what he's saying, and that really hit me. And by just connecting with the area I live in has tremendously impacted how I practice, who I am as a person, how I live my life. I'm trying to build bridges and not burn them. I don't do selective anything, It's just who I am. And that's, I keep following on that trajectory, and I want to unite women right now because it's important. Because irregardless of sexuality, political view, color, religion, we have more in common than we have not. And we really need, and women are notoriously horrible to each other. We are. And we need to be empowering each other,
Yes, and I think as it comes to a wider picture, it comes back to sort of the patriarchal mindset. When I went to that word, everybody goes, oh, that's a male, female. Goes, no, it's a mindset. Patriarchal is sort of one wins, one loses, and that's right across the board. Whether there was a matriarchal or matrifocal mindset, I'm not an academic, but from what I've understood, if we go back even to our magical spiritual practices, when we bring into like the theme, the title of your podcast, the circle, there is no one person ruling everything. Everybody is equal. Everybody has something to contribute. And I think this is what we need to bring back into our communities.
Yeah, well, I mean, you go back to the Temple of Isis and all that, and, women were very empowered back then. And even in China, I was reading an article somewhere that women were actually very powerful at one time in China. It wasn't the same kind of dynamic as it is now. So something did flip, I think, over history. I know Jim works with Fellowship of Isis. He might know a little bit more of when that change came around in the time period. But
well, I definitely think a lot of that was with the Roman Church, and a lot of things changed based on the cultures of Rome and Greece, and that was applied onto areas that they conquered. But I think a good way of seeing, I think some of that is the change that is starting to take place. And it was effective because I think the opposition is in its death throes, and that's why we're seeing the things that are happening in the world is, it's a cornered possum, that is lashing
I was thinking
out.
of a scorpion with its tail,
Yes.
but the poison is beginning to become diluted, which is good to see.
yeah, but didn't you do? I think one of your classes, the one I took, was I don't know if it was the Dark Goddess one or the one specifically on the Morrigan, the aspects of the Morrigan, and how she was originally like a conqueror, like she went and conquered, or she did she went to battle basically. She was like a queen. She was a sovereign,
That would have been the Dark Goddess course. And yes, when it comes to the Morrigan, the Magu, very complex character. And again, I'm not an academic, but one of the battle goddesses, but also sovereignty of the land. And you'll find right across the board in every culture, really, you'll have these guardians of the land. And I was recently just doing a talk about Kali, who just seems to be one of my favorite queens, should I say. And if you look at how she's depicted compared with all the other goddesses or gods in the Hindu pantheon, she sort of stands out largely because of her blackness, her dark skin. And when you look into the history, and this is very debatable within academics and historians, there is a thread, a story, we don't know, that she may have been an older deity connected with earlier peoples who were of a darker skin, and the reason why we see her so violent or territorial these days is because of this. She was called upon to defend or help defend their land from the conquering people. And is there a connection with the Morrigan? And this is what I like about mythology, is the weaving of the stories, and it sort of ties in with the book I've just finished reading, Scotia by Luke Eastwood, and I'm wanting to do a little bit of a book review about it because I have an interesting backstory. But it's one of these characters in history where was she actually the oldest daughter or oldest sister of King Tut, who left Egypt and then went on to land in Ireland and then went further into Scotland, or the other way around. And this is where Scotland gets its name from, because the stories in both Ireland and Scotland talk about this princess who comes from Egypt. There's no historical fact, or very little historical fact, but I live on a land where the stories, the Dreamtime stories, the creation stories cannot go beyond sort of our Western concept of fact. It's not scientifically proven, but there's so much truth in there, and it's just like it's a different way of telling the truth, telling what happened before. And this is what we all did, all of us today, is these stories. So there's always an element of truth. I suppose this is why I've always been fascinated with folklore, with mythology, because okay, it's not black and white proven fact, but which is very sort of linear perception. But when we sort of work and walk into the paths of magic and folklore and witchcraft, we are going between the worlds into the liminal spaces where things aren't defined as we would like them to be. And it's also a technique we're losing today because we're not using our imaginations. Kids are getting shown videos, television stories, iPhones, iPads, whatever. They're not being read stories where they can use their imagination more. In fact, if you use your imagination too much, you get shamed. So
it's interesting because when you mentioned the stories, I just started doing a deep dive with someone, a collaboration, and we were studying like the creation stories of the sun and the moon, and how the gender, because in some cultures the sun is feminine and the moon is masculine. And it's funny because we noticed, and I talked to like Brian Kane, I asked about like those stories, and I asked different people, and the one thing they had in common is there was always a person, there was always a set of twins, and then they got set up, and depending on the story, one was getting chased by the sun, or by a dragon that was trying to eat the sun. I mean, there's all these different stories, but they all have similar elements, which really makes you think. There's like a similar creation story of how these things are created.
Well, like here in Australia, I'm not quite sure about New Zealand, but I know definitely in Australia. And I can't speak about all Aboriginal peoples because every important countries, every group, every tribe, every area has similar or different stories, has their own stories. But I know the Ghana people, we don't really have that I'm aware of. We did lose a lot of information in the colonial.
Do they have a sun moon creation story? I'll check it out.
That I'm not familiar with, but there is a general story that I have heard of, and we are one of these countries where, Australia, Indigenous peoples are one of these cultures where the moon is male and the female is the sun. And there are some interesting interpretations, and I think I mentioned it in my moon book. One version of it, but I think that actually came from the top end, so it's not actually my area as well.
Denise mentioned that the moon is masculine in ancient Egypt and the Middle East, and the earth is also, Geb is the earth god, which is an interesting, when you live your spirituality through connecting with Mother Earth.
Tahuti, before he was the god of knowledge, was he was the moon god.
And Kansu, But fascinating, for sure. Francis, you mentioned, working with, a different Earth, so to speak, than what we are used to dealing with here in the North. How do you begin to meld and make that northern year of the, wheel of the year work in the Southern Hemisphere?
Standing upside down and turning everything inside out. And coming back to the card that you pulled, Joanne, it's about connecting in with the land. I mean, there are, and I've written about this in my books, I don't want to keep harping on about my books, but there's about 5 differences between the hemispheres, and I suppose the seasons is the most logical one. It's the most sort of in your face. I mean, you're coming into summer. We're supposed to be coming into winter, but we haven't seen the rain where I live we had a bit of rain on Monday, but it's not winter that I recall.
It hasn't stopped raining here. I'd love to send you some of mine.
But so that's the first challenge, and then we get the seasonal festivals or the more mainstream festivals, like Christmas doesn't fit in yet. In the middle of our summer, we have these men dressing up in these horrendous red and white suits with fake beards, and it could be 40 degrees, and it's just like, why are you doing this? But Easter doesn't fit in because we're coming into autumn, and it's just like, well, there's no hares, and yes, there are because they brought them over here. But
because those holidays don't change with the flip.
No, and because they are sort of like came with the new religion, which is Christianity. There's also the ongoing debate about Halloween, because that's our Beltane, and it's sort of moved to these days. I don't know, Halloween seems to be very commercialized, so it's not Samhain at all. It's completely different down here. So some people do both, but it's almost like, well, what would you like to do? Dress up and be all sort of spooky, or dance around a maypole and get frisky? The choice is yours, basically. But that's probably one of the first and in your face differences between the hemispheres. The next one is that our sun moves different across the sky. It rises in the east, sets in the west, but our zenith, our peak, is in the north. And if you look at where, say, Australia or the southern hemisphere is, north to us is the equator, and it makes very logical sense. So when we do our craft, and this is something that I've had over the years, a lot of, shall we say, just debates with various peoples as to where we place the elements, and also the direction when we cast our circle, because
so you probably go Widdershins, I would think.
Our Widdershins is not, and I've got to think where do you go? So you would go clockwise as your Widdershins, anti-clockwise as your Widdershins. Ours is clockwise when we cast our circle, and this is why when I sort of talk or teach, I try not to use clockwise and anti-clockwise. I go with the sun and against the sun, which were the original meanings of these words. And yes, I know that they originated in the Northern Hemisphere. I mean, Widdershins, I think, is actually a Scottish derivative word, but I live in the Southern Hemisphere now in the 21st century, and I have to work with my land. So that means the directions in the circle move in a different way. There's been scientific experiments of water going down plug holes and how it goes a different way as well. Even because I have a bit of a garden when it's actually not dead, like it is a bit at the moment, but like bean sprouts and anything that has vines will twist a different way depending on the hemisphere.
That's wild. So your Widdershins is the same as our Jessel.
Yes,
that's wild. Okay.
Yeah, and our Giselle is the same as your Widdershins, which can be like when I move hemispheres. If I want to do magic, back in the 90s, I spent some time in Wales, and I was part of a group there, a coven there. And when I was doing my own practice, before I joined the coven, I was really stuck because everything I had been taught was not affecting or aligning with the energies of the land. And I wouldn't say that I'm a very sensitive, empathic person, but I think when you sort of work in the magical spheres, you do pick up on the energies in particular. And then we have even our moon is different. The standard image of the moon with the horns pointing outwards, I call it the extroverted moon. We don't get that. Our moon is an introverted moon with her horns pointing inwards, or she's on her side.
Oh wow!
That's interesting.
So it is very interesting, and we also see different stars as well. So
I often look at my star app and flip it to the southern hemisphere so I can see What's down there?
And we need to do a field trip.
Not a lot. Sometimes, I mean, everybody's talking about like the pole star, that the Earth sort of like focuses or turns around, that sort of governs us. And I think we're in Polaris at the moment. That's our North Pole star. There's actually no South Pole star because there's no stars in that area of the sky.
But that's, you know, that makes so much sense though when you're talking about your magical practice. Is, you know, you want to work with the energies that are with you. You know what I mean? So if you're following our energy up here, it's not going to align with what's going on down there. The type of energy circulating there, and that's important to understand that. You know,
that was one of the first sort of like debates, should I say, excuse me, that I had with a craft elder, because she originated in England and came to Australia. And she was still doing everything how she was taught. And I queried that. And she said, oh, it's all the same on the astral. And I'm thinking, oh, that's all well and good. But I am physically incarnated on this earthly plane, and it doesn't comprehend me. I mean, I know when we do ritual, we sort of like, there's a aspect of ourselves that does go up into the astral, but I'm still a physical earthbound being. I haven't ascended that greatly. So I have to do things, and again, it comes back to me connecting in with the land as well. And taking it, I suppose, as I said, everything's on different layers. And this is what maybe people don't quite understand these days with TikTok influencers, which to me can be very superficial, is that witchcraft and magic has layers to it.
You can't take shortcuts. I always say this, and I know people are going to get mad and hate on me, and I don't care. You cannot not do the work.
No.
You can't. And you can't avoid it. You have to do the work.
And I think this is one thing that over the years, the craft has always resonated to me, and I've seen it sort of move and ebb and flow. And even one of my first teachers, once they were getting into sort of debate, I like the debate, because he was very much into the practice.
Yeah.
So I've always had this sort of spiritual connection. Now, that's just my extra tool, shall we say, because I've always been a spiritual person. I've always been one of these annoying little children who, why am I here? What's the meaning of life? And that could be the fact that I'm an early sign Aries. And we were talking earlier, we were moving into Aries. I'm going to have sort of
I don't know, because I'm the same way, and I'm not an Aries, so I'm on the opposite end.
Yeah.
I don't know. I could. This is why we always end up talking for like hours.
But it's all about sort of making, to me, I think, because I've always been religious, and we have, that's another sort of trigger word for some people, but I've always sought that deeper meaning in everything that I do. It doesn't matter if I'm doing high magic or ceremonial magic, or if I'm doing craft or anything in between. There has to have a deeper purpose to it. And I think this is also comes back to the earlier teachings that I had, or the trainings that I had, that craft in particular, but any spiritual path is supposed to change you, make you a better person. If it's a spiritual aspect, well, then you, I don't know, evolve, and it's not just about you. You're like a pebble that gets thrown into a pond. So when you become a better version of you, and we're all human, so we all have our failings as well, that does flow on to other people. And it can be accepted or not accepted. And it's quite interesting, I suppose, a bit older looking back in hindsight. Yes, I've stuffed up. Yes, I haven't been the spiritual guru that everybody wants me to be, because I'm human. I swear, I curse, I have angry words. And these days, I'm surprised that my eyes aren't falling out of my head, because I'm eye rolling, going, I don't understand. I just do not understand. What are you doing? And that's plastic. And I was told that don't have plastic on your altar, and I can rant and rave. Yeah, but I won't. I'll save you all for that.
No, I know. We talk about this all the time. It is. And it's, Wayne says to me all the time, the choices you make today don't just affect you. They have ripple effects, but if they go out 7 generations. is what he says. It affects the next 7 generations. So it helps you to be mindful, because if you're not aligned in that mind, body, spirit mindset, you know, I tell people you have to do the work. You can only superficially do so much, but you have to dig deep. And right now with Saturn moving, you have no choice but to deal.
Yeah, but we've been warned. We have been warned. We've had 5 years of warning. They've been warning us since.
Thank God I listened to most. I still have a couple of things that are coming out, and you know, but I'm at the you know, I'm working it, as painful as it is.
Yeah, yeah, and this is the whole thing. And people say, "What's this got to do with magic and witchcraft?" Well, when you are magic and when you are witchcraft, and I suppose this is. I know we get caught up in labels, we get caught up in language, and these days everybody has to have a practice, and that's one of my big things. I don't have a practice because to me that is separate from my everyday, and that's just my interpretation. I do stuff because I am. I don't have to practice being a witch or a magician. It's part of my everyday life. And even when I'm at work, and I love my shawls. When I went to Egypt, I came back with half a suitcase of shawls. And I work in, you know, corporate. Well, I don't work in corporate. I work in sort of government agency sort of working. And so you have to dress sort of corporate attire. So I can't be too much out there. And these days I really can't be bothered. But my shawl, my recent little purchase, you probably can't see it, has 2 foxes on it, and with fly agate mushrooms in the middle. And I wear it every single day. Okay, I have it sort of like wrapped up around me. I don't know if can I take it off without knocking everything over. And I think she's actually an Australian designer.
Oh my God, that's gorgeous.
Yeah, I love that.
Oh, Francis, that's incredible.
It's Shavaya,
It's beautiful.
Ovava. She got a whole lot of wings and things like that.
Oh my God.
And when I saw this, it's just like, yes, I'm going to treat myself so I can bring a little bit of magic, a little bit of witchiness into my 19th floor office building every single day, and no one.
And that's what I tell people. It's not an aesthetic. It's the little, you don't have to do these big, huge things, you know. That's why I do those 20 seconds of Zen videos, because people are like, when I tell them, you know, you got to spend some time in your mind, do one good thing for your mind, you know, whether it be Mandela, and it's like, oh, now I got to meditate. I have to, and it's like, no.
Yeah.
It's as simple as just, do you have 10 seconds out of your day to just stop and breathe and recenter yourself? It doesn't have to be a huge production. And that's where I think things kind of go off kilter, because we always like overthink things, overdo things, over exaggerate things. Our ancestors weren't running around going, I need a sunstone candle holder to do this. You know, they weren't.
And I think it could be because we get caught up in labels and words and interpretations these days. To me, a practice, as I said, is separate from me. So, and then when I'm doing something separate, it's like doing the dishes. I have to do the dishes. I know I have to do the dishes. And then it's just like, oh, I haven't done my dishes. I'm going to beat myself up. Or you get up the next morning and it's just like, oh my God.
Dishes are the bane of my existence.
And it gets to become a chore. So if I have to have a practice and I have to light my candles and light my incense and sort of cover up the fire alarm so it doesn't get set off, and say my prayers, and I'm feeling crappy, it's not going to work.
That's why I tried to simplify it. I'm like, do one good thing for your brain. Do one good thing for your body every day. Do one good thing for yourself. And Dr. Jeremy Weiss added on the show last time, do one good thing for somebody else. And just simple things. You don't have to, you know what I mean? And that feeds you. It feeds your energy. It keeps you aligned. And are your problems going to go away? Absolutely not. You know, my life is still utter chaos, but I'm better able to navigate it. You know what I mean?
But that's a part of being human too. And I mean, I find, at the moment, each time I go out my backyard and I cry because we haven't had any rain in my gardens a nightmare.
I'm the Green Reaper over here, so.
But I still like going out there. I still like, if I'm even chopping back my lavender bush, or I've got I don't know, people are going to hate me. I have a white sage plant. I have sacred sage growing in my backyard.
Wayne will tell you to grow more.
But rubbing my fingers over it, even like the lavender, the rosemary, and it doesn't need to be these fancy, exotic herbs, but that connects and ties back to what we're talking earlier. Ties me back with Mother Earth
and your spiritual place.
And that's where we all originate from.
I might not have a certain type of plant that's available here that Jim has where he is. That's why, when he said connect with what's around you and find with what's there, like we said, our ancestors weren't going, oh, I need rue from Italy to make and no, they went with what they had,
Yeah, and we've forgotten about that, but Jim's the herbal expert, so he knows more about the herbs and the properties of herbs than most of us do.
Yep.
And you talked about, your practice and how that sets it aside as something separate. But I think all of us, in talking about gardening or being in nature, just putting my shovel in the soil is part of who I am and the way that I do it, mindfully, and when you separate something from what you do, then it becomes a chore. It becomes something, one more thing that you have to add to the list.
Yeah, there was no Amazon.
So, Frances, I did post your book for anybody who might be listening from the Southern Hemisphere, The Sacred Wheel.
The Sacred Wheel.
And that is truly one of the only, and one of the best resources for those in the Southern Hemisphere. I think sometimes
one of the few. There are some other books out there, but it's one of the, and even it's been out 15 years, 12 years or something like that, and I'm still sort of mind blown today why it's one of the few. I mean, there are probably, I could about 10 others, maybe not, but there wouldn't be more than that. We get sections in other books, but not specifically. And now I feel my book is a little bit outdated because where I was when I wrote that, and that took me 10 years to write. So we're going back and keep going back down the timeline. I was in a different place to where I am now, how I relate to the earth. But again, it is about looking. Here's what I do, but I am living here, like in the bottom of middle south of Australia. I'm not in New South Wales or Queensland or in the middle of the country. And this is something too that I've always been curious about, you Northerners. Everybody seems to stick to, say, the stuff that came out of England, and it's just like, well, is it the same climate when you are, say, up too close to the Canadian border, or if you're down in Florida? Why do you guys still stick to the same stuff? If you're in Los Angeles or New York, why are you, where do you place your elements?
Yeah,
and I suppose you reckon that what I do is different, and I'm thinking, it's given me an opportunity, and I think here we're a bit more sort of innovators. Can I say that? Because we've had to be. Yep. And so we've pushed the boundaries a little bit more than, I suppose, Milton.
When I do circle with Wayne, they do, he does the directions differently than we do, and the elements fall in different spots. And I guess it's the same with tribes, and they follow that. So it is very part of North America. It's just I hate using that word, colonial view, but that's, that was brought by us, the traditional way that we do it, through those traditions. But I've been trying to go back into my history and the Italian aspects of magic and stuff. And it's been very interesting, how I learned and how my grandmother taught me, and how folk traditions are they're so similar yet so different, Like sometimes Jim says stuff and I'm like, wow, he'll be like, my mama, and I'm like, wow, my grandmother used to do stuff like that too, But you would never call her, she'd never call herself a witch.
No, the same with my grandmother. She pioneer, New Zealander. They were very superstitious. And I remember her, she had wormwood growing in her backyard because they always did. I think it keeps fleas away or something like that.
Oh, does it really?
I think so. I'll have to double check.
All the bad vermin bugs.
Really?
But,
oh, wow.
Yeah, but I remember her, if there was a new moon and we're staying with her, she would find like 5-cent pieces and we would have to turn them around and curtsy with the moon, cover up mirrors at certain times of the year. Now, she was an Anglican, and so she used to hide behind the bushes with her hose. If some of the door-to-door evangelists would come up her garden path, which was quite funny. But she was buried as an Anglican, so you would not call her a witch. And it was just part of that generation. They lived very close to the land. They had to, because she was a pioneer family, they were within half a day's horse ride from the nearest doctor's surgery. So if you were sort of like cutting back the grasses or everything with the scythes that they used to have, and you cut yourself, you needed to know what herbs or plants were local to patch yourself up so you didn't bleed to death before you got to the medical assistance.
To this day, when I see a hearse drive by, I look for metal to touch because my nonna used to be toca ver, you know. So I'm always looking for something metal to touch. You know, touch iron is what she was saying in Italian, and people are always like, "What are you doing with that?" And I'm like, "It's just something I've done since I was little." When you see a funeral procession,
protection.
I don't know if it's protection or to honor their spirit or however it works, but I do it religiously. I'm not chancing it.
Frances, you talked about your work with trying to blend, the craft of the Northern Hemisphere and make that work in the Southern Hemisphere. But you have another book out as well talking about divine masculine, and that is in your book, Call of the God.
Yep.
And that really explores the divine masculine, but perfect. So how do you work with both masculine and feminine energies and keep them in balance?
Oh, well, first the book came out of a friend's comment at the time, as it was early 2000s, of everything when the goddess sort of was everywhere. And he made a comment, well, where's the God? And my craft has always been sacred balance. Though the goddess is sort of like more out the front, she is there because there's the God holding space. And I think this reflects back into more of Indigenous cultures. That's for women to do the women's work, which is the healing work, the part they're caring for the earth. The men held the space. They were the protectors. They were the guardians. And I see that very similar to my own craft, my own practice as well. And I think a lot of people coming to the craft or paganism in general often come from Christianity or an Orthodox religions, and they have sort of a very fractured or traumatic view of the masculine. But I suppose in a way I never have. I grew up in the country. My parents had better things for us kids to do than take us off to church. We were out chasing animals and doing that sort of thing. So I didn't have that sort of strict Christian upbringing. But I sort of, and then it ties in with my interest in metaphysics and pseudo-psychology. I'm not a psychologist either, but Jung talks about the masculine, the feminine, the anima, animate. We look at the Taoist symbol of the yin yang, and that I think is a fantastic symbol because it reminds us that within every masculine aspect there's the feminine, with every feminine aspect there's the masculine. So we have the dark side and the light side of the mountain, and that's within us as well. So when we want to sort of change our external world, we have to look at our internal world as well. The Hermetic principle, as above, so below, as within, so without. So when things are not in balance, when coming down to our basic parts of us, our energetics, masculine and feminine, that goes beyond gender. And I think, again, this day and age, we get so caught up in gender. we're talking about principles, constructs, energies, really. We've got this creative force, but in order for it to come out into the world, you need the other force as well. And this is something that we see in Hinduism with Shiva and Shakti, or Kali and Shiva, is that one is the active principle and one is the sort of bringing it through that spiritual divine as well. So I do feel that, I suppose, in my way of healing or understanding the masculine aspect within me and reconnecting in that, and also because we're energetic beings, we're taking in the toxic masculinity images that are external and sort of like working through, and in a way of sort of like projecting out a more positive interpretation of the divine masculine that is my drawing to it. I've always been drawn to, I'm thinking about the gods that I'm sort of drawn to, but like my goddesses, they seem to be underworldly creatures. Anubis is probably one of my favorites of faves, and it always has been, even before I was studying ancient Egyptian mythology. I've always been drawn to him for, I don't know what reason. He's always sort of like that sort of psychopomp, that sort of underworldly, but he's also the healer. And I think his message is to sort of heal us, but in order for us to heal, because he's the sacred embalmer, we need to go on that underworld journey, and also to rest, like Osiris. We have to rest.
Yep. I'm a big fan of Tahuti, so I get it.
Yeah, but yeah, and so I think it's just a part of us. And what I liked about it's an anthology is that I had a lot of women contributing, talking about their experiences with the divine masculine. Instead of, and we saw the rise of the goddess movement, a lot of rejection of the divine masculine. And I think we've got to a stage now where we need to realize that, yes, there is toxic masculinity, but there's also toxic femininity as well.
There's extremes in everything, and I think we lose sight of that. You know, and the whole key of balance is to have that kind of line of both, and everything lately is like so. I guess what is the word, partisan, where everybody is like either, you know, it's like, all right, come on, we got to like kind of blend it together here. You know, everything is so polarized. It's, you know.
And I know that some people will disagree, and I do also believe that we are still in an age where the divine feminine needs to be uplifted, but in doing that, the divine masculine also has to be uplifted so he can hold the space for she can do her work, because otherwise she's going to keep being suppressed.
To me, it's wonderful that you've written this book from your perspective, because the books that are out there that I've read about the masculine aspect in the craft, or, you know, taking it a step further in a devotional practice to, you know, the pagan god, you know, exclusively, has been written by a male, and that male, you know, opinion on. But to see, you know, your book with viewing the masculine god through the lens of a woman and your perspective, because it's certainly different, and just because of your life experiences.
Well, it is an anthology, so I can't take all credit, but I do have a number of articles in there of gods that I've worked with and how I've worked with them. But yes, it needs to be, I mean,
I know I incorporate masculine in my practice. So.
And it's also, I find it interesting to read or to hear about men talking about their experiences with the divine feminine. And I think Levi Rowland put out a book Mother, and it's just like, because he is very devotional, and it's just like, and it's really refreshing to hear, like, to me, a very balanced perspective, because that's Levi and his work, but also the male voice. And also Alex Cabot is another one who's done his own book about his own journey with the divine feminine, with Mother Goddess, and it's really good to hear those stories. And that way we kind of break down the sort of gender divide. I know when my Dark Goddess book came out, one of the critics of it, and I think it's still on Amazon, was some guy saying, well, this is a book for women only. And it's just like, well, no. Again, we're getting caught up in labels, and just because it's about a goddess doesn't mean that it excludes men. And just because it's about a god doesn't mean that it excludes women either. It's like
the goddesses often empowered the male gods, you know. It was a mutual relationship, do you know what I mean, of giving each other power, that, and together it was better, you know.
Yeah, so this is coming to, this is what I liked about the Taoist symbol of yin yang. It's this coming together and to make the perfect whole. Yes, we can do things on our own, but it's the coming together, and we can sort of go beyond gender to include, you know, what we perceive, everybody. It's that coming together, because we have these aspects within all of us as well. So yeah.
Well, our own personal journeys too. And I know myself, you know, I've come full circle. You know, I was under the abusive, you know, Abrahamic idea, you know, growing up. And, you know, when I found witchcraft and earth-based faiths, you know, moving away from that abusive God toward, you know, what I felt was a loving mother, you know, in the goddess. And then even in my own craft studies, you know, you're working with masculine and feminine, a balance on your altar. But I spent a year of really intense devotions with working with the moon cycle. And just going through that process over the course of a year, it's interesting because I felt like the God statue was on my altar and went, you know, because when you're working with lunar energies and you're really following that cycle as part of your practice, you know, it's a feminine energy, and that God becomes prominent when you're working with her. So I felt like the God fell off the altar. Well, now, you know, I've picked him back up again, and I'm, you know, working with both energies on the altar again. But it's really that cycle of forgiveness for the untruths that we were told as children, you know, and being afraid of that patriarchal deity, you know, but then moving past that and being able to add masculine on the altar again after trying to move away from those ideas, and realizing that they're not the same as well.
Yeah. And again, as I said, I still feel that, you know, the goddess needs to be up there. She, and if we want to call hierarchy, if we just look at basic biology, and this can be debatable as well, it is the female, or is the creator that brings forth. And I think she's an astrophysicist, Jude Caravan. She talks about, and we hear about the Big Bang, which is very sort of masculine, hard sound that created the universe. Dr. Jude talks about the big breath, like it was sort of, and it's like this sigh that's breathing the cosmos into being, which to me sounds more feminine, more softer, but it doesn't sort of dilute any of that empowerment, that sort of importance. But why does everything have to be hard? And again, it's shifting our consciousness, shifting away from that sort of matriarchal, linear, hard conquering. And to me, I suppose, with my interest in pseudo-psychology, it's like seeing all the interconnecting threads, the languages that we use, how we use the language, the words, even the sounds. So when we've got all the sort of like hard, and if we turn it into something softer, we soften. We then connect on a different level. And I think we will be connecting more with the divine feminine as well, removing the sort of perception that it's weak when it's not. And then we can bring the masculine back into balance as well, because to me, it's all about balance.
Yeah.
And I can't speak for my whole tradition. I can only speak for me. And that's how I see it.
Yeah.
So, you know, we've talked about historical, we've talked about present, and of course how the world is changing. What are some of the challenges, Frances, that you think modern witches face in days like this, with staying rooted in their tradition or in their traditions and in their practice?
I'm going to show my age. And I don't mean to sort of slam the TikTok, Reddit, whatever, but I think they speak a completely different language to me these days. I think a lot is, and again, it's reflected in our external world. A lot of things our society seems to be throwaway, seems to be instant, seems to be, and it's instant gratification. And I've even had that recently when someone is interested in, say, learning something from me, but then I have to accommodate them. I understand that we are all busy people, but it's just like you wouldn't go to a university and ask your professor to change their courses to accommodate you. So we've sort of lost that respect for elders, for teachers, and we're becoming very sort of self-focused as well. And that's flowing out as to our capitalistic society. And we've touched on this, we've talked about this, how we sort of really focus on the aesthetics, but we're not taking it deeper. And when we sort of strip back the layers, and this is, I suppose, what I like about doing like the shadow work, the dark goddess work, even when we tap into the wheel of the year. I mean, I'm literally coming into winter, so it's a shedding time. It's sort of like a decluttering. I'm also getting to that stage too, where I'm feeling I need to sort of declutter and get rid of things. And it's finding that authentic truth, even though I don't like that word these days because it gets bandied about. But we've got so much stuff, so many distractions happening out there. And I think that's a big problem with, say, witches coming through today, looking at their practices, because everything's on show. Look at my altar, look at this, look at that. Everybody's an instant expert, whether they have any knowledge or not. Everybody, I wouldn't call them one-hit wonders, but I know a couple of years ago I did a course in NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, and it was interesting, but I found what was more interesting was that every second person in that next year was coming out with life coaches. I will help you change your life. And I'm going, I've heard that script before. Yep. And then I'm one of these sort of, I know, grumpy old cows who are saying, well, where do you get that experience from? How long have you been doing that? And it's not just
doing 10 years of school and I can't practice. Come on.
But it's all superficial, instantaneous stuff. And it's just like, and I'm learning, and I don't know if Brian Kane mentioned this or someone else, but it was brought up, I think it might have been Brian Kane on one of their podcasts, and he was talking about the differences, and he basically said that you do you, I do me, and that's it. And I'm finding I'm stepping back and they can do themselves because I don't understand it. I'm not saying that it's any different. Well, it is different.
You have to do less to get the results.
But it's just like, what is the change? You're out there catching your moon water, which wasn't a big thing back in my day. But hey, if it rocks your boat, go for it. But what are you doing with it, and how's it changing you?
Yeah.
Because what I'm seeing is, again, all superficial layerings. And we'll go back to sort of the axiom that I mentioned before, as above, so below, as within, so without. When we change our internal world, and this is what the craft does.
Yeah.
It is supposed to be challenging. It challenges us. It takes us into that deep dive. It says, what are you doing? And why are you doing it? And then how does that change your external world? And what I see is everybody's wanting to change their external world that we don't have any control over.
Well, it's all like, that's where you get this pop psychology and all these bullet point things. And it's like, and then I love when they repeat the DSM to me. And I'm like, I know the DSM. I had to study it. I know the definition, but can you tell me how it applies? And then you get silence. It's like, okay, so I know that definition and I know what it entails. So show me that in your life, like how, and a lot of times I just met with silence on things. you know.
And it is, again, it does reflect our society. Our society is filled with instant stuff, instant phones on our blinking watches now. So we're constantly on call. We're contactable 24 hours a day. We've got we'll go into the whole health issues as well. With the LED lighting, how it's not dark lighting. We have a problem with dark skies. We don't see the stars anymore. This is affecting our own biological selves, so that we don't get the melatonin. So that's when our body rests, which ties in with our corporate society. Because if you rest, you're not productive. And then they wonder why people get stressed and burnt out and anxious and depressed, and then it comes back to that very first card, Joanne, connecting back with the earth.
I tell people what you have inside is what's going to manifest in your outer world. So if you are holding all that stuff in and not working through it, it's going to keep mirroring back to you, you know. And I was talking earlier tonight about that with somebody. I'm like, I was talking about Mark Lyons, and I'm like, he taught me that way back in it was one of the first things I learned in my studies was, what you don't address will repeat.
Yeah.
And he used to say that to me, and I'd get so frustrated. I'm like, what we don't deal with will repeat. And I used to be like, I'd get so mad, I'd fight him on it. I'm like, well, he'd be like, until you address it, it's going to keep happening, because you manifest your inner, your outer world is a manifestation of your inner self. And I firmly believe that, because
Frances, if folks want to, Frances, if folks want to find you online, website, do you have what is your website? I should have asked you.
I put links in the chat.
Okay. That's right. This is the role of the seeker. Seek. But no, especially my main business, if you want to call it, is the Mystical Soul Academy. So it's all one word, mysticalsoulacademy.com. But then I do have, because I've got lots of threads and lots of interests, I do have a more witchy site for the Temple of the Dark Moon.com, which is sort of more about what I do in the Southern Hemisphere. I'm spending far too much time on social media. So you can find me on social media, on Facebook, Instagram. I even have a YouTube channel where I'm doing the Magic in You series, where I sit down and talk to people who have magic in their lives. I also put some meditations up there, and what else do I do? And have a bit of a rant at my computer about, I don't understand this world, what are you doing? But yeah, probably the Mystical Soul Academy, and also templedarkmoon.com are probably the two main ones, but that's where people can find me. And I have newsletters if people want to subscribe. And, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, and we could talk well into your day and well into our evening. But I want to thank you for being on, and I would love to collaborate, on some kind of a project, or maybe another show, off of our regular routine. We've been talking about doing topic-oriented shows too, and maybe a panel. Would be fun to do too.
More than happy to. I like to sort of talk. Whether people want to listen to what I have to say is another story.
Poor Tim, he's probably like, these two won't shut up.
Oh.
I can't get a word in vertical. What movie is that from? Oh, the movie Flash. That's what it was. He's like,
That's great. Well, thank you for joining us, and like I said, I'd love to have you back to talk on something else. Enjoying our time together. And Joanne, it's good seeing you as well.
Yes, I've missed you.
You too. Well, everyone, thank you for joining us inside the Sacred Circle, and we'll see you again soon.
Thank you. Thanks.
What's up, everyone? It's Alfredo Martinez from Dark Sorcery, and I'm here to announce that we have another channel called Light Sorcery. We'll be running both channels at the same time, simultaneously, dark sorcery and light sorcery. Dark sorcery, obviously, self-explanatory. Light sorcery is dedicated to healing, prosperous, and light magic. And just look up light sorcery on YouTube. You'll see the logo right here, the LS. Just click on that, or you can just click the link below in the video description or in the comments. And yeah, we already have a handful of videos up there, videos with Guion Hughes, with Blair Fox, Shamash Typhon, Michael Heisen. So yeah, check it out. Subscribe to Dark Sorcery, and at the same time, if you like Dark Sorcery, check out Light Sorcery for light magic. So yeah.
Hi, welcome to another episode of Everyday Witchcraft. Tonight's special guest is Mabe Wilders. She is High Priestess of Wild Thistle Witchcraft Coven, and she's also the owner of Bell Book and Bone. So, no further ado, let's welcome Mabe. Welcome to another episode of Everyday Witchcraft. Today we have Mabe Wilders. How you doing, Mabe?
Hi. How are you
We're here
doing?
to talk about death doula, as being a death doula. That sounds pretty interesting. That's something that was a new one to me. I've never heard of it. Can you tell us a little bit about it, what it is?
Yes, and it is newer. Birth doulas came first. They were, of course, always existed as long as women have been birthing children, and death doulas have been around as long as people have been passing. There's always been somebody there that understood the birthing process or the dying process. And so they were able to make it easier and more understandable and take away the fear, because it's a huge life change. And you just want somebody there that you trust. And so that's what these people are. They're people there that are non-medical professionals who don't always have to be certified. I'm going to recommend, though, that you do in the future, and I'll tell you why in a minute. That are there to be compassionate, to help you with all the logistics of death and dying, because it's gotten kind of tricky lately. It's really strange. They're going to work out some of those sticky situations you might have with family. They're going to help you plan your funeral. They're going to be clergy if you need them. So if you have any kind of faith wishes, they help you meet those. And they just make your passing much more dignified. And they just help you stay at home if that's your wish. And that's kind of what a death doula does. They meet you where you're at and take that fear away.
What kind of services does that entail? I mean, you talked about kind of getting your arrangements together and things like that. They don't have to be like an attorney or anything like that, correct?
Correct. So a death doula, one of her tools is going to be state-specific paperwork, but they're commonly known as a do not resuscitate form. And that's going to help you have that conversation with your patient. Because one of the very first things that the death doula is going to do once she meets her patient is find out what their prognosis is. Do they know how long they have left to live? And from there, figure out what it's going to look like, the dying process. But you need to help them understand what CPR looks like. Do they want it? You need to help them figure out how to fill out a living will, a power of attorney. And the power of attorney comes with like an advance directive. They're kind of tied together, and it's 4 or 5 sheets of paperwork, and it can feel redundant and go back and forth over each other. But it's important that you make sure the patient's absolute wishes are presented on those papers, because when they're not able to speak any longer, the family members have to know what's on there. They have to have copies of it, and they have to be willing to speak for the patient, especially if you're not going to be there. Now, the DNR has to be signed by a physician and notarized. And one of the tricks that I learned was when my grandfather passed away, I wasn't able to get his primary care physician to sign his DNR paperwork. And that was my grandfather's greatest wish. He just wanted to pass away at home with his family. Cannot get telehealth to do a DNR. They won't do it in any state in the United States. So you have to call an ambulance. They have to get in the ambulance and go to the emergency room, and you have to convince the emergency room physician not to place your loved one in ICU. And at the time, it was really difficult for me because this is what I do, and I couldn't do it for my grandpa. So I actually called the woman that trained me in tears, just devastated that I couldn't make this happen for him. And I was the only one he asked to make it happen because he knew that was my job. I don't know what she said to that physician, but I saw the fear of many gods cross his face. And we were immediately put in an ambulance and sent home. So she was an interesting individual, but those papers are really, really helpful. They make sure everybody follows their wishes about how they want to die. Makes it clean, clear, no issues, especially when the patient actually passes away. Takes away the need to have to call 911 and report that a patient has died at home. If you have the DNR and the plan and everything is in place, you can just contact the funeral home because you're working with them and the patient to plan their ultimate funeral. And that's one of the things that you really do with them that most people don't think about. Only about 20% of Americans think about how they want to die, and they face it, and it causes a traumatic end, and people just don't heal from those. So a lot of people really carry that trauma with them after their loved one has died, and they aren't able to heal from it.
Yeah, that's sad. Now I used to, long time ago in another life, I worked for attorneys, and we handled the do not resuscitate and the power of attorney and the living will and all that kind of stuff. What is the legal, I guess, what is the legal line? Because, you know, most people would go to an attorney to do those things. What is the benefit of being with a death doula is what I'm trying to say. Because, you know, people that question, well, is it legal? Of course it's legal or you wouldn't be doing it. But what is the benefit of it? Is it like the personal touch that you put with it, working with somebody?
Absolutely. Absolutely. A death doula, I'm not saying an attorney wouldn't do this, because an attorney that would sit down with you and explain an directive or a power of attorney, they're absolutely more compassionate than like your district attorney.
Yeah.
They have a little bit more humanity to them, I think. But a death doula, this is what we do. This is what we see every day. And we're able to explain it to your family, and we're able to make sure there are nuances listed in there that are confusing even to nurses. And now I will say I'm a registered nurse. So I'm not technically a certified death doula. I went into it totally backwards. I, as a registered nurse, was sending my hospice patients home and getting them back in the hospital 3 days later because there was a huge gap in care. When I sent them home with hospice, those hospice nurses were only there for 2 hours a day, 1 or 2 days a week. And my hospice patients weren't getting enough care. And I was like, what fills that gap? And so I just started calling. I was like, will Medicare pay for this? Well, is there a gap insurance that pays for this? What fills this gap? And that's how I found death doulas. And I found them volunteering at other hospice companies. And so I was like, gonna need you to come teach me what you do. And they did. They were so happy to do it. And so I had them come to the floor and teach all of my nurses what they do. And they taught my CNAs. And then I had them teach ICUs and cardiac ICUs. And I was just like, this is so important. And, you know, we're seeing people turn 65. I think they're saying something crazy like 75 million people are turning 65 every week. And that's just insane. You know, our hospice companies, our ICUs and hospitals, these people are not going to have the care that they need. And that's where death doulas are going to come in and fill that gap. And I wouldn't have known if I hadn't been paying close attention and had those repeat patients coming in and seeing what that gap in care was doing. And it was causing them to live in an undignified manner, in pain, and die quicker than they had to. And that's not our goal ever. You know, as a hospice nurse and then as a death doula, I always wanted them to have dignity, to feel respected, to feel seen and loved, and definitely didn't want the family to feel like they were running around not being heard. And that's how they were feeling. So that's what the death doula does. They stopped it. They stopped all of that. Our patients were cared for in ways that they were not getting cared for. So they're that stopgap. So they can provide companionship while you go take a shower or a bath. Or they could just run to the grocery store for you if you wanted to sit with your dad for a little bit. They can help you go to the funeral home with you and explain the funeral process. Or you might not be the one that's able to sit down and talk to your dad about how he wants his funeral. It might just be too hard for you. I was my best friend and high priestess's constant companion to all of her chemotherapy appointments, and she had triple negative HER2 positive breast cancer, and that's incurable. But she was a fighter, so we fought, and we got into remission twice. And then the third time she came out and got me, and she was like, "Hey, let's go talk." We did. We went in the backyard and we talked. She threw out food to the chickens, and that's how she wanted to talk about her funeral. She wanted to have a gigliana. She wanted everybody to come and laugh until they peed their pants. She wanted several people to come and talk, and then she wanted a party, and she wanted to be cremated. But these were not things that she could tell her mom or her husband or her sister, because she knew that they would feel her loss too deeply to actually do what she wanted. So she told me, and between me and her other best friend, we were able to help plan that with her husband so that she got her wishes, and he was comforted by that. He saw her in every single step of that funeral. And as a death doula, you really want the funeral to be that last piece of comfort, because you're really aiming at making sure it's a celebration of life. It's not the end of life. One of my friends today posted something about a poem about death and dying. And one of the best things that I've ever learned as a death doula is if you really want to keep somebody alive, you talk about them. You just talk about them. Don't stop sharing their silly things, their weird things. You always talk about them. Like, Shayla never wore a bra. I don't know why, but she didn't, and it was not good all the time. But so, you know, so now the whole world knows that, but whatever. So like that's the thing about being a death doula, and that's kind of how I got started. I just realized how important recognizing that last little bit of joy and pride and dignity that they have as they're passing. They still have it. It's so deep inside of them, and they just want you to see it. And that's what a death doula does. So that's what I did as a nurse first. And then once I saw the need for my patients as they were going home and then being readmitted, and I learned as a death doula, that's what they did. Then that's what I started doing as a nurse and teaching my other nurses as they came in as young nurses. And then as I started meeting people who wanted to be death doulas and teaching them, and that's what there are certification companies that do that, and they teach you how to do these things, how to fill out the forms. There are communities for people that want to be doulas, because the grief that you absorb from these families can be overwhelming. So you need support too.
Yeah, I wish I would have known about that when my sister was taken away, you know, because that would have been a lot easier, not easier, but a lot more comfortable process to go through, to let somebody else kind of handle all of that.
Yeah.
You know, because that's a real rough time whenever you just don't think about all the different things that need to be done until it's too late, and then all those things are kind of compiling over time. So
Yeah. And we make sure everything gets addressed so that it doesn't pile up and you have the time to enjoy your relationship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because there's a lot. I mean, lots to think about. And then if you wait until your loved one passes, then you have all this stuff, like I said, just compiling on you. So it's nice. It's very comforting to know that there's somebody out there that can help you. That's very, having. I guess what I'm saying is having and I'm nothing against attorneys. I love attorneys. I used to want to be an attorney, but I don't know, whenever you're working side by side with someone that's what they do, and they don't do anything else, and they stick with, you know what I mean? They know what they're talking about, and it's just a more, I don't know, comforting. I know with birth doulas, it's a lot more personable, than going to the hospital and things like that. It's not that the hospital isn't incapable. They're perfectly capable. It's just a lot more personal to have that. So where would somebody go to learn how to do? Is it online? Is it in person? Is it both? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. The very best place to go, first of all, is deep, 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 deep inside of you, because you have got to make sure you have managed your traumas with death. They will come out at the worst times. You will fall in love with a patient that you never expect, and your trauma will come out and you will sob at their funeral. And you know what? It's okay. Mm-hmm. It's okay, because you know their family. You know what they eat. You know what church they went to. Just grab one of them and cry with them. Don't do it by yourself. But definitely deal with your trauma first. I have a couple books that will help you with that. But also look for local hospices for volunteer opportunities. They'll do a lot of good training that will help you approach being a doula. A lot of them don't necessarily have doula opportunities yet because it's so new, but I really see Medicare starting to look at paying doulas because it's such a stopgap for these $16,000 hospital bills and rehab bills for patients who are hospice appropriate, who cannot go home because they don't have care at home, but cannot do rehab at a rehab facility. So, I mean, doulas really are the stopgap. And one of the organizations that you can look at that's really a good organization for certification is the National Hospice and Palliative Care organization. It's online. And they are working to make doulas more recognized so that maybe in the future, Medicare can see that. Now, a certified doula can get anywhere from $25 to $100 an hour.
I was going to ask that. I didn't know if it was volunteer only, or are there volunteers as well as people that have made it their career? Okay. Does it, does it, what am I trying to say? Does it affect the quality of, are this one's still certified, or do you have to be certified to make it a career? Or, I mean, how does that work?
At this point, there's no registering body, so it's not regulated. I just really think in the future it's going to be so that Medicare can, regulate everything, because that's what they do. How soon in the future, I don't know. I just know it's a huge, huge, huge need. And since they're non-medical care providers, it's something that Medicare would probably feel really comfortable doing, because you're not going to give medications. You're not going to give shots. Like the most hands-on caregiving you would do is maybe helping change a brief, or give a bed bath, or help them get into a wheelchair while they can still stand. It is. It's really like caregiving. in one aspect. This is just such a huge job because that caregiving aspect is so much about their dignity. It is so much about their dignity and making sure they still keep it.
Mhm. Is it good to
Yep.
be ordained? I just thought of that. I mean, is it good to be ordained so that way you can carry on, or what do you think?
It is. It is, as long as you actually study some of the other religions that come with ordinations. I say that because I have been in Thai households, Lao households, Norse heathen households, many households. I did not recognize those gods. I didn't understand the religion. I didn't understand the language. But I understood love and dignity and compassion, and we figured it all out. When it comes to a religion you don't understand, and when they start asking you about their funeral requirements, you always ask if they have a faith leader that you could talk to, or is there a church that they've attended in the last 10 years that you could maybe ask for help from. And if there's not, you hit Google and you start searching.
Google it.
Because I mean,
you gotta
really,
Google.
Yeah, because you really want to give them what they want. And I'll give you an example. I have learned more about the heathen line of faith in the last 6 years than I've ever learned in my whole life. And I don't know if this counts or not, but I got a call at 2 a.m. to come to the hospital because there was a gentleman with terminal agitation. He was huge and he wanted to fight. And I was like, well, don't fight him. So I drove to the hospital and I looked in the door and I was like, oh, it's him. I think I know what he wants to fight about. So I went and got 2 plastic swords, and that gentleman stabbed me. I said, well, is it till death then? Oh my goodness. I said, it's till death then, sir. And he said, it is, and died. Does he get into Valhalla? I don't know. But he gave it a really good shot, and his family was so happy.
Oh,
and then I went and got a Band-Aid.
Well, yeah. Is that the weirdest situation you've ever been in a jail for? That was really cute.
No, I was helping a funeral home move a body and it fell on me and I was stuck for 4 hours.
Oh no.
Yeah, because we were in the stairs and we had to wait for an ambulance service, but they didn't want to come because the funeral home was already there.
Oh no. So for 4 hours you were stuck
under the dead body.
Oh, the stories. How long have you been doing this?
I've been I was a hospice nurse. Well, I was an oncology nurse for 5 years, and then I've been doing hospice ever since. So I've been a nurse for 9 years.
Yeah. Well, do you have any books that you can recommend that if somebody's interested in learning?
I do. 2 of them are more support. If you once you become a death doula, they give you the steps down to the minutes before death. They tell you what it looks like, so you're not surprised. It's good for you to have copies for the family, and I really like it. Everybody calls it the little blue book. If you say that, your clergy, your case managers, your hospice nurses, everybody that as a death doula you would work with on a team, they're going to go, oh, the blue book. It's called Gone From My Sight, and it has a sailboat on the front. It's by Barbara Carnes. She's a nurse. I made sure I got a copy for my boyfriend when his dad died, because it literally tells you what to look for on the body and what the patient will experience in the months, weeks, days, and minutes before death. so that it's not scary for you as the caregiver, because that's something else the doula does. We address the family's fears too, and we make sure that they are able to spend as much time with our patient as possible so that they can collect memories. Just taking that fear away so they know what to expect relieves so much. The other one is By Your Side, A Guide for Dying at Home. It's also by Barbara Carnes. It's just another really good book. It deals more with the grief of somebody who was at the bedside while their loved one passed away. The other two are more cerebral. So they're for somebody that really wants to think about death and dying. It's The Four Things That Matter Most and Dying Well. And they're by Dr. Ira Byock. And he was in the 1990s kind of one of the forefront of the physicians who started pushing hospice and realizing that death and dying patients were not being treated appropriately. And they were having a lot of pain and issues that weren't being treated at the end of life. So he's one of the kind of forefathers that really got it started. But those are two of his books, and they're really good.
When did hospice start? I don't remember it being around whenever, or was it?
So it's a forever thing. It's the Egyptians had hospice.
Oh, okay.
You can see that in the way that they cared for their bodies before they died and then prepared them at death. They were so well cared for and dignified with their preparing and treatment of the bodies. But as long as people have been dying, we've been taking care of them. Nuns had homes full of people during consumption when they were dying, and they just cared for them. Because there's always been that fear of the unknown and not wanting to die alone. So there's always been compassionate people who have tried to reach out and make that happen. And those are the people that really do well as doulas, as death doulas or birth doulas. Now the certification for birth doulas, yeah, I wouldn't do it.
It'd be cool to be both, to get to see.
Yeah, it really would.
I like going. That would be neat.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's good. So you get real close with your patients and stuff. You're almost like their best friend for a little bit.
You are. And you get so close with the family. They welcome you in. They're like, hey, did you eat? And you're like, have you showered?
Have you eaten?
No. Yeah. So you really start taking care of them, and they appreciate it. They need it. They need it. And that's why they asked you in. Because right now, insurance doesn't pay for this, but it is out of their pocket. And it could be for 2 hours a day or 6 hours a day. It just depends on their needs and their ability to afford a doula. So
you do it. This is okay. Have you had people that have just called you saying, maybe I don't know how old, whatever age, 79, 85, something like that. And I'm healthy, but I need to make plans for when I get unhealthy. Do you handle those too, or is it just people that are like terminally ill?
No, I absolutely do those too. Those are actually the most fun. Those are the ones you wind up with the Ouija board on the pamphlet, because they have so much to plan and they're crazy. So it's really fun. Yeah, so they do call, but usually those people have a death really close to them fairly recently that opened their eyes to their mortality. So I always look in their history to see what's going on. And the thing about families who have had a death with hospice is most hospice companies offer family grief therapy. And so I always send them back to them after I help them. I always am like, hey, you should maybe go take advantage of this. Because grief is just not something that you should deal with alone, especially after a loss.
And there's a whole process that they go through whenever I've only been involved with, I think, 2 people that with hospice. One was my uncle, and I wasn't really there, but for a short period of time. And the other one was a friend of the family. So I don't even know what happened. I would need a death doula. God forbid anything should ever happen. But you mentioned a guided meditation or a meditation, something like that. Okay, what's that?
It's just a quick visualization. Goodness gracious. I won't tell you exactly what it does, but at the end, and actually like kind of in the middle, some people get uncomfortable. Just open your eyes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're doing the visualization and you start to panic, just open your eyes. It's over with.
Oh, you got that, everybody? Open your eyes and stop. Okay. Disclaimer: if you have
open your eyes.
If you have certain illnesses, you're not supposed to do this, right? If you've got this.
Oh no, you're fine. No, there's no flashing lights. Nobody's gonna come possess you or anything like that. Nothing weird, I promise.
Okay.
It's actually relaxing to me, but you'll know why I'm weird after I tell you what this is.
There's no
So
spiders.
close your eyes. No. Oh God, no. So just close
Inside
your
joke.
eyes. Yeah,
Okay.
we'll tell you about that. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. And just relax. If you look down, you're going to see that you're standing on a white floor. If you look around, you realize there's nothing on that white floor. There's just 4 white walls. And above those 4 white walls is a white ceiling. But what you notice is there's no door and there's no window. Right. All of the seams meet and there's no way to escape. Take a minute to feel the emotions that come over you as you realize you're stuck in that white room. What 3 words would you use to explain how you feel right now? Once you have them, open your eyes.
Weird. Pain, panic, and fear.
So that is how you feel about death.
There's parts of it that I definitely wonder about for sure. Wow.
Yeah.
Pain, panic, and fear.
I know enough about you to think that's pretty accurate.
Mhm. Don't want to do it.
They first did this exercise on me when I was 15 after my mom passed away. And there were 20 of us in a circle, and I'm the only one that said relaxed, calm, and peaceful.
Oh,
they sent me to therapy.
You sent you to therapy? Oh my
They
God.
sent me to therapy. Yeah.
That's crazy.
So yeah, that's how you feel about death. If you do feel those feelings, then that's definitely something that you need to think about, work on. I always suggest death doulas plan their own funeral before they ever try to go plan anybody else's.
Yeah, that's
just
good
so
advice.
you see how it feels.
That's really good advice.
And I am the worst one to say, do as I say and not do, because I didn't do it until I had to have brain surgery. And it was terrifying. It was terrifying. And I've planned hundreds of funerals. But it was a very good exercise. And that's why I strongly suggest that now. Just facing your own mortality before you try to help anybody else.
How long does it take to go through like the training and stuff, or do you just is it at your own pace type thing?
So there are anywhere from 6-week to 16-week classes. The good news is, while it can be expensive, most doula programs have scholarship slots because they understand how important this is, and that for some people, this is healing and therapeutic. So you can apply for those as well. But I would definitely go to the International End of Life Doula Association, and then the National Hospice and Palliative Care Association, and then Google like hospice offices near me, and then just call them and say, hey, do you have any volunteer services that I could volunteer for? And then go meet the dying in your neighborhood and see what it's all about.
Right. Trying to get that experience behind you. And yeah. I guess I would have been when I was 19, I helped my grandmother at the end, so I was helping. I didn't help with anything legal, nothing like paperwork or anything like that. I guess that was done, but everything else, and I was 19 and I was assisting and didn't even know that that's what, you know what I mean? She stayed home. She she stayed home. So that's a really good feeling when you're with somebody. I mean, it's sad, but at the same time, whenever you're with somebody and you're easing that transition, and it can make it, I don't know, it can make it smoother, and it can feel like more loved, rather than just you've got to do this and you've got to do this and you've got to do this. You kind of take it one step at a time with them, and then they can celebrate their life. You don't have to. Yeah, I like that. Well, I'd like to also ask you, I don't want to forget about this, Bell Book and Bone. Tell us about that a little bit. I'm very excited about it.
Well, you are a big part of Bell Book and Bone. So I had done a type of bone throwing when I was little, but then my grandmother passed away and I kind of put it away. And then I ran into you and I was like, what is this weird woman doing? And, then we just resonated together so well. And so Bell Book and Bone was born. And I am clergy through ordained through two different churches. I do death doulas, but I also do tarot and bone throwing. And I just kind of use it as an out for my community, and it is a business, so there's that aspect. But ever since I've had work, so it gives me an outlet for my nursing, my soul. So it kind of has saved me. As much as some of the people have said that I've been able to help them, they're just helping me. So yeah.
You have a website or a Facebook or both that you want to kind of have people go to?
I don't have a website yet because I'm not smart enough to figure out a website, but I have Facebook, TikTok, and a YouTube. I have a YouTube.
Is there anything else you want to leave with everybody? Maybe some advice or, just some words, some kind words, anything you want to say?
If you lose a loved one and you are feeling their grief, like they're just not here, talk about them. They'll never go away if you talk about them. And my favorite thing is to talk about the dumbest things they've ever done. Go out to breakfast at Waffle House at 2 a.m. with 3 of your cousins and talk about the dumbest things that you can think of that, I don't know, my grandpa ever did. We talked about his overalls over his t-shirt. Why? Because we could. And his food shelf. Because he put his food on his little belly and said it was for later. And I know those Waffle House ladies thought we were lunatics because we laughed until we cried, but we needed it. And he was alive for another day because we talked about him. Hold their hands, look at their fingers, feel their hair. Just love on them. Love on you. We don't love on ourselves enough. That's really it. If you want to be a good birth doula or death doula, just spread the love.
Spread the love. My sister, when she was killed, we had a funeral, and then we had a party, like a celebration of life at my house. It was like the cousins, and there was, I think, one aunt there, but it was mostly the cousins or friends, stuff like that. And we sat around and, we had a couple glasses of wine. We had some food. We told stories about her. It was so nice. And my family got mad at me for doing that.
Nope. You were grieving in your own way.
And we were,
It's real grief.
And it was, I mean, it was beautiful because we all sat around and just, like I said, celebrated her life, talked about the funny things she did. Oh my gosh, she was so funny. She used to beat me up all the time, even in her 20s, beat me up all but if somebody touched me, no, she would be on them, you know. But yeah, but she would beat me up. Anyway, thank you so much for coming on. It was so interesting to talk about being a death doula. And I encourage everybody to get out there and Google it and get some information. Go to the 2 organizations that she mentioned and the books. I'll see if I can get a copy of those books or a picture of them anyway, and we'll put them at the end of this video. Okay, so thank you so much for joining us. Blessed be.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me. Blessed be.
Hi everyone. I wanted to do a little segment just so you could know 2 things that you will see really close to the end of life. And then, as you can tell, Zoe has decided to join us. She often comes whenever I'm going to make dream sachets, but she's very sensitive to end of life issues as well. Cats do that. And you'll notice if you're in the home of someone who's passing that even if the cat has never liked that person, they'll be very sensitive to the fact that they're passing as well. So they'll go lay on their bed. They may meow very loudly. At the very end, they may lay on the bed and not move until that person has passed. Zoe's just also very sensitive to magic in general. So she lays on my altar, which is why it's on a tiny ledge. But she likes to help me make my sachets and inspect my tarot cards and my bone kit as well. But I'm going to have to move her so I can talk to you. Oh, she's going to go. Okay. So 2 things that you can expect to see that are often more disturbing to us than they are to the patient. One is called visioning. And this is when the patient starts seeing the people that are coming to them that are going to help them over. And you usually see this because they're pointing and talking to people that aren't there. Usually dead relatives, people they've known in the past, people they're very close to. They could be recently deceased or have been long gone. So common, and it's so comforting to these people. Sometimes as a nurse, I've been asked to medicate them to stop that. And as a death doula, I've been asked, how do I make it stop? And the answer for both of those is you don't. It is something soothing to them. It's calming, it's comfortable. If they don't seem agitated, we're not going to do something to take that soothing coping skill away from them. So let them do it. One of the things that I always help do as a death doula is bring pictures in of those people that have passed that brought them comfort in their past. So pictures of their parents, their wives, their siblings, anybody that might have passed that they had good relationships with. It helps that visioning occur earlier so that they're less likely to develop terminal agitation. They will probably still develop terminal agitation because it's not just a mental coping skill, it's a physical side effect of death and dying. So there's still a chemical aspect to it that we can absolutely help with. At least medical professionals can when it comes to medicating terminal agitation. But we all want to be able to do something, don't we? Sitting there with our hands tied is so frustrating, because terminal agitation is very distressing for the people viewing it and not just the patient, because they start writhing in bed, they might moan, and they're unable to communicate to us what is wrong. And we want to fix it. We're there because we love that person. I have normal nightmare sachets that I make that helps earlier in the process of dying, because the brain deregulates early in the dying process. So they start having nightmares. Sometimes it's the stress and fear of knowing that they're going to die. So we can make those early on. And then later on, I have other things that we can add to help systemically. They're still not ingesting it, because one of the things, especially that Southerners or people who feed others to cope with stress, we have a hard time with is we're not able to feed them because they stop eating. They move over to sips and chips. So like little tiny sips of fluid and ice chips. One of the things that you can do if you still feel like you have to feed them, make flavored ice and then bust it up into little chips. you still get the soothing sensation of creating something special for them to eat. And they still get that interesting taste and flavor, even if they're not able to eat, they'll still really appreciate it. So in my normal dream sachet, and pardon me, I have a cold, is just chamomile. It's the flower. You can buy this at most pagan stores, bulk online. I honestly try to buy mine at Native American powwows. I like to pay it back if I can. Rose petals, just to kind of sweeten their dreams. These are roses that have been given to me. I just hang them up and dry them in my attic and then pop them in a jar. Lavender, just your purple lavender buds. I'm Southern, so I also like to use red buds, but they wind up in my jelly more often than my jars. Valerian root. So you can also make yourself tea out of this valerian root. It doesn't taste wonderful. There are a lot of medications that this counteracts with, so please talk to your pharmacist before you take this, but it will make you sleepy. So I just use it to aid in the sleep process for those that are having nightmares. Again, it's going in a sachet under a mattress. They're not going to ingest this. And then cascarilla. This is just a highly protective thing. And you just take a scoop, measure with your heart, and put it in your pouch. Now let's talk about pouches. They can be little. They can be satin and red. And they can be big and cotton and red. It can be a sock. It doesn't matter. I prefer something, if it's for a child, that they can squish, or if it's for someone who's passing and they can still smell. Smell is one of the last things that go. They're able to crunch it in their hand, and a lot of times their hands will curl up and you can open their fingers and put it in there, and they can smell it because they crush it and the lavender and the chamomile comes through into their senses and they're able to smell it. It just produces a lot of comfort. But in the beginning, you just put it right underneath that mattress, and it helps reduce anxiety when they're trying to sleep. You know, good sleep is so important to good health. Even when you're passing, reducing anxiety at any level is something that we really want to do. And I highly advise, if you're going to make one for everybody there. You're all probably pretty stressed at that point. As you go into the death and dying process, you'll experience more issues with their intestines, heart rate, stress, sleep, appetite, cough and secretions. If you have a hospice nurse, they're going to have mechanical and medicinal ways to help support you with that. But again, you're going to feel like, I'm just giving medicine and I feel like my hands are tied. And these are people that aren't necessarily the death doulas, but these are like the support people at the bedside. So really what I'm telling you is for you, not the patient. This is something to give you to do something physically so you feel like you are aiding this person. And that is so key, because reducing your anxiety reduces their anxiety. You're there because you have an energetic connection to that person. And death doulas, we do it too. We absolutely go in there with our whole hearts and we just love the entire family, and we quickly build those energetic connections. So we have to restrain our energies so that we don't reflect any anxiety onto the family or the patient. But that if you're family, it's even harder because you deeply, deeply love this person. So use these sachets for you. Use the making of them as a methodical way to ground yourself in the herbs. If you make it and you're like, I can't put this under their bed, go throw it outside. Walk around barefoot, come back, make another one. Okay, if it's the process of making it that helps ground you so that you're better able to help your passing friend or loved one, then that's fine. It doesn't necessarily have to be this. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's actually you. It's you that's helping. But these help too. These are a big booster. So for additional symptoms further into the death and dying process, not just the nightmares and that kind of stuff, not the fear, because you're going to help them learn and talk about it. You're all going to be there to support each other. Now we're moving into like symptoms, okay? I'm not a crystal hound, but I have a pot full of rocks. There's one for everything, and I will tell you honestly, I just think they're all pretty. I would have to look every one of them up and figure out which one specifically would do the best for what I needed it for. Herbs I'm good with, but this is something I would ask an expert for. My friend Caitlin is my expert. Essential oils and massages, rubbing their feet and their hands is so relaxing to them. And just rubbing across their forehead like this, very relaxing. When they are terminally agitated, do not touch them. It's an anxiety thing. They're not going to want clothes, they're not going to want bed sheets, and they're definitely not going to want you touching them. But if you could get a dab of lavender on their chest, the smell will help relax them. And these are just essential oils. This one's eucalyptus. You'll notice that they'll start having trouble managing their secretions. These aren't abnormal secretions. It's not like they're coughing and like they have a cold. These are just their normal secretions. They just have trouble swallowing it. It's the muscles. But the eucalyptus, again, this is more for you than them, but eucalyptus, it's another soothing thing. It does seem to help them, but it also helps you too. There's a whole bunch of different oils out there that you can get. Look up, see what it is you need. But if you're going to add something to your dream sachets, rosemary, if you don't have something that I listed over here, rosemary does it all. Pop some of that in there. Smells good when you crush it. The hyssop is good for intestinal pain and gas. A lot of times our patients stop having bowel movements and gas builds up and it's very painful. So put this in your little sachet, but you can also rub their stomach and it'll help them pass their gas. Pat their back just like a baby. They won't mind. It's a loving touch. It's always going to be accepted. Damiana is good for upset stomach and constipation. Again, it's something that happens naturally. It's one of the first systems that shuts down. And then mullein leaf, it's really fluffy. I like it. It's good for that cough and again, those secretions. I'm going to have to make myself some tea. It is really fluffy. I like it. Definitely going to have to make some tea. But all of these things just go in these little pouches and they go right under your bed. And you can use them for any age or any reason, but I definitely use them as an end-of-life doula frequently, and I hope that that helps. Thank you.
That little chihuahua toy, something else. And then we got the little baby right here. Little baby. Yeah. And then Chicken doesn't like her very much.
We got you.
Little scissor beat.
Get ready and stuff. Here's your setting up. Oops, I'm sorry.
It's kind of an empty table now.
Did very well.
We did some awesome. That's a marmoset. Joffrey marmoset.
You did do well. Look at that.
I know. Like all this was taxidermy, anthropomorphic. Little rat mouths. Did you see the balls with the rat mouths?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was us, and we had sold out of like 9 of them.
Sold out.
Wow. They wiped us clean.
That's pretty. I like these. I'm a mandible freak.
Oh yeah.
This is our first time at the Oddities Expo this year, and it has been absolutely amazing, and definitely is going to be something that we do every single year. We've met so many great people just and we have learned a lot about phone reading, which is actually very, very interesting, guys.
But thank you.
So, thank you.
Or on TV.
Straight across, they'll take care of that area.
You can kind of differentiate, you know, what's special crap and what isn't, you know.
Focus on that. Do not do the same things you said like that. Whole situation.
This is the love bones, and on top of it is the heart. And that really represents like getting whatever you want. This is how it has to be. It has to be a person. This is what I want. So if that's what you want is a relationship there, then absolutely.
That concludes another episode of Everyday Witchcraft. I want to say thank you for all those that tune in, and a very special thank you goes to Mabe Wallers for joining us on the show. I'll see you in 2 weeks. Blessed be.
Circles, earth, air, water, fire channel, go bananas. When I talk to the gold wide north, whoever wrote the myth, I'm taking the court.
Since the 1930s, the Parthenon has continued to host changing art exhibitions in its galleries and to educate both Nashvillians and visitors about the legacy of the ancient Greeks and their impact on American civilization. The Nashville Parthenon is owned and operated by the Metropolitan Board of Parks and Recreation, a department of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County. The Parthenon in Nashville is the world's only exact size and detail replica of the original temple in Athens, Greece. When Tennessee celebrated its 100th year of statehood with the Tennessee Centennial Exposition, Nashville took advantage of its nickname Athens of the South and built the Fine Art Building as a copy of Athens' most famous building and the epitome of Greek classical architecture. Although built to be temporary, as were all the buildings of the Centennial, the Parthenon crystallized for Nashvillians their image of themselves and their city, and they were loath to tear it down at the conclusion of the exposition. The exterior coating, sculpture, and decorative work were made of plaster and soon deteriorated. Repeated patching kept destruction at bay for several years, but in 1920 the city was forced to a permanent solution: tear it down or rebuild it in lasting materials. The decision to rebuild involved local architect Russell Hart and, as consultant, architectural historian William Bell Dinsmore. The roof, expanded walls and load-bearing columns were made of reinforced concrete, the novel new building material of the 20th century. The brick walls and non-load-bearing columns of the 1897 building were retained and incorporated into the new construction. For the permanent surface treatment, Hart selected a cast concrete aggregate, using a formula developed by John Early of Washington, D.C. This material was used for all exterior surfaces as well as the roof tiles, decorative work, and sculpture. The firm of Foster and Creighton were the general contractors for the rebuilding. Sculptor George Julian Zalnay, who had created the pedimental sculptures on the 1897 Parthenon, returned to make the metapiece of the Doric frieze. Nashville sculptor Belle Kinney and her Austrian-born husband Leopold Scholz were hired to create the permanent pediment figures. To assist them in creating figures as close to the original as possible, the Park Board purchased from the Victoria and Albert Museum a set of casts of the original marble fragments. Work on the exterior of the building was completed by 1925. The Parthenon built for the centennial was not a replica on the inside. Its interior was a series of galleries for exhibiting the enormous collection of paintings and sculptures borrowed from Europe and throughout the United States for the exposition. The permanent structure, however, was to be a complete replica and as accurate as scholarship would allow, recreating the camber of the horizontal lines, the inclination of columns and walls, and the entasis of the columns. Due to various financial crises, work continued haltingly until its completion in 1931. When the doors were opened to the public, two major elements were still missing: the great statue of Athena in the naos and the Ionic frieze on the exterior. Donations for the Athena accumulated over the years, and in 1982 the Park Board commissioned Nashville sculptor Alan Lequire to recreate the 42-foot statue for the interior. This monumental task took almost 8 years. The statue was finally unveiled on May 20, 1990, generating much excitement and a renewal of interest in the Nashville Parthenon as an icon of the city. Additional money was raised during the next 12 years, and in 2002 the statue was finally completed with gilding and painting.
Iconography of very epithets and things attributed to the goddess. I can't recall, especially
When I talk to the gods, why north? Whoever wrote the myth, I'm taking it court. I love the occult cause the truth is the dark. If this is the facts, let's take it to the source. I'm on the east coast, Atlantic is the west. That means east is water on my land, I bless. Lack of tracks, like my case, I rest. It makes no sense on the path, on the quest. The water in the west ain't water for my nest. It could collect all the case in effect. So let's connect, I'm making the rest. I interpret all your dogma texts. Let's respect everything that's correct. Craft is stagnant, let's refresh. Buffer that browser, be my guest. Question the craft while I look at my bag. I'm modern day Horus, guess who's back? I might kiss the black, but don't you dare ask. I question the craft and I like to unmask. Witch hot wisdom, how you like that? Circles, everybody wanna be commercial. Make purple. Circles, earth, air, water, fire channel. Go bananas. Elemental spirits vanish in the end. Why did you tell something in you to leave? Always around is the air that you breathe. Always the fire inside your veins. Always the water in your body to maintain. Always the earth in your bones to stand. Why would I rid of these things that I am? I am that I am, these things do I have. This is my truth, I am the Aries, the Ram. Making the path was not in my plans. It's something that is already done, it is witchcraft life, yeah, this is my brand. Ancient wisdom. We have great shows here on the station. We have Covendom with Brian Kane and Levi Rowland and Eli Barnes every Tuesday at 6 p.m. Step into the mystical realms of Covendom, the spellbinding show where the secrets of witchcraft are unveiled. Whether you're a seasoned practitioner or simply curious about the craft, Covendom offers an enlightening journey into the world of the wise. Tune in and transfer your perception of witchcraft through adept conversations of magical insights. Catch the magic on Witchcraft TV, Covendom, where the hidden becomes revealed.
There's an online television station dedicated to all-the-time pagan music videos on the Witchcraft TV platform. Keep it right here on Pagan Music TV on www.witchcrafttv.online.
What if your vision could breathe? What if your sanctuary could speak? Witchcraft TV, we're already with you.
1, 2, all less low, so we do it like, hey.
This is the latest. It's called the Drew. Come on, now you try it.
Me?
I think Miss Trivia's a swinger.
Swinger.
You don't want her to think you're square, do you?
Oh.
Then if you learn how to dance well, she'll think you're boss.
Boss.
Neat. Groovy. Come on, try it. Do something little. Let yourself go. Oh, boy, I'm lucky. I'll say I'm lucky. This is my lucky day. You gotta lurch.
Hey everybody, Lone Wolf Carter here again, the Witchcraft TV guy, and I want to let y'all know that I am in Dickinson, North Dakota, on the border of Montana, and they had like a big storm come through there, and all the buses like halted. So I had a 48-hour layover, and I've been sitting in this hotel, and we did have some Witchcraft TV tarot last night, and a lot of like things that happened, you know, within the Witchcraft TV community. And Christian Day has uploaded the interview all about WitchCon, and it was really cool to have him upload it, and we gave that to him. Interestingly enough, someone in the chat room was like, "Hey, can you send us this interview?" Like, no, we are sorry, we're not going to send you the actual raw files of it, but it is on Christian Day's wall. It's been shared to the Witchcraft TV platforms, and it's also accessible on www.witchcrafttv.online. So yeah, I'm headed to the bus station about 11 o'clock. I'll sit there for about 6 more hours. About 7 o'clock, I'll hit the bus. I'll be going to Billings, Montana. From Billings, I'm going to Spokane. From Spokane, I'm going to Olympia, Washington. My final destination will be Centralia, Washington, where I will be assisting in endeavors of building pagan community, empowering temples, trying to help coordinate pagan prides, for the mid-state of Washington. I'm not from Washington, but the goddess calls, and sometimes when the goddess calls, you just move, and that's the way I move. I really encourage everyone to check out Witchcraft TV. We are on the autopilot for the next few days. We'll be back to regular scheduling and broadcasts. So right now you see an assortment of all of our shows periodical through the day. So it's kind of like a treat, really, because you got Everyday Witchcraft, you got Oculus Alchemy, you got Covendom, you got Inside the Sacred Circle, you got the Lone Wolf shows, you got great pagan music artists, in rotation on Witchcraft TV. We still got the Pagan Music TV going 24/7. We still got Witchy Kids Network. We still have the Witchcraft Herald, which has a lot of good articles on it. And look, I know we're going through like some tough times right now in the community, and not just the community, but like just in like America in general. And the actions of America seems to be affecting the broader spectrum, the bigger picture, more globally. So what I can say is that Witchcraft TV and our associates, our supporting members, our benefactors, we are all on the front lines, and we are here to stand up for what is right with freedom of religion, freedom of expression. And we're not going anywhere anytime soon. If you're watching, thanks for watching my journey. If you are a benefactor of myself and Witchcraft TV and what we do on the platform, thank you for all your contributions, all your support. I'm thanking you all, and thanks for letting me serve. And make sure you keep it right here on www.witchcrafttv.online. Why? Because we are fair representation for all pagan, witch, and magic crafts.
Do y'all know about Witchcraft TV.online? I've been watching that the last couple days. Constantly going, I'm learning interesting stuff. And it turns out, apparently, I have a show there at midnight every night. Witchcraft TV.online. Witchcraft TV.online. Check that out. I'm going to tune in at midnight and see what it is I'm doing there.
Welcome, dear listeners, to a realm where the veil between the mundane and the magical is thin. A place where ancient wisdom and mystical arts converge. We are your guides on this journey, and together we are about to step inside the sacred circle. We're thrilled to embark on this mystical expedition with you as we delve into the enchanting world of witchcraft and magic. In this podcast, we'll unravel the threads of ancient traditions, explore the depths of spellcraft, and seek the hidden knowledge that has been passed down through the ages. Our sacred circle is a space where the ordinary becomes extraordinary, where the whispers of the mystical become audible, and where the secrets of the craft are revealed. Join us as we navigate the winding paths of spellbinding tales, discover the profound symbolism embedded in age-old rituals, and unlock the mysteries that lie beyond the veil. Each episode is a key to a hidden door, leading us deeper into the heart of magic. So grab your athame, light the candles, and open your heart to the unknown. Inside the sacred circle, the journey begins, where the mystical and the mundane dance in harmony, and the ancient secrets of witchcraft and magic come to life. Welcome to a realm where every episode is a step further into the mysteries that await. Let the magic unfold. Welcome, dear listener. Hello, everyone. Welcome. I am Jim, and of course, this is my beautiful co-host, Joanne Gajewski. And we are here tonight with a special guest, Denton Walter, coming all the way from Dublin, Ireland. And he is a magnificent storyteller. And I can't wait to dive in. Joanne, is my microphone working tonight?
Yes, it is. And I'm not on mute, so we're off to a good start.
That's good. So storytelling is near and dear to my heart. I've always been one to get lost in stories of, the fae and the little people, as well as, science fiction as well. But from a witch's perspective, storytelling really is a powerful form of magic. And
Absolutely.
helps to weave together the reality of life, as well as our imagination. And of course, it's an ancient practice. It's rooted in the oral traditions of, telling a tale around the fire, in the evening. But it's also a place that conveys wisdom. It's the sharing of wisdom from one generation to the next, and can really help to transform our consciousness as well. Joanne, do you have any memory of like your grandmother telling stories?
Oh, all the time. My mom and my grandmother both were from Italy, and they were both part of World War I, and my grandmother was part of World War II as well. So World War I and World War II, and always telling stories about, whether they be parable-like stories or whether they be, things that happened to them, recipes. Also, indigenous people also use the circle and telling of stories, and that is how they pass their language on, and that their prophecies and everything is all through word of mouth. And even back in ancient times, like I was reading the Testament of Solomon and with my book club, and we discussed how that was somebody basically telling the story and someone translating it. So yes, but I have, my grandmother used to tell stories all the time about World War I and World War II, about what happened when, the Germans invaded and things like that. So it is a very powerful thing.
And it's that conveyance of wisdom, but also sparks the imagination. I always talk about, and I kind of run with it with some of my classes and things too, but around the kitchen table. I mean,
Yeah.
I can't say that enough. The sacredness of sitting around the kitchen table with that cup of coffee and a piece of pie,
Mm-hmm.
and just listening to, the generations that went before us. That
I think my favorite one that she told me was the Befana story, La Befana, which, was she came, on the day, I think it was the 12th day of Christmas, the Bafana would come around and she would give oranges and nuts to all the children. And if you were good and things like that, you got a gift. So that was one of my favorite stories back then.
Oh, for sure. So, without further ado, we're going to bring on our special guest, Denton Walter. And to me, he is a bardic storyteller.
Absolutely.
It's a sacred art. And he is the creator of Denton's Tales on YouTube. He has decades of acting experience in the Dublin theaters, as well as being an amateur astronomer.
Yep.
And a writer for Astronomy and Space magazine. So let's bring him on. Hi, Denton.
Hello.
Hello. I must say, I moi to you too. Yes, very moi. I must say, I liked the magnificent bit. It's always so nice when other people agree with my own opinion. It's really nice. Flattery will get you everywhere. Anyway, it's lovely to be here. I'm quite excited about it.
Thank you so much for being here. And if anyone's not aware, I believe it is after midnight there in Dublin. So
it is. It's just after 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh goodness.
Here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to often think about that. I have a dear cousin that lives in Edinburgh, Scotland. So I have to often calculate and wonder if she's still awake. So.
Yes, people often forget about the international time line. And I remember a friend of mine was staying in America years ago, and I would get a call in the middle of the night. She'd say, "Can I speak to my mother?" And I'd say, like, "Nora, do you know what time it is here?" "Oh, I forgot. Yeah, very annoying. Anyway, what wonderful things would you like to talk about?
Well, we were talking about the storytelling in culture and history. And of course, being in Ireland, of course, my family came to the United States from Ireland and Scotland. So, we have some of the tales in Appalachia and, believe in, a lot of the stories of the little people and believe they followed us or were there already, indigenous to Native American storytelling as well. But tell everyone a little bit about your background and what got you interested in the journey toward being a storyteller.
Oh, well, my background. Well, I suppose storytelling was certainly part of being an actor. Not my stories, of course, but I mean, I was an actor for quite a long time here in Dublin. And I suppose a lot of my interest in history and stories probably came from my mother, because she was very interested in quite a lot of things, esoteric things, comparative religion, Egyptology. She was very interested in Egyptology. In fact, she was actually chosen to be the assistant to Sir Flinders Petrie, who was a famous Egyptologist.
Oh, wow.
Illness stopped her from actually doing that. But I got a lot of my interest in history and things like that from her. And I've always had a great interest in the past, in history, and especially like in the Old Norse and the so-called Viking Age, because of all the misconceptions and things that are wrong about it. Because it's something that most things that everybody thinks they know all about the Vikings, they're wrong, because they're completely wrong. And an awful lot of history, of course, is like that. It's what you were told rather than what actually happened. And that's something I try to bring out in the videos I do on Denton's Tales, is give the correct version of it. And there's so much of that to do with the Old Norse that it's quite surprising. And astronomy, of course, I was always fascinated by that, because I think astronomy shows us how unimportant we are. I mean, there are like 400 million stars in our galaxy, and they estimate now about 2 trillion galaxies across the universe. I mean, a trillion is a million. And when you think of that, how important are we in the universal scale? I mean, there's 2 trillion galaxies, many of them bigger than ours out there. So for us to think we are the most wonderful creation in the universe is, well, a bit ridiculous, really. We are about as important as a grain of sand on the beach. Yeah.
So what do you think about what's going on cosmically now with all these solar flares? It must be an exciting time for astronomy, I guess.
Oh yes, it is. And if you have the equipment to actually see that, of course, obviously you've never looked directly at the sun with any kind of magnifying equipment. But yeah, the sun is quite fascinating if you have like a mylar filter. Even on binoculars, you can see the sunspots, which are changing all the time, and which is quite fascinating. And another interesting thing about that is, when you look up at the night sky, you're not seeing it the way it is now. You're seeing it the way it was then, because, I mean, light travels at 186,000 miles a second. And if you're looking at, say, a star that's 400 light years away, well, you're seeing it as it was 400 years ago, because that's the time the light has taken to get to you. And I think that's quite interesting. Like, if our sun turned itself off, turned itself, we wouldn't know about it for over 8 minutes. We would see it still shining because the light would still be coming to us. And I find things like that quite fascinating. And I also, we have the distances to a lot of stars very well measured. And if you look at a star that is, well, let's say I'm 76 now. If I look at a star that's 76 light years away, that means I'm seeing it as it was when I was born.
Oh,
because it's taken that time for the light to get to us. So I find things like that quite fascinating.
Yeah.
And for a long time, I wrote a monthly constellation article for Astronomy and Space magazine and other astronomy topics. And I always tried to put in the historical, the mythological associations that other magazines didn't, because a lot of them didn't really give the correct mythological version of a lot of the things. And like I did one article, I've done a video on it too, on gay astronomy, because most astronomy magazines, they sanitize it. Like, they don't tell you what Ganymede was really doing with Zeus on Mount Olympus, No, you don't hear the full details of that. He was a cupbearer. Yes, he was, but he was doing a little bit of hanky panky, how's your father as well, So, and we were the first astronomy magazine in the world, actually, to sort of do that article. So, yeah, that's my astronomical interest. And as I say, the Old Norse and history generally, but I've found the Norse and the Viking age quite fascinating, as I say, and so much of it because everything is wrong. Even like now, I was looking at that Vikings Valhalla show. Oh dear, yes. Anyway, yeah, I mean, you have Leif Erikson running around with Harald Hardrada. Leif Erikson had been dead for about 50 years by the time Harald Hardrada. It's a bit, yeah. But what when you see there, I'm a Viking, we're Vikings. No, they were only Vikings when they got in a ship and went somewhere, because it was purely a nautical term. It meant a pirate, a seafarer. Nobody called them Vikings. They didn't call themselves Vikings. And I mean, the term Viking wasn't even used till like the 18th century. So when I see something like that, that just annoys me, because they were the Norse. They were Danes, Norwegians, Swedes. And the only time the Viking, or Viking as it was in Old Norse, comes into it would be, as I say, when they got into a ship. But let's say when they colonized here in Ireland, because the Norse founded all our major towns, not the native Irish. They were no longer Vikings. They weren't jumping off ships. They were townspeople, settlers. So the use of the term Viking all the time is is ridiculous, you know. Um, like in that show or in the TV show Vikings, they're saying, I'm a Viking. Well, they're on land, they're not in a ship, they're not going anywhere, they're not a Viking. You know, that's one thing. And so many other things. I mean, if you say Viking to people, they think of big hairy guys with horned helmets, leaping off ships and burning things and raping any woman who's still got a pulse, and there are probably a few who didn't. You know, and like that's all they did. 365 days a year, they sailed around in fancy ships, burning things. You know, because they didn't. They were the greatest explorers, traders, settlers of their day, and that usually just gets completely overlooked. So there's so much in that I find that it is wrong, and I try to sort of set the record straight.
It's funny that you mentioned that because last night I was talking with Hercules Invictus about the show on Netflix called The Blood of Zeus, and how historically accurate it actually was, and he brought up a lot of similar points. You know what I mean? That on how accurate it is. And like you said, people tend to take that at face value.
They tend to take it at face value, and a lot of people say, "Well, what's it matter? It's only a movie, or it's a movie." But it gives people the wrong idea. I mean, the whole idea, say, of the horned helmet, that came basically from Ricardo Wagner, because artists, costume designers, and then artists began drawing his characters with horns on the helmets. And this is where the idea of the Viking horned helmet came from, because they never wore horns on their helmets. I mean, their helmets were like those over there. And so that shows you the whole myth of the horned helmet came from the theater. So, this is why I think TV and that they do a disservice to history, because people look at it and they think it's right. And with Hollywood, another one of my pet hates, I also used to write for the Little Bighorn Associates in America on the Civil War and the Indian Wars. And I mean, there's the thing, the US cavalry, as depicted by Hollywood, if they had rode up to any military post in the West, they wouldn't have let them in, because they wouldn't have known who they were, because they have the wrong uniforms, the wrong guns, the wrong flags. Basically, everything about the Hollywood cavalry is wrong. And this annoys me, because it's just as easy to make your costumes correct as it is to make them wrong, And so that's a very good example of how incorrect dressing or thing can ruin the historical perspective for so many people. So those are little pet rants of mine.
I remember you're talking about the horned helmets. I remember the cartoon strip, I think it was called Helga, that used to run in the newspaper. And it was Hagar the Horrible. Yeah, that's it.
And his wife Helga. Yes, he had his little. Yeah. Oh yes, that was quite funny.
His wife looked like the classic opera singer. It's not over until the fat lady sings.
Yes. I don't know. Have you seen the Norwegian comedy show Norsemen?
No.
It's on. Is it Netflix? It's on one of those. But it's very good, because it's kind of a send-up of the Viking shows, And in one of them, where they're going on a raid, this guy, and he has these big horns on his helmet, and they're saying, "What are those?" And he said, they said, "Oh, we are not going with you. You look ridiculous wearing that." So it's very funny, actually.
I love stuff like that. I'm gonna have to look it up. You'll have to send me the name of it on my
yes.
message.
I can't remember now whether it's on Netflix or Amazon. It's on one. I will actually. I will send it to you. It is very, very, very funny.
Hey, Denton, my dear friend Kathy asked, "What's the best books to read for the truest information on this?" I'm assuming she's speaking of Norse history.
Well, in the Norse, I would say Jackson Crawford is very good. He's one of the best that I have seen. Neil Gaiman did books on it, but he wasn't always really 100% accurate. So I'd say Jackson Crawford. He has written quite a few books, and also look him up on YouTube, because he must have 100 videos or something up on YouTube. and he is very good. He's a professor of Old Norse. He speaks Old Norse. He's really about the best. There are various books around. Some are good, some aren't. But he'd certainly be a good starting point. I would say.
Great. So tell us a little bit also about, we're going to, of course, listen to one of your stories, The Bifrost. But tell us a little bit about your creative process and your inspiration. What goes into making your tales on YouTube?
I suppose if a particular story or event or something sort of gets my interest, then I sort of go with that. There's nothing really, I suppose I could say, special in how I approach it. Obviously, there are times one has to do a bit of research. There are sometimes I don't have to because I already know it. I mean, I'd love to say that, I know everything, but, I don't really. I like to tell people that I am the repository of the sum total of all human knowledge. But my
42.
my son said, "You're the suppository of it." So he was not impressed. But anyway, I thought it was a bit rude. Anyway, as I say, most of the Norse topics interest me, both historically and mythologically, and even in mythology, there are a lot of misconceptions. Like the Norse gods really weren't gods of things; they were associated with them. Like Freya wasn't goddess of love; she was associated with love because she was a bit, shall we say, loose with her favors, with her own brother on one occasion, and that's pretty loose. But she didn't control love. She didn't, she could have gone off to hell for 6 months of the year, like Persephone used to go with Hades. People would have gone on having sex, making babies, and all that in her absence. Loki had nothing to do with fire. That again comes from Wagner. So a lot of the ideas of the Norse gods that they sort of were controlling everything. They weren't like the Greek gods. Ares, who was responsible for war, and Bacchus wine and all this. So there are a few misconceptions about the Norse gods there too. And they were not really great at interceding to help humans. They would have been very much, "Oh, please, Odin, help me with my exam." He just said, "Well, what do you want me to do about it? Study harder." They did not have this, "Please help me every little thing I want to do during the day" sort of thing. So that is one bit of a misconception.
Hi, Sid.
Hi, Sid.
Oh, Sid. Yes. Hello, Sid. How are you? Yes. Mwah. Great guy, Sid.
So do you think that maybe with Norse as well, I think a lot of like the African diaspora religions, but maybe with Norse too, do you think a lot of that Judeo-Christian idea of a deity and God might have been placed onto the traditional Norse, whether it was ancestor tales or, maybe this concept of a deity, we've overlaid that on top of, their gods and maybe got it wrong.
Yes, yes, you have a good point there. Sorry about that, Sid, but at least it got in eventually. But anyway, yes, a lot of stuff got laid on, like with the Nornir, the three Norns. They very much resemble the Greek Moirai, the fates, and even their names. The creating one and the ending one and all this. So like that appears to have been a Greek idea which was added on to Norse mythology later. Not the fact that perhaps that there were three Norns who tended the tree, but the way they're named, it does certainly look like at some stage, possibly in Christian retellings, that was added. Quite a few things were. Now there's the thing. There weren't just three Norns. There were Norns all over the place. They're just not named, but they are mentioned. There are quite a few things that way because you see, the nothing was written down in the Old Norse times. They had the runes. They could have written books if they'd wanted to, but they didn't. They used the runes for things like, Olaf went somewhere and died there, or but all we know really was written down a couple of 100 years after really the Old Norse had kind of ceased to exist as the Vikings, if you like, by people like Snorri Sturluson. And these were Christians writing down pagan tales. And the pagan tales, of course, have been handed down by word of mouth. And that's not a good way to keep things accurate, because I'm sure there would have been scalds who'd add their own bits in or change something. Well, I don't like the ending of that story, so I'll tell it differently. So it's very hard to know exactly with a lot of these things. But the thing about gods and that I find fascinating, I mean, if you look at Christianity is almost 100% pagan, because virtually everything in Christianity was borrowed from paganism, except Jesus. I mean, the Holy Trinity, that didn't come in until the 4th century AD. It's not mentioned in the Bible anywhere. St. Paul never mentioned it. God and Jesus, yes, but not a 3-in-1 being. But the Hindus had a Trinity centuries before. And when you start going through Christianity, I mean, a 40-day fast, well, the Egyptians did that.
Yeah.
Rubbing ashes on the forehead, Ash Wednesday and that. Well, the Norse did that. Worshippers of Mithras did the same thing. Baptism, this was being done by pagans. You look at Christmas. I mean, the holly and the ivy, the mistletoe, the Christmas ham. All these things are pagan, which were taken over by Christianity. And obviously in the 600s AD, the Pope actually told the Bishop of London, who was having a bit of a problem converting heathens, to take heathen practices and Christianize them. Like they would baptize pagans using water from pagan sacred wells. Well, it was water they were used to. They would build a church in or near a pagan sacred grove. And it was kind of like, it was psychology before Freud came along. Well, like here in Ireland, they took the triple Celtic goddess Bridget. They made her one person, popped a halo on her head and called her Saint Bridget. Her feast day was the same day that her pagan worship day had been. The everlasting fire that used to be tended by female druids was now tended by nuns. So this was kind of taking paganism, making it Christian. It made conversion easier because the people were used to a lot of this. And they would build churches on pagan sites. Well, Notre Dame de Paris, the big cathedral in Paris, is built on the site, I think, of a temple to Jupiter. So there is an awful lot of, one religion is found in another one. And as I say, the only really Christian thing about Christianity is Jesus himself.
So with these Norse deities, would it be fair to say that you're working more with an archetype than you are, like, per se? Like you said, if you're working with Persephone, if you're working with Hestia, you're usually trying to manifest things in the home and the hearth and things like that. So would that be more of an like relating to the archetype of Freya, or do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, it's I think we can take it that the sort of the Norse gods were the gods that would have been worshipped. They could have been altered perhaps by Christian retelling. That's quite possible. But one of the main problems we have is, when someone says, I follow the Old Norse religion, I said, no, you can't. You can worship the gods. You cannot do the religion as they did because they never wrote anything down. Like the 18 spell songs of Odin. Now, he tells us what they do. Well, this one calms the water and this one does that. But he doesn't tell you what the words are. So he may have known how to do it, which is lovely for him, but we can't do it because we don't have the script. And that is a big problem we have. We know that a vulva would be lifted up to see into the future and that special songs would be sung. Well, what were the songs? What were the words? What were the tunes? So we can't actually do it. So to say that you are worshipping the Norse gods the way they did is impossible. You know, I mean, we could do a mass from the 11th century because we have the script, but we can't do the Old Norse worship. You can approximate it. I mean, you could sing songs if you wanted, but it wouldn't be what they did. So many people who say, I follow the Old Norse religion, say, well, you want to be a bit careful there. You can honor the gods. You could do all that. You can do things based on other shamanic practices, which might be the same or similar, but you can never say this is what they did because we just don't know. Exactly. It would be like saying, you know, you want to perform Shakespeare's Hamlet, but all you know about it is that his father died, his uncle did it. He's really pissed off. He talks to skulls, and at the end, everybody dies. But you know, that's not Shakespeare's Hamlet. You know, same story, but not what he wrote, and I think that is a problem we have.
So it would be more like working, because I know, like, I work a lot with Loki because I relate to him, but I work with his energy. I don't claim to be Norse. Like, I honor his energy and his presence and his help in restoring like order to chaos and bringing mirth and laughter into my life, you know?
Yeah.
You know, and I can relate to him also because he was that outsider in the family that was always trying to be valued and never quite got it right. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Was always in trouble by trying to keep the peace, you know?
Yes, he's quite an interesting character because he's often seen as evil and that, which he wasn't.
No,
I mean,
I don't see him
was
as
a
that at all.
trickster. No, he was a trickster. He was like the guy that puts the bucket of water on top of the door, and when you walk in, it falls on you. You know, yeah. And I mean, there were times he was very helpful with the gods. There were times he was a pain in the arse. But you know, evil he wasn't. And I mean, now he did have a rather strange family. I must say, like, genetically, I think there had to be something wrong with him and Angaboda, because I mean, he gives birth to a normal woman, a great big snake, and a huge wolf. And I say, you know, parties in his hall must have been really fun. Just try not to get eaten by something, you know. But you know, at least hell was there. She could take you down to her place. So there's another misconception: this idea of hell as half a rotting corpse. You know, one side of her normal, the other side is a skull and maggots dripping out of her eye or something. There's nothing in the Norse accounts to indicate she was anything other than a normal woman, nor was she evil.
Yeah.
Because she never killed anyone. She wasn't a death goddess. In fact, there's a question of if she was actually a goddess at all, because Loki was a giant, as was his wife. You know, they were not gods, so it's unlikely that she was. And she wasn't evil. She's not a death goddess. She was a custodian of the dead. You know, she didn't kill anyone. She had as much to do with death as an undertaker does. They look after bodies. They didn't kill them, you know. And she could be very nice because, like, when Balder and his wife go to hell, she's laying on a feast for them. She's having rushes strewn to make it comfortable, decorating the hall and all this. So she was not a half corpse. She wasn't evil. She wasn't a death goddess at all. So she's quite altered in popular ideals of her. You know.
Yeah.
But Loki is a very interesting character.
He is, and I can relate to him a lot because half of the reason he would get in trouble was he was trying to help fix things. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And it would always backfire. And, you know, and I really could relate to that.
Yes. All his schemes tended to go rather wrong. Yes. He was quite unfortunate in that regard.
Denton, you mentioned things not getting written down until you know, the Christian monks arrived on the scene. In my study of herbal medicine, I dived deep into a record of performative herbal medicine, performative speech called the Laknunga, which you know, gives different herbal preparations, but they also would speak on it. But it actually calls on Odin. You know, during the rites. But even looking back on that, even though that's written down, we still have to speculate on what the herbs actually were.
Yes, yeah, it can be hard to identify them sometimes. And we know, like, concoctions were used in Norse times. It's quite possible that the berserkers took something be it mushrooms or some other drug. And a grave of a vulva, there was a little container found in it with henbane in it. Now, henbane is a hallucinatory substance. So presumably that was used to get into trances or something like that, like the American Indians with their, going in the smoke in the tent and all this, and the ghost dance and that. So yeah, that's quite interesting. But often it can be very hard with old things to work out what they were actually talking about, because they would have known things by a different name, and sometimes we just don't know what they are actually talking
Well,
about.
I was mentioning that to Jim about the Testament of Solomon, because it was it was Solomon telling the story theoretically to somebody else. And it's funny because it touches on a lot of Greek. It has a lot of Hellenistic influence in there. When you're actually reading the book, you're like, wow, that sounds oddly like Medusa. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And some of the deities in there. So you can see where things get lost in translation too.
Oh, well, translation can be a problem. I mean, if you go to the Bible, the Virgin Mary was not called a virgin. If you go back now, the Jews tried to tell the early church about that, but of course, I mean, look, they were only Jews talking about their own language. I mean, hell, what would they know about it?
Yeah.
But in the original Hebrew, she's referred to as Ha'alma, which means a young woman. Now, if she had been in bed with the entire Roman garrison of Judea, she's still Ha'alma. She's still a young woman. The Greeks mistranslated it to virgin, and that actually pops up elsewhere in the Bible. A camel passing through the eye of a needle, it should be a cord, which is much more sensible. There's quite a few things like that. So translation can be funny.
Well, it's funny too, because I don't know if I told Jim, because I've been studying Jewish mysticism with Dr. Jeremy, and I don't know, I might have told you too. Like, I was just shocked at, as a Catholic, I assumed, and I think a lot of people do, that they just read the Old Testament, but the Torah is actually so much more. And like you said, the translation of what the words, I mean, that things were changed and altered and left out, and I'm learning quite a bit, and it's really, really interesting,
Oh yes, there's quite a lot of that. And I mean, the Bible got terribly messed around over the years. People kept on, and then King James came along and he had his version. But the funny thing is, the same applies to the Quran. I mean, a lot of Muslims will say, no, it's not. There are so many versions of the Quran. There are loads of different versions, and so that also popped up in different formats, because originally it wasn't written down. People memorized sections of, well, you memorize this part and you memorize that part, and then some caliph for that realized, well, hold on, when they die, we have a problem here, so he appointed someone to go around and get all these versions. But yes, there are quite a number of versions of the Quran, just as there are different versions of the Bible. And of course, the unfortunate thing with the Bible is the amount of errors in it. I mean, Genesis alone, the scientific errors are quite comical, I mean, we have green plants before the sun has been created. So how are they, chlorophyll? How are they green? And I mean, some of the historical stuff in it is just, well, it's completely ridiculous. The Old Testament is very, very strange. I mean, look, you have Adam and Eve, the only breeding pair on earth, and there's Cain and Abel, and Cain kills Abel, and he says, oh my God, what are people going to do to me? Well, they will hurt me. And God puts a sign on his forehead to say, do not harm this. Hold on. Who the hell is going to see you, Cain? You're the only one there. I mean, your parents are the only breeding people. So, and then suddenly he gets a wife. He gets a wife. Well, where'd she come from? I mean, there's so many of these things. And, when you look back, like there was no census of Caesar Augustus. Though you didn't have to go to the town you were born in to register, but there was a prophecy, so they had to get Jesus to Bethlehem. So that was kind of invented. There's so many things that are wrong about it,
Yeah, but my thing was too, like, all right, so before Judaism and Christianity, there was no human life on Earth when we actually have records that yes, there was. Like it just
Oh,
things don't
well,
jive.
I mean, there are still people who say that the Earth was created 6,000 years ago, which of course is, I mean, we know from carbon dating and things like this that I mean, the Earth has been around for millions and millions of years.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is it's quite ridiculous how some people still believe. And I mean,
Well, I
astronomy
mean,
comes into that too.
well, they're finding evidence now of the Mayans coming up as far as Georgia in the United States, the state of Georgia. Like they've actually migrated from South America as far up as Georgia and maybe even further.
Mm. Yes, yeah, there's quite a few interesting things like that, and also how some civilizations knew about each other. There are, for example, I mean, there are carvings. You will find exactly the same figure, almost identical in
Yeah.
South America, in Vietnam, in Egypt, and they did not have the means to travel. So how did they do it? That's quite an interesting question. I mean, it could be getting into UFOs or something on that one.
I don't know, but no, they
I
well,
always-
that's what happened with Georgia. They found carvings that were identical to the ones by the Mayan pyramids and stuff. So
Mhm.
it's pretty interesting.
It always drives me crazy when they try to explain away the marvels of a brown civilization by saying ancient aliens. You know, you
Yes.
can't explain how they did it. You can't reproduce it today. So we're
Yes.
going to say it had to be aliens because it couldn't be
Well,
these
some of the
indigenous
some of the things are incredible. You know, I mean, the stones at Baalbek in Lebanon that weigh like about 5,000 tons. So they're 50 feet long and they're 20 feet high. And you see, you know, they did not drag that on wooden rollers with like 1,000 horses trying to pull it or something. You know, there are lots of things that are we really don't know how they did it. I mean, there are in Egypt there are like granite, almost like a sarcophagus. We don't know really what they were for, these big sort of boxes. But with a micrometer in that, every angle is perfect. You know, a hundredth of an inch kind. Yeah, and you know, they didn't do this with the tools they had available. And there's one of these things. It's in an underground room. There's a narrow passage going down, and you go into the room. But the box carved from or made somehow from solid granite is so big they couldn't have got it down the path and turned it around into the room, but it's
Oh,
in
yeah.
the room. So how did they get something made of granite in there? You know, and nobody can really figure this out. Did they have some technique to soften it and then harden it again? Like, we just don't know, but it would be impossible to get the thing in there, but it's in
Yeah.
there. You know, there are mysteries like that, and you can come up with all the theories you like, be it aliens or whatever. We just don't know.
Oh, what about Easter Island? That's another one, you know. And didn't they say now that there's actually bodies when you go down? And
Yeah,
hi, Michael
I heard
Corral.
something about that. Yeah, I heard something about that. Yes, and of course they discovered the statues are much bigger than they thought. Of course, there's a lot more of them. Yeah,
Sure.
but
Civilization on top of civilization, and you know, the UFO theory certainly does explain, you know, the concept of gods imparting knowledge and wisdom.
it does, and so many civilizations have mythology of flying things. I mean, you have the Vimanas in India, and Ezekiel's wheel. You know, and of course, people forget now that there's an account by some monks, I think in the 13th century, that it's written in the monastic records of this dragon flying through the sky, the fiery dragon. You know, the smoke. And people, oh, dragon. You know. Now, they weren't making up a fairy story. This was written down. So, but just think of it. This is, say, the 13th century. When I say that was a Boeing 707 flying over, you know, those monks wouldn't say, "Oh, that's a jet leaving contrails because of the hot engine." No, what would you think of? A fiery dragon leaving trails behind it. So, were they actually watching a flying machine? And all they could think of was, "Oh, a dragon," because there's sort of smoke coming out of it.
Yeah.
So instead of it being a stupid fairy tale, you know, bit of mythology, no, maybe it was an actual observation. But it's like in one of the Star Treks where Spock had been dead, And they get him back. And McCoy said, well, what's it like being dead? And he said, I can't tell you because there's no comparison, you know. And McCoy says, well, would I have to be dead? He said, yes, because he said, you know, when you're describing something to someone, you must have a comparison.
Yeah.
You have to say, well, it's a bit like blue with a bit of green in it. But if what you're trying to describe is something you have never seen, how can you make the comparison? And I think people reading mythology and old accounts tend to forget that. You know, that how could those monks describe a flying machine when the idea that they didn't know what a flying machine was? All they could do would be come up with something, you know, and that I think is often overlooked in these things.
Sure. So I want to make sure that we have time to share some of your stories. So if you don't mind.
Oh, I mean, I'm good for. I'm good for
I'm
a
going to
while.
try to present your story of the Bifrost to everyone. So bear with me with.
I'm bearing
the technicality of it there.
Well, the technicalities of doing a bit of weird things earlier, so let's hope. You know. Oh, there we go. Yeah. And courtesy of Sid Ryder, the graphics, I have to put in. I think he's very good. Oh, hello. Welcome once again to Denton's Story Time. And what do I have for you today for your edification and entertainment? Well, I have the rainbow. Yes, the rainbow, that beautiful multicolored arch across the sky seen after rain. Well, it really puzzled early humans. Oh, yes, it really bugged them, trying to figure out what it was. I mean, how it got up there and why it didn't fall down. You know, there wasn't anything holding it up. It was just hanging there. Good questions, really, you know, when you think about it. And so, as people did, they made up highly improbable stories about it, such as the one in the Bible in which the rainbow is a sign of the covenant between God and Noah, or here in Ireland, where the rainbow became a fairy creation, so it did. Oh, yes, with a crock of gold at the end of it. Oh, yes, a lovely big crock of gold, to be sure. Shining lovely and golden it was. I suppose it would, since it was gold, after all. But which end, I really don't know, since, well, a rainbow has two. Well, maybe a crock at both ends. Yeah, so, and the crock was guarded by a very touchy leprechaun. Well, I suppose two very touchy leprechauns wanted to attend to. Well, they didn't really need to guard the thing at all, since you can never get to the end of a rainbow, either end. Well, their guard duty must have been pretty boring, as well as totally pointless. Oh, well. Of course, it wasn't either of those things, a divine covenant nor an indicator of golden wealth impossible to reach, guarded or not by touchy little leprechauns. It is, of course, a natural occurrence that wasn't created by anybody in biblical or Old Norse times. It just sort of happened. It would have existed for millions of years from whenever the earth first had rainfall. Well, there wouldn't have been anybody around to see it, nor indeed any leprechauns, touchy or not, unnecessarily guarded from all the people who didn't exist yet. The Old Norse, now they were very good, always very good at stories to explain things they didn't understand, and they didn't understand the rainbow one bit. No, not at all. So they called it the Bifrost, according to the prose, and the Bilrost in the Poetic Edda, the brilliant rainbow bridge that linked the realm of humans, Midgard, with the realm of the gods, Asgard. Its meaning is given by some as the shimmering path or the swaying road, from the Old Norse difa, meaning to shimmer or to shake. Now, they also called it the Osbjörg, the bridge of the Asir, in other words, the bridge of the gods. And it ended in Asgard at Himmelbjörg. No crock of gold there, however. And that was the home of Heimdall, the god whose eyes never closed. No, always open, always watching, yes, always on the lookout. Yes. Talk about it somewhere, I ask you. But that suited him very nicely, see, for he had a very important job, for which never closing his eyes was a great advantage. I mean, if there were any auditions going for the job, I mean, he'd have it hands down. See, he had the responsibility for guarding the bridge. Yes. After all, I mean, you couldn't have the bridge to the realm of the gods just unguarded for any old Tom, Dick, or Harry to wander across for a bit of sightseeing, now could you? But Heimdall, see, he wasn't really there to stop any little touristic interest. No, not a long way. He was guarding it against some really undesirable visitors. Oh, yes, the sort of person you wouldn't be inviting round for afternoon tea, not by a long way. He would be scanning the horizon for any sign of fire giants. Oh, yes. Fire giants, great big lumbering flamey things, as well as normal giants. Or as normal as giant gods, I suppose, called Jotnar. And also the army of the dead. Yes, well, I mean, you wouldn't want that lot coming around smelling the place up, and assorted other unwelcome things approaching to begin the end of the world, the great battle of Ragnarok. And then he clapped his orbs on that smelly, flamey bunch, lumbering in his direction. He would sound his mighty horn. Oh, yes, his mighty horn, which will be heard across all of the 9 realms, and he would blow it mightily thus. Well, it used to be brewed a bit harder than I did. I just got more pop in them than I do. Here we go again. And that, you see, was to warn the gods that they were in really deep, well, you know, what you might step in if you weren't careful walking around the couch. If you see what I mean? No, I just thought, no, but anyway. Yes, but you see, giants and dead things notwithstanding, it was a one-off event. I mean, you know, they were only going to come once. We couldn't really do a sequel to the end of the world. I mean, it's over, it's gone. You can't really do it again. You know, so it was a very handy job. You know, Ragnarok probably wouldn't happen for years. If it did, he'd only have to blow the horn once. And he was working from home, as we say today. Plus, he had a plentiful supply of mead as a sort of, well, alcoholic fringe benefit, you might say. Odin, in fact, mentions how the warder of heaven does the good mead gladly drink. Well, I'm sure he did drink it very gladly indeed, since he wasn't paying for it. Eyes ever open or not. You know, I just hope that he won't be unconscious on the floor, snoring off the after effects of the glad drinking of the good mead, as the fire giants and assorted nasty things sort of step over him to cross the Bifrost and attack Ostgard. You know, to me, the idea of giving a sentry on duty what amounts to his own pub, well, doesn't seem a very reliable arrangement somehow. It certainly wouldn't go down very well in the army, would it? You know, I can just picture him there, you know, with his eyes ever open, you know, drinking the good mead. You know, I'm on duty. I'm watching. Yes, I'm watching for fire giants. Great big flamey things. Can't miss them. They don't get past me. No, nor all those rotten dead things. Well, I'd smell them a mile away. Hundreds of them. Oh, they'll be pretty nifty, I can tell you. Yes, I smell them miles away. Yes, Heimdall on duty. Yes. Personally speaking, if I were Odin, I'd be a lot more confident if Heimdall became a teetotaler. Yes. Anyway, until the next time, I shall say goodbye for now, and I hope you enjoyed the video. Goodbye for now.
I love the horn.
yes, I'm awfully good, aren't I? Yes. So he praising himself.
I absolutely love that, and great, just amazing acting, and you know.
I mean, I was an actor, darling. You see, yes, I tried boards. Yes, I did it awfully well. Yes.
That's a great, an amazing way to tell a story and really capture the audience.
Well, I try to bring sort of humor into it and make it entertaining, because I don't want to come over like a, now students have your notebooks ready, questions will be asked at the end of the lecture, sort of thing. Have my glasses down here, sort of thing, my fingertips together, because I think that's a bit boring, so I try to make it interesting and humorous if I can.
That you do. I know when we talk on the phone, it's like a few hours.
Yes, it can go on actually for quite a while. Yes.
If folks enjoyed that, of course, they can watch your Denton's story time on Sid Ryder's show as well, the Sid Ryder Experience. And
yes.
those are on Wednesdays.
As I say, Sid has been doing the graphics now for some time, and that's very good. He does a brilliant job of it.
We love you, Sid.
Yes, let's hear it for Sid.
But so that acting, the face, emotions, bringing all of that into your stories. Tell us a little bit about your acting career in Dublin during the 60s and 70s.
Yes, well, I was in most of the theatres here, the Gaiety, the Olympia, the Oblana, the internationally well-known Abbey Theatre, which is the National Theatre. So yes, that was quite interesting, and I met a lot of very interesting people. I mean, there were some actors in the Abbey who had been there like from the 30s. There was one woman. She was very, very old, and she was still doing just like little walk-ons at that stage. She was actually one of the 3 girls in Sings the Playboy of the Western World in the original production, I think in 1909. So that was quite interesting. And then I spent quite a while at the Gate Theatre, and there were the very famous pair of actors there. Probably wouldn't be that well known outside Ireland. It was Michael McLeamore and Hilton Edwards, and they were kind of like gods, in the theatre here. And I certainly learned a lot from them. And I've several of my videos I've done in the style of McLeamore, because he was incredibly individual, and he had this incredible way of talking, darling, like this. It was absolutely marvelous, it was, and I used to imitate him quite a lot. And funny enough, I remember actually we were in the green room in the Gate Theatre one day, and I was doing him. And there I was, and I was talking like this and yapping away about something. And Hilton Edwards walked into the green room. Now, he and Michael have been lovers since 1925, which is very germane to the story. And Hilton looked around the green room and he said, "Oh, Michael." Then he looked at me and he said, "Oh, it was you," and walked out again. And I thought, well, God, it must have been good, because, I mean, he's been with this guy like since the 20s, and he thought I was him, So I thought, well, that was all right, So I've used that voice quite a few times in my videos. So, but the theatre was interesting, but eventually I went into the security business because there was a problem with acting then, because actors were considered self-employed. There were no unemployment benefits. I mean, you couldn't go and sign on at the labor exchange, and get benefits. So there was one time I was like 6 months and I was never off stage. I was either in something or rehearsing or both at the same time. But then you do another 6 months, you're not in anything at all. So everything you earned, during the first 6 months, well, you're living on in the second. And eventually it was really too hard. And you had there's 20 people all auditioning for one part. And I can tell you that the casting couch was going quite well long before Harvey Weinstein came along, So I just thought, no, I'll do something that actually pays every week, So I went into the security business, which was quite interesting in itself. You meet some lovely people in the security business. You actually arrest some of them as well, which is great. But but that, as they say, is another story. Yeah. So, but it was funny though. I hardly remember any production I was in, but went perfectly. What does stick in my mind are the times the scenery fell down or somebody missed a cue and didn't come on, and that sticks in my memory, when the occasional fuck up, as you could say, occurred, and some of them, most of them, the audience didn't notice. You could cover it up because if the scenery actually fell down, they did tend to notice that,
So Jim and I are following suit then with our technical difficulties and
well, I remember we were doing Oscar Wilde's Lady Windermere's Fan, and I was Parker the butler, and the fan is vital to the story. It's probably why it's called Lady Windermere's Fan. But in the opening of it, the butler ushers Lord Darlington in, you see, and he says, "Oh, what a lovely fan, Lady Windermere." And she says, "Yes, it's my birthday today. As a present." "Oh, is it?" And then they go on. And this particular night, I had introduced him and come off, and I heard him say, "Oh, do excuse me, Lady Windermere. I think I forgot to pay my cab." Now, when you hear something like that, you think something has gone wrong. He comes up and he said, "Where the is the fan?" And they said, "Well, is it not out there?" He said, "Well, of course it's not bloody out there. If it was out there, do you think I'd be in here looking for it?" So we're running around trying to find the fan, and it was a big, big thing, And of course, Lady Windermere is now on her own on stage with nobody to talk to. So she starts going around, adjusting flowers in the vase, straightening the picture on the wall, the occasional look off stage. So eventually, Lord Darling says, "Look, I've got to go back out there, find the bloody thing, He goes back out, and they start up a conversation because they can't go on with the lines without the fan. And it's sort of lovely weather for Ascot this year, wasn't it? Yes, I thought the Queen looked awfully well. Yes, didn't she? They're going on like. If anyone knew the play, I'm sure they were saying, "Oh, I never heard this before," which nobody had, of course. Eventually, we find the fan, but it's in the wings and should be out in the stage. So I got a silver salver, put the fan on it, and I go out. I say, "Oh, do excuse me, Lady Windermere, but this has just been left for you." And she says, "Oh, thank you, Parker," with a look of absolute relief. "Oh, thank God he's got the fan." Like that. And I buttle off, and of course, then Lord Darlington says, "Oh, what a lovely fan," and the play continues. So you've got things like this, which they're funny to look back on, but at the time, they can be a little disconcerting. Yeah, there were so many incidents like that.
I'm thinking about your time in plays, and I've always been a fan of actually reenacting the mythology and the myths, inside the sacred circle, because to me, a lot of the magic happens in the ritual itself, and the embodying and putting yourself into the role of the gods and the goddesses, and reenacting their stories, I think really opens up and touches those places in the mind to help us to understand it.
Yes, that sort of thing would be very interesting. I was never in anything that was, if you like, telling any mythological or religious stories as such. There was a play in the Abbey called The Devil at Work, which was actually set in heaven, but it was kind of a comedy. And I do remember I was an angel with my face painted white, red lips, 2 patches of rouge, sort of blue eyeshadow, a blonde wig. I don't know. I looked like a cross between a geisha girl and a cheap prostitute. It did not look like an angel by a long way. But anyway, that was weird. That was weird. Yeah, and then the producer thought it'd be lovely to have dry ice vapor, because it would look like clouds. The only thing is, if you inhale dry ice, well, you cough. Yeah, didn't work. The only other sort of thing close to my own interest, there was a play we did about the Battle of Clontarf, and well, I was a few parts in that, which was a very interesting show because the director, for some reason or other, everyone was dressed in Hessian material. It looked like we were wearing coal sacks. I don't know why that. And we all had Wellington boots. Now, they didn't have Wellington boots at the Battle of Clontarf in 1015 because rubber wasn't even invented until like the 18th century when they found it. But anyway, when Brian Boru, good and noble and saintly Brian Boru, he gave his life for dear old Erin trying to drive out them pesky pagans, like he dies. And he's laid out to be mourned by all his followers. And normally you'd have somebody like that. But the problem, and if your chest is going up and down, it spoils the effect. So the producers said, brilliant idea. We'll turn him around. We'll have him feet first towards the audience. Good. The only trouble was, especially with the overhead stage lighting, it threw into lovely relief the word Dunlop on the soles of his boots. And in fact, the show got nicknamed the Wellington Boot Show. And it became... It was talked about all over Dublin because people said, "Actually, you got to go to the Abbey. You have to see the Wellington." They're walking around wearing coal sacks and fucking rubber boots. So,
For anybody that doesn't know, wellies are very iconic across the pond. The boot.
Yes, a very iconic rubber boot, but certainly not something to be seen at the Battle of Clontarf, especially with Belknap written on the bottom.
Yeah, no.
But I actually was lucky to survive that play because I had a sword fight. The Battle of Clontarf was represented by about 5 people on each side because this is in the Peacock Theatre under the Abbey, which is an intimate theatre, small stage. But I had this carefully rehearsed sword fight, and this particular night, the actor I was to fight was kind of wobbly coming towards me, and I realized that he had a sort of odor of alcohol that was surrounding him, like it was like a moving pub, and he was pissed out of his mind. He'd been imbibing a drop of the hard stuff in the dressing room, and he completely forgot about the rehearsed fight, and we had a real one. Like, I'm expecting him to strike at my head, and he strikes at my leg, and I managed to parry it. So, don't you shit. Kind of like this, and he's laughing, like this, oh God, So we had this terrific fight, and he's really trying to hit me, and the swords were real, though they weren't sharp, but they were steel, and everybody else was kind of moving away because they didn't want to get near the traveling pub because his sword was going all over the place. And so I thought, now I'm supposed to kill this guy. So I thought, let's get it over with quickly. So I shoved my sword, under the upstage arm when you're on stage. And this looks, I shove it through and he laughs. He goes, nah, 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 like that. So I do it again. Ah, he goes. So I knocked him. I'm saying to him, die. And at that moment, I really wished he would. So I get him down on the ground, and I said, die, you. So I get my sword in both hands, and I go, yeah, like that. And he lies there laughing his head off. An intimate theatre. I mean, the front row of the stalls is not even 10 feet away from us.
Oh, wow.
There must have been people wondering, who is this immortal warrior who cannot be killed? I mean, this is Tyr come down from Asgard to join the battle, and then he got up again, and eventually a couple of people dived on him and dragged him off stage. But I was quite pleased because my sword fighting was obviously quite good, or I probably wouldn't be telling you the tale, because he was swinging this very heavy sword at me as hard as he could. It was quite interesting.
That's awesome.
It is. I was thinking about your time and your interest in astronomy too, and how that ties in with and crosses over with your storytelling as well. I know you mentioned like the Greek mythology, tying in with the planetary, and the Roman mythology. But tell us a little bit more about your interest in astronomy and how that inspired your storytelling as well.
Well, as I say, I think astronomy is a fascinating subject because of the sheer scale of it. It certainly puts us very much in our place. I mean, if we start thinking how wonderful and amazing and brilliant we are, just realize how unimportant we are on a universal scale. Um, and I think I think it does really say that there has to be, with the literally billions of stars and planets across the cosmos, for us to think we are the only intelligent life form is, well, I mean, it's ridiculous. Of course, a scientist, you can't say there is life because you would have to prove it. You can't do that, but you can. And most people like Carl Sagan and all these would say there has to be, there must be. In fact, if there were no life elsewhere in the universe, it would be, well, it really is impossible. It must have occurred. And we know now that UFOs do exist. I mean, the Pentagon has admitted that, which we've known for years. I saw two myself, actually. But it's just one of those things that intrigues me. It is so, and also as to tie in with the ancients, the amount of astronomical knowledge that the ancients had is quite incredible. I mean, the Great Pyramid, all the passageways and that line up with stars, or stars that would have been there 5,000 years ago, because due to precession, which is the movement, of stars that are across the sky, they have actually changed. But if you use a computer program to go back to where the stars were when the pyramid was built, you find all the passageways lined. Here in Ireland, I mean, we have Newgrange, the burial chamber. I mean, you're talking like 5,000 years old. In fact, it's older than the pyramids. But with the solstice at sunrise, the light shines in through an opening at the entrance to the chamber, right down the passageway, and hits a rock at the back in the central burial chamber. Now, the engineering required for that, I mean, how did they know that was the day? Because without any kind of instrumentation or calendars, well, yesterday, tomorrow look the same as today. How did they get the right day? I mean, how did they count 364 and then 365? Oh, this is the day. This was an incredible piece of engineering before computers, theodolites, all this kind of thing.
And they're finding out too that the Mayan stuff is lining up along with the UK, like in Egypt and all these different places.
It's quite amazing. And there's a place here up in County Meath called the Lochcrew Hills, and I was there recently on this mountain, Slieve na Chalaach, it's called, which is the mountain of the witch. And there are cairns there, which again are thousands of years old, and they line up to Beltane, one of the other Celtic festivals. They are aligned with sunrise. Then this was incredible knowledge, and like Hipparchus of Rhodes, I think it was, calculated the distance from the Earth to the Moon using trigonometry. Now he didn't actually get it quite right because there was something he overlooked, but it just showed the technology they had. And that fascinates me. How did these people do some of these things, work out some of these things without, like they realize the retrograde motion of the planets.
Yeah.
Because every so often the planet will appear to go the other way just because of its relationship to us and space. But again, how do you notice something like that from night to night? Oh, that thing was moving that way. Now it's moving that. Yeah. It was incredible, naked eye observation, no telescopes.
Yeah,
no
but I was going to say no telescopes. I mean, and to align all the solstices and equinox globally like that, that's like wild.
And I mean,
you know
even the great geniuses, I mean, even someone like Nikola Tesla, people like this, they are, much of what they do is based on the work of previous people. The accumulated knowledge, and then you build on that. But you go back to those ancient people. Well, they were the beginners. They didn't have anybody to any previous knowledge, and I find this quite fascinating.
Yeah,
How
and I guess it's they line up too on like the grids, you know, that we have, you know, or or the lines or whatever. Like, how did they know to do that in all these
Yes.
places to align like that
Yes, yes.
for
I
these
mean,
events?
dividing the sky into you know, right ascension and declination and the coordinates. I mean, now you want to find a faint galaxy or something. Well, there's the declination, the right ascension. You can go straight to it on a computer. I mean, they didn't even have that. The sky was not divided into a grid.
Yeah, like how did they
fuzzy thing over
communicate?
there.
It wasn't like the Mayans are talking to the Irish and saying, or the Celts, you know, we're going to do this, and then they're going to communicate with the Egyptians and the people in Turkey. And, you know what I mean? Like it's just
there seems to have been a communication because, as I say, you get these carvings in different countries which are identical. Some pyramids, I think they're in Vietnam, and there's some in South America, and I can't remember now where the other place is. And there are these like three kind of doorways in the front, at the bottom. Well, now, how is that a coincidence that in several different countries the pyramids all have these? No, I mean that seems far too much of a coincidence. You have the feathered serpent. Well, there's a feathered serpent. I think it's in Vietnam. There's Quetzalcoatl in Mexico, and many of the carvings are almost identical. You know how? Because the peoples of Asia were not communicating with the peoples of Central and South America. They didn't have the seagoing craft do it. How, these things are mysteries which puzzle me greatly, but they're there. We can't deny them.
Well, and Kathy said, you know, the idea of remote viewing, but also it kind of sparks the imagination with the Atlantean theories of having a common ancestral continent that.
Well, of course, yes. Yes, well, of course, I mean, we do know at one time, of course, there was a Pangea. The Earth was one big continent, which gradually, I mean, if you look at a map, you see how South America fits into Africa. You know, South America, which I remember people used to do cartoons of General de Gaulle, like South Africa, because it did look actually a bit like him with the nose. South America fits perfectly into Africa. But, of course, that occurred long before humans came along. But and they have discovered recently, actually, that people inhabited Ireland 2,500 years earlier than we used to think. They found a knee bone from a bear, I think it was, and they carbon dated it, and it had been butchered, and it was found among other bones, and it takes habitation in Ireland back.
I think I just saw that on a documentary. Actually.
Yeah, it was up recently there, but we're finding interesting things like that all the time, you know, which I think is quite amazing.
Definitely. Yeah. You know, you hear stories of, I remember, you know, they had found coca leaves, which of course are native to South America. They found them in tombs in Egypt and throughout Africa. So
yes, you wonder how did they get them.
Well, it's,
well, that's how we know that the Norse went further south than Newfoundland, because it was always said that, you know, the Norse got to Newfoundland, Eggs on the Doe. There were two settlements there, but an archaeologist was digging through a midden heap in Newfoundland, and she found grape nuts. Now, grape nuts do not grow north of the St. Lawrence River. The furthest place north you can find grape nuts is New Brunswick. Now, that's over 500 miles further south. So obviously somebody went from Newfoundland down there to bring grape nuts back. And also in the Leif Erikson sagas, where he talks about this Vinland, where the grapes grew wild and there were salmon in the rivers and all this. There are no wild grapes. There's no salmon in the rivers like in Newfoundland. The natives didn't use animal skin canoes, but the natives in New Brunswick down there, they did. And grapes grow wild in New Brunswick. So we know from that whether it was Leif Erikson or Calcephnia, one of them did, so at least as far as New Brunswick, and probably further south as well. But just a little find like that, these grape nuts, opened up a whole new aspect of the story.
Well, they're
things like that.
finding runes and stuff, like runic carvings as far as like the Midwest. And I think even in Arizona, where there was some carvings and stuff, they found evidence of runes and stuff in the desert.
Right. Yes, they now I don't know. Some of them, of course, may be fake. I don't know. Obviously, you will get people faking. But there's a very interesting thing. There's one of the North American Indian tribes. Their language similar to Old Norse. I can't remember who they were, but during the Black Hills expedition of 1874, when General Custer led a sort of scientific exploration party to survey the Black Hills, he and a Colonel Ludlow, the engineers, they went up this mountain and they found a cave. It's known as Ludlow's Cave now. But in the cave, there were very ancient Indian drawings, paintings on the walls. But they showed ships with a sail. And of course, American Indians would never have seen a ship with a sail because they did not use them. And there was speculation that these were Norse ships that they had seen. So I think that was quite an interesting.
Well, I think it's small-minded of us to think that these cultures and societies did not explore around them. You know what I mean? Because, like I said, I think what is known as the Mayans and South American religion actually is, I guess they're saying, is very close to the Creek Indians.
Mhm.
Is what to us in the United States.
Yeah, it's quite amazing, these things, and certainly there were more things going on than a lot of scientists and historians really care to admit. Even weapons. I mean, in some of the Indian tales, there are weapons described like a brilliant light, and this could sort of wipe out everything, but you had to more or less dive in water. And some of them sound very, very modern, and of course these flying machines, which I think we don't really pay enough attention to these old stories. They're dismissed as fairy stories.
Well, that's what I mean. I'm not a conspiracy theorist by any stretch of the mark. We've talked about that. But some things you just have to question,
Yeah. Well, I mean, there have been conspiracy theories that turn out, of course, to be true. I mean, there was 9/11 was very suspicious, especially buildings falling down that had nothing wrong with them, but just happened to have the evidence of, massive fraud in them. The Kennedy assassination, I mean, obviously, that there's one or two of those conspiracy theories that do certainly seem to hold water. Even Bobby Kennedy. I mean, how he got shot in the back of the head by someone who was facing him the other side of a table is a bit hard to work out. And I've always wondered, why did nobody ask who came up with the idea to go out through the kitchen? Because they were expecting him at the front door, and that's where the crowd was, and that's where your assassin would be. And someone at the last minute, no, we'll go out through the kitchen, and the assassin just happens to be in the kitchen. To my mind, I mean, if I were an investigator, that's the first thing I'd want to know. Who thought of this? Who came up with that idea?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't make any sense. But but then I am naturally suspicious.
I don't want to leave any questions not answered tonight. So Kathy had actually asked, what are on the Akashic record?
I think it is provable, because now I have done videos on the paranormal, which is something, I mean, I've had the experiences myself, and they were all stories from people I know, that I could trust. I didn't just relate stories I'd read somewhere. But there seem to me to be two kinds of hauntings. One which is actually taking place now, and the other is something that happened in the past, and we're seeing it. Like there was an incident in Ireland where a man was coming home late one night, and suddenly there were a number of trucks pulled up There were men in uniform jumping off them. There was gunfire. Now he's lying in a ditch at this stage, you know. But then he realized that the trucks were Crosley tenders, which date like to the 1920s. And the men in uniform were in the uniform of the Royal Irish Constabulary. And when he investigated later, there had been an IRA ambush at that point, back in the 20s. Now, something like that was obviously not taking place there. This had happened in the past. Or the Roman soldiers who were seen walking through the basement of a pub in New York. And it's like some events print themselves onto the Akashic record and something triggers it. It's like watching a DVD or you know, you're seeing a movie playing. And that explains your grey lady floating down the corridor, your spirits that don't respond. There was one here seeing a half a nun walking along at the back of his house. And research showed that at one time there was a convent there, but the ground level was much lower at the time. So she's actually walking up the ground level she would have walked on, but it's now higher. Things like that. These are recordings playing. But you then get incidents like one my grandmother told me, you know, back in those days, the Easter bonnet was a big thing. You know, all the girls got lovely Easter bonnets. You know? And she was staying with these cousins, and there were like 4 of them in one of these big Victorian beds, you know, the sort of bed you could put the whole family in. And the girls all had their lovely new bonnets. And when they were going to bed, the girls put them at the end of the bed. And they said, well, the lady will have to come and look at them. And my grandmother sort of thought, oh, is this a relative who hasn't arrived yet? Or thought no more of it. They woke her up in the middle of the night and they said, oh, the lady's here. And my grandmother said there was this woman standing at the end of the bed. Now, she was dressed maybe a few decades previously, her costume. And she was looking at the hats. Now, she went to each hat, looked at it, examined it, looked up, smiled at the girl, went to the next one. And then she smiles at them, turns around, and she walked back out through the door without opening it. Now, she had to be there because she knew where each hat was. She looked at the girls. If that were a recording playing, she would have gone maybe to the wrong place to look at the hats. But
Yeah.
no, she knew where they were. She actually had to be there. You know, there's no doubt. So I think
Yeah,
you
to
have
interact. Yeah.
to interact. So you have these two. One is like a movie, just playing, and the other is reality. And a very interesting interaction story that I think is one of the most fascinating I know. There was a young girl in an orphanage in Scotland, and she was dying of consumption, as they called TV then. And the manager of the institution called into her one night because she was a bit distressed, and she said, "Oh, it's terrible." She said, "All the people that are dying in the cold water, you know how terrible it is." And of course, he's thinking, "But she's hallucinating," you know, because she was near death. They knew that, and he said, "Well, how do you know this?" She said, "Wally told me." She said, "Wally was here, and he had his violin, and he told me all about it." You know, so. Obviously, the superintendent of the establishment thought, well, you know, it's expected, you know. The next morning, because the girl had died by this time, they heard the news of the Titanic. And the interesting thing is, the band leader of the Titanic, Wallace Hartley, his nickname was Wally, and he played a violin. And you remember, of course, the famous thing, "Nearer, my God, to thee," you know.
Yeah.
Well, she could not have known that was his nickname, that he played a violin. The ship was.
I got goosebumps.
No one knew that. So I mean, that cannot be explained. I mean, people would say, "Oh, it's coincidence." Oh, come on, you get the name right, instrument right, you know, not coincidence. So one can only assume now why he stopped at an orphanage in Scotland to tell this girl. I mean, I'm completely at a loss for that one, but. Unless he was maybe some relative of hers and she didn't know it, but I can't. It doesn't make any sense because I'm sure that would have come out later. The only thing you can say is he must have been there, you know. And I've known a few cases like that. In fact, a friend of mine, the family were looking after her father. He'd been very ill, And she was sitting in a chair one night and she heard her brother speaking. Now, her brother had committed suicide sometime previously. So that caught her attention because obviously since he was dead, he shouldn't be talking to her. And he said, don't worry about Dad. Dad's okay now. He said, you don't have to worry. He's with us. And she thought, I must have been dreaming, you know. And a few minutes later, the phone rang to tell her that the father had died.
Wow.
So, you know, again, coincidence, you know, that is stretching coincidence too much, you know. And I know of quite many instances like that. And they cannot be explained other than, that happened.
Well, I know when I was a teenager, my cousin passed away in a drunk driving accident. And, you know, I had got the news the family was at the hospital, hysterical crying. And my friend is like, well, you don't know what's going to happen. And, you know, don't think negatively, you know, all the usual things. And I looked up, and just as I looked up, the clock fell off my wall, and I'm like, he's gone. And 2 seconds later, the phone rang, and it was them telling me he passed.
Cool. That's, I mean, there are so many accounts like that. You know, you cannot dismiss them.
No.
You know, it's things like, well, and there's an incredible story from England. There was a boy, like he was about 8, 9 years old, and he loved planes. He was always drawing aircraft, but the planes he drew, they were always like piston engine aircraft with a propeller, and he always drew them with this cross on the wings. And when they'd be out in the car, they were driving along beside this railway line. There was this particular point they came to, and the boy would say, "That's where I am. I'm there." You know, but okay, no, you're in the car, son. You're certainly not over there. You know, but some excavation, some railway work was going on, and they discovered a German fighter from World War II.
Oh,
It had
wow.
crashed. No one knew it was there. It had buried itself in the ground. The pilot was still on board.
Wow.
And they recovered, you know, the dog tag and all that. But they got to talking to the family of the pilot in Germany, and they saw photographs, and they said there was something about this that had bothered them, because remember the Luftwaffe aircraft had a Balkan cross on the wings, a big black cross on the wings. And they got a picture of the pilot when he was a boy, and they said they were basically looking at their son. He was identical to the pilot. So they said, and then he was saying, "That's where I am, over there."
Wow.
You know, how do you explain that? I mean, nobody even knew the plane was there, and he's already been drawing these planes with the cross on the wings. And you know, again, coincidence. You can rule it out. It just doesn't make any sense. You know,
there are no coinkydinks.
Yeah, you could go into reincarnation or whatever with that one. But I mean, I've had so many weird and wonderful experiences. So did my mother. I mean, she was drawing with a big wooden ruler one day, back in the 1920s, and it wasn't there. You know, she put it down, reached for it again, no ruler, and they found it years later on top of a wardrobe, like on the 3rd floor. So, you know, how did it get up there? You know, things like this, you know, you cannot explain.
Well, everyone, tonight, I think it was amazing. We got to sit down with Denton and talk about the absolute magic of storytelling and how that...
which it is, yes. Yes.
Our alchemical practice as practitioners of the craft, of course. And I'd like to thank Denton for joining us tonight.
A pleasure. A pleasure.
So next week, we're kind of off of our schedule a little bit because I wasn't feeling well last week, and I apologize again. But next week, we are going to have Reverend Stephanie Neal on, and she is the founder of Sauna, which is the Spirit and Nature Alliance, as well as founder of the Wave Tradition. She is a author, and she has a new book out called Two Grifter Kings Inside Their Fake Church. And I was actually embroiled in this a little bit myself last summer, which was the debacle. That was the Karelian nativist tradition. But Stephanie has been a great mentor to myself, as well as many people. And we're blessed to have her on next week. And I can't wait to sit down.
Yeah, we're going to talk like water magic and all kinds of cool things. I got some books that we talked about that I'm going to pull out, and cards. It should be pretty cool.
That would be interesting. Yeah. Well, I'm delighted you enjoy my storytelling, and that's very nice.
But if anyone wants to follow Denton's work, of course, he's on YouTube as and I apologize. It's Denton's Story Time, or
well, no, it's Denton's Tales is my channel. The Story Time ones are videos I do for Sid's show, and then I put them up on my channel after that. That's why there's Denton's Tales and Denton's Story Time, because the Story Time are short ones, whereas the others are longer ones. But Denton's Tales is the channel, and I am always available to tell a story.
So we had talked previously about seeing ourselves out tonight with a short story by Denton as well.
I could do that.
I know it's approaching probably 3 o'clock in the morning. There, are you?
No, actually, it's only 2:30.
Only 2:30.
Well, I can. Well, I think the story of how Freya got her necklace, but I think it's quite interesting. And there's the thing, of course, everybody now says Freya, because that's the modern pronunciation in the Scandinavian language. In Old Norse, it would have been Freya. I think that's quite interesting. So how she got her famous necklace. Like Freya was sort of trolling along one day, minding her own business, doing whatever it was she was going to do. And given Freya's rather loose moral status and quite a lot of things she could have been going to do. But anyway, she hears this sort of ting, 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 ting of hammers banging away like Godot. And she goes to investigate. And she goes down into this cave, and there's 4 dwarves. And they are there just finishing the most beautiful, magnificent golden necklace. And probably not a necklace as we would understand it. More maybe like a torque than an actual necklace. But she sees this lovely golden necklace there, and she wants it. Oh, yes, she really wants it. And I've got to have that. I have got to have that. I want it. Oh, she wants it so much. She really wants it. She likes it. So she tells the dwarves, she says, I must have that wonderful necklace. Like, how much is it? What will you take? I will give you gold. I will give you silver. I will shower you with gold for it. But the dwarfs, they sort of go, the dwarfs. He said, no, there be no gold nor silver can buy that, because there be no price on it. 'Tis priceless. You cannot buy it. No, you can't have it. Now, of course, Freya, well, she's a god after all, and gods don't like the word no. No, she did not like that one bit. But she wanted this thing. Oh, yes, she really wanted. She had to have it. And she said, well, can I give you nothing? Is there nothing you will take for it? What can I give you for it? And the dwarves, well, I suppose as Oscar Wilde said about nothing, I can resist anything except temptation. They look at Freya. So they like what they see. Oh, yes. They look at one another. They look at her again. Oh, yes, they know a good thing when they see it. And they say, well, what you must do, you must lay with each of us for a night and do, well, that like, and then you can have the necklace. Now, of course, these are dwarves. They're not really very tasty. Freya is a bit, she's not really, too keen on the hanky-panky house of fire part of it, but she wants that necklace. And so she agrees. So for the next 4 nights, she has some rather well, I suppose not really very lovey-dovey, hanky-panky, but she did what you do. And she got the necklace. And she was a bit embarrassed about it. She did kind of try to sort of hide quite how she got it. I mean, she didn't rush back to Oscar and say, oh, Odin, guess what? I got this lovely necklace by shagging four dwarfs. No, that wouldn't have gone down well. And the necklace was involved in a few little escapades later on. It was stolen by Loki and who else on one occasion and recovered by Heimdall. But that is how Freya got her famous necklace, Woman. An interesting tale of, well, romance probably didn't really come into it, but so they were. There is a little tale to end on. I hope you enjoyed it.
Again, thank you, Knight.
A pleasure.
And Joanne, there you are. You're not muted anymore.
Couldn't end the night without being on mute once. No, I just wanted to tell Kathy, she asked anything to read up on next week. Well, where it's coming up on Memorial Day weekend and the blast off to summer. Anything about ocean magic, any questions regarding ocean magic and things like that, if you want to read up on it.
And Reverend Stephanie is the author of a great book. I believe it's The Sea Priestess, and I'm going to get the title wrong. But if you look up Stephanie Neal and Sea Priestess, I'm sure that you will find it. But
sounds interesting.
Thank you for story time tonight. I absolutely loved it. And
yes, thank you.
Like to follow Denton's Tales on YouTube. As well as check out Denton's story time on the Sid Writer Experience as well. So.
Bye, Denton. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
And stay on so we can say goodbye to you properly.
Very enjoyable. Very enjoyable. Loved it. Good night.
Thank everybody.
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis, and welcome to Living the Wiccan Life. Recently, I attended the 31st Annual Pagan Spirit Gathering held this year in Illinois, and during the festival I had the great honor of interviewing one of the leading lights of the pagan movement, the Archpriestess Selena Fox. Here is part one of our interview, and I hope that you enjoy it.
I'm Selena Fox. I'm Senior Minister and High Priestess of Circle Sanctuary, which is an international shamanistic Wiccan church that serves pagans worldwide.
And we're here at the 31st Annual PSG. And let me ask you, in 1977, 78, leading up to the first one, when it was still Pagan Spirit Alliance, hoping to have a Pagan Spirit Gathering, did you ever imagine that you would be doing this in this year?
I was taking it a year at a time back then. I did not know that the festival movement that I was part of the birthing of would grow so big, so fast. It's wonderful. There are now pagan gatherings, not only across the United States, but in countries around the world. I see these gatherings as a wonderful opportunity for pagans of different paths to come together, not only to celebrate, but to share information and to deepen their understandings of the world pagan community.
One of the things that really impresses me about PSG is the energy and the attitude that is here. And it is a very loving energy, a very kindly energy. And I think a lot of that comes directly from you.
Thank you.
You know, it's not true for every festival, it's certainly not true for every group, but here you really feel enfolded by real spirituality, by love, by people who really care. And everyone who's involved with Circle that I have met has exuded that quality. And I was wondering what you do to make that so.
I really see that part of that inclusive, loving community focus that's so pervasive throughout the Pagan Spirit Gathering really has its roots in the origins. Pagan Spirit Gathering, which I helped birth back in 1980. Yes, I came up with the name and the concept, but from the very beginning, it's been a collaborative experience. we created some foundations in terms of building community with each other. We don't have huge amounts of rules, but we do have basic foundations. And one of those foundations is that we not only need to honor the diversity, but we treat each other with respect. And that honoring and that inclusion not only includes the pagans that are present, but the greater circle of life of which we're all part, being in touch with the land and also being respectful for the regional area in which we're having the gathering. I'm very thankful that the spirit of Pagan Spirit Gathering has been one of love and working together to connect with each other and with nature in a sacred way. I think another aspect is when we've come together and formed community each year at the Pagan Spirit Gathering, which actually continues as a community through a year now that online Facebook and discussion groups and other options are available. That community, though, it evolves each year as we reconnect and we deepen our relationship with each other, that the ones we know well, and we connect with new people. So that spirit is continuing, growing, changing, being fresh, being renewed, and the solid foundation of respect and care and connection with the sacred as one and as many has been there for all along. And I'm glad that continues.
One of the things I was really impressed with at last night's main ritual, because we're filming on the very last day of the festival, almost at closing, but one of the things I was really impressed with was the invocation of the ancestors. And you shared with me a few comments about the people who were doing that, and I was hoping you could talk a little bit about that, because I thought it was very special.
Yes, we, at this site, which is our new site this year, felt it was important to not only honor the spirits of the land, but in our calling of ancestors, that we honor the Potawatomi people that once had this as part of their territory. This land has some positive history of Native American relations with those of European heritage back in the 1800s. Let me back up.
Yeah,
so in the 1800s, this land had some positive history with Native American people connecting with the Scottish people that settled here. And those good relations did continue on into the 20th century. Well, here we are in 21st century, and we thought it was important to honor those first peoples that we knew of by name and in different ways. Shine, who is a Circle Sanctuary minister, walks the Red Road. She's part Native American and lives at the Lac de Flambeau Native American Reservation, which is an Ojibwe reservation in Wisconsin. Shantae has studied with traditional elders at Pine Ridge in South Dakota and lives in South Dakota. And while the Native American roots of Shantae and Shine are different, because Shine actually has Santee as part of her mix and Shantae has some Kiowa as part of her mix, the Lakota piece that connects both of them together, and we're in that larger Great Plains area, was something we felt we had to honor as well. So we had two medicine women who are part of the pagan scene, but also are honored within Native American realms for their healing and their care and their wisdom. We had them do the calling of the ancestors in the languages that they have as part of their practice.
So we were just talking about the ancestor invocation in the main ritual. And I wanted to say that I really appreciate the way that you have involved Native American themes in Circle Wicca. And the example of Circle is one of the principal reasons that Corellians consider themselves Wiccan as opposed to something else. I don't know if you think that's a good thing or a bad thing, but either way.
I think it's a good thing. I think that the craft, even in its oldest forms, innovative, multifaceted, very much growing up from the place where it is. And I think for American pagans, one of the challenges as well as one of the opportunities is to be able to be in good relation with the local nature spirits, the larger culture of which we're part or society, but also respect to those first peoples that were here before European came about. So in our own shamanic approach to paganism and the craft, we have really emphasized heart, spirit, respect, communication, understanding. And what we've had at Pagan Spirit Gathering is increasing numbers of people, not only who have some Native American ancestry, but are mostly, if not totally, Native American, feel included and safe here. So yes, there are pagan Native Americans. Not all Native Americans are pagan. Some practice some form of Roman Catholicism or Protestant Christianity or the Baha'i path or a number of other religions. But we wanted to make sure in our rites here and in our basic philosophy, we not only respect the ones that went before us, but within our community, those people who have Native ancestry and that work in respect with their own ancestors have a good way to do that. And this is done without inappropriate cultural borrowing, that we find good ways to converge contemporary paganism, old paganism rooted in Europe, nature religion in other parts of the world, and nature paths of Native America together. And it's really a collaborative process where those of us from many different paths can come together and share. It was wonderful to have Shantae and Shine, both who have been on the Red Road in their own ways for many years, both who have been part of the Circle Sanctuary community for many years, to be together at this event. Shine was part of the Pagan Spirit Gathering early on in its development. Shanti came later. Shine wasn't back to Pagan Spirit Gathering for many years because she moved up to be with her partner husband at the Ojibwe Reservation, Lac de Flambeau, where she has been doing work there. She works from time to time with this Native American village called Waswaganing, which is to teach people about the Ojibwe culture, or as they call themselves, Anishinaabe.
Now, you yourself have some Native ancestry, as I recall.
That's correct. The Native ancestry that I know about is through my mother's father's mother with Cherokee heritage. It's very likely there's some other Native heritage on that line as well, but because of the lack of available records to trace the genealogy, we haven't yet been able to document that. But I have a cousin who has been looking into that as well. Throughout my own priestess journey, as I have deepened my connection with my ancestors, I have felt it really important to learn about not only my own woodland, Eastern woodland Native roots, but to also have understanding about the other Native peoples and have been part of international interreligious multicultural gatherings, including Parliament of the World's Religions and some other gatherings where there is this convergence of people involved in traditional ways, as well as people from other world religions.
I hope you enjoyed part 1 of our interview. Join us next time for part 2, when Lady Selena discusses marriage, the universe, and everything. Until then, may you blessed be.
What's up, everyone? It's Alfredo Martinez from Dark Sorcery, and I'm here to announce that we have another channel called Light Sorcery. We'll be running both channels at the same time, simultaneously, Dark Sorcery and Light Sorcery. Dark Sorcery, obviously, self-explanatory. Light Sorcery is dedicated to healing, prosperous, and light magic. And just look up Light Sorcery on YouTube. You'll see the logo right here, the LS. Just click on that, or you can click the link below in the video description or in the comments. And yeah, we already have a handful of videos up there, videos with Guion Hughes, with Blair Fox, Shamash Typhon, Michael Heisen. So yeah, check it out. Subscribe to Dark Sorcery, and at the same time, if you like Dark Sorcery, check out, yeah.
Hey everybody, Lone Wolf Carter here again, the Witchcraft TV guy, and I want to let y'all know that I am in Dickinson, North Dakota, on the border of Montana, and they had like a big storm come through there, and all the buses like halted. So I had a 48-hour layover, and I've been sitting in this hotel, and we did have some Witchcraft TV tarot last night, and a lot of like things that happened, within the Witchcraft TV community. And Christian Day has uploaded the interview all about WitchCon, and it was really cool to have him upload it, and we gave that to him. Interestingly enough, someone in the chat room was like, "Hey, can you send us this interview?" Like, no, we are sorry, we're not going to send you the actual raw files of it, but it is on Christian Day's wall. It's been shared to the Witchcraft TV platforms, and it's also accessible on www.witchcrafttv.online. So yeah, I'm headed to the bus station about 11 o'clock. I'll sit there for about 6 more hours. About 7 o'clock, I'll hit the bus. I'll be going to Billings, Montana. From Billings, I'm going to Spokane. From Spokane, I'm going to Olympia, Washington. My final destination will be Centralia, Washington, where I will be assisting in endeavors of building pagan community, empowering temples, trying to help coordinate pagan prides, for the mid-state of Washington. I'm not from Washington, but the goddess calls, and sometimes when the goddess calls, you just move, and that's the way I move. So yeah, I really encourage everyone to check out Witchcraft TV. We are on autopilot for the next few days. We'll be back to regular scheduling and broadcasts. So right now you see an assortment of all of our shows periodical through the day. So it's kind of like a treat, really, because you got Everyday Witchcraft, you got Oculus Alchemy, you got Covendom, you got Inside the Sacred Circle, you got the Lone Wolf shows, you got great pagan music artists, in rotation on Witchcraft TV. We still got the Pagan Music TV going 24/7. We still got Witchy Kids Network. We still have the Witchcraft Herald, which has a lot of good articles on it. And look, I know we're going through like some tough times right now in the community, and not just the community, but like just in like America in general. And the actions of America seems to be affecting the broader spectrum, the bigger picture, more globally. So what I can say is that Witchcraft TV and our associates, our supporting members, our benefactors, we are all on the front lines, and we are here to stand up for what is right with freedom of religion, freedom of expression. And we're not going anywhere anytime soon. So yeah, if you're watching, thanks for watching my journey. If you are a benefactor of myself and Witchcraft TV and what we do on the platform, thank you for all your contributions, all your support. And thanking you all, and thanks for letting me serve. And make sure you keep it right here on www.witchcrafttv.online. Why? Because we are fair representation for all pagan, witch, and magic fans.
Grab your guitar, bring a banjo too.
Hello again. Denton here once more with another exciting, dramatic, gripping tale. well, not a tale as such, a performance, actually. You see, many, many years ago, in the deep, dark recesses of the past, before my hair was the shade it is now, I was an actor. Yes, I trod the boards in all the theatres here in Dublin, the Abbey, the Peacock, the Ablana, the Gaiety, the Gate, the Olympia. I appeared in them all. Now, I never was in a movie. I only ever made one television appearance, which was a very brief one on the Late Late Show. But it occurred to me, after all these years, it might be rather nice to give a performance, an international performance via social media. In other words, here. Now, these days, the psychological aspect of characters is an integral and important part of all movies, TV shows, etc. The reasons why someone is the way they are, why they act the way they do, what happened in their past, etc. But if you go back years ago, you go back to the 19th century, your average melodrama, they didn't really care what motivated the characters. The good guy, well, he was good. He had the white suit. The bad guy, well, he was bad. He had a black suit and he twirled his mustache. Nobody really cared. You know, there was no delving into the psychological reasons. Well, why was this man good and why was this one bad? Unless it was a very, very obvious reason, revenge for a murder or something, say, they didn't really care. I mean, psychology would have got in the way of a good story. But all that changed in 1871, when a new play in London changed theatre completely. It brought in, for the first time, the psychological drama, as we would know it today. Originally, it had been a play and an operetta that in France, the Juif Polonaise, and a man called Leopold Lewis rewrote it in an English version. The play had its premiere in November of 1871 at the Royal Lyceum Theatre in London. And not only did it change the course of drama, bringing in the psychological play, establishing past motives for characters, and later authors like Ibsen and Shaw, and that would go on to explore this kind of drama. But as well as altering the whole genre of theatre, it also brought an actor to prominence, an actor who would become the greatest stage actor of the English theatre. His name known to us today. See, this young actor, he had confidence in this play. He thought he could do something with the character of Matthias, the innkeeper and later burgomaster of a small town in the Alsace. And the theatre was in financial trouble at the time, and eventually they agreed to let him try it. He was reasonably well known, but he hadn't set the world on fire. But they let him do the play. The play was an incredible success. When the curtain came down on opening night, the audience sat actually, stunned for a short time. They had never seen a play like this, and they had never seen an acting performance like this either. One woman actually fainted. Then there was tumultuous applause. The young actor became, well, he was shot to instant fame, and for nearly the next 4 decades, he would perform The Bells hundreds of times. He became synonymous with it. You only had to say, "The Bells, the Bells," and everybody knew who you were talking about. And that was Henry Irving. He was also the first actor ever to receive a knighthood. And as Sir Henry Irving, as I say, he became the greatest actor of the English stage. And we actually know what he sounded like. There was a primitive cylinder recorded in 1890 of Irving reciting the opening lines from Shakespeare's Richard III. "Now is the winter of our discontent made glorious summer by the son of York." So we have a pretty good idea of how he sounded. I used to imitate him actually at one time. So I am going to do the famous final scene, the dream scene from The Bells, the scene that really changed English theatre and rocketed Sir Henry Irving to immortality. To set the scene, Matthias is an innkeeper in 1818 in the Alsace region. He is destitute, or about to be destitute. He has no money. His inn is going to be taken from him. If he doesn't have 2,000 francs in a few days' time, he's going to lose the inn. his wife has just had a baby. He and his young family will literally be thrown out into the winter snow. He is absolutely desperate. He is driven to despair. He doesn't know where to turn to. Now, he's a decent man, but he is basically on the edge. He is about to completely break down with worry. This winter night, a Polish Jew, a merchant, stops by. There would have been quite a few sort of Polish merchants passing through there. This man has a girdle, and on the girdle is a bag full of gold. And Matthias, as I say, he's a very kind, decent man, but he's driven to despair. His wife, his child, what's he? And he's thinking, it's snowing. No one would trace footsteps in the snow. There's a lime kiln lit. You could get rid of a body in that. No one around. He's tempted. He doesn't want to do this. It's horrible. He argues with himself, but no, eventually he snaps. He succumbs to temptation. The Jew goes on his back. He runs across the fields through the snow, and he waits for the Jew at a bridge. He becomes wealthy. He eventually becomes the burgomaster, but he is haunted by the memory of what he did. He can't forget this. And any mention of what has become known as the Polish Jews' winter, any mention of this crime, he starts to hear bells, sleigh bells, because the Jew's horse carried sleigh bells. And he cannot get out of his mind the sound of those bells getting louder and louder as he waited with his axe. This is driving him to despair. But his daughter Annette has just become married to a young man called Christian, who is the new quartermaster of the gendarmerie. So that does make Matthias feel a little better. But one thing that has really been haunting him, he saw a mesmerist, or a hypnotist, as we would say, giving a performance. And the mesmerist could make people tell him all their secrets. And Matthias, what if he were ever mesmerized? He would tell all. Everything would be ruined. But, he kind of weighs all this up. Well, he's going to be the father-in-law of the police chief. That helps. And it was a long time ago, and he's haunted by what he did. But, he gave in to temptation. What could he do? Eventually, he decides, right, his conscience is at rest. He won't hear the sound of bells anymore. Everything's going to be fine. The last scene of the play takes place in the burgomaster's bedroom, just after the wedding ceremony of Annette and Christian. And Matthias goes into the little alcove at the side where he sleeps, pulls the curtain, reaches out, turns off the lamp. The stage goes dark. The backdrop goes up. Spotlights come on. It's a courtroom. He's dreaming that he's on trial for the murder. And I think you can guess who probably turns up during the trial. The trial ends. The lights go out, come back up again a moment later. People are banging on the door, knocking. They're trying to wake the burgomaster. They can't seem to get him awake, and they're banging on the door. Eventually, they break down the door. They come in. Matthias is still dreaming. But anyway, we shall come to that. So I'm going to now do the final famous dream scene from The Bells, as performed by Sir Henry Irving. And I actually have Irving's acting copy of The Bells with his own moves and various stage directions and alterations to lines. So that is actually his own acting copy. So here we go with that. Now I will cover the camera because I think it's better if you imagine the courtroom, the president there in a scarlet robe and a big black hat and all the other people in black. If you imagine them in your mind's eye, rather than seeing me sitting here spouting lines. So I shall cover the camera and away we shall go with the dream scene from The Bells as performed by Sir Henry Irving. Therefore, the prisoner, Matthias, is accused of having, on the night of the 24th of December, 1818, between midnight and 1 o'clock, assassinated the Jew Koweski upon the bridge of Wechem to rob him of his gold. Prisoner, you have heard the act of accusation read. You have already heard the depositions of the witnesses. What have you to say in answer? Witnesses? Do you call such people witnesses? People who heard nothing? People who live miles from the place where the crime was committed? At night? and in the winter time. You call such people witnesses. Answer with calmness. This violence will avail you nothing. You are a man full of cunning. No, I am a man of simplicity. You knew well the time to select. You knew well how to evade all suspicion. You knew well how to destroy all direct evidence. You are a dangerous man. Because nothing can be proved against me, I am dangerous. Therefore, every honest man then is dangerous when nothing can be proved against him. A rare encouragement for honesty. The public voice accuses you. Answer me this. How is it that you hear the sound of bells? I do not hear the sound of bells. You speak falsely. At this moment you hear that sound. Tell us, why is this? There's nothing. Tis but a jangling in my ears. Unless you acknowledge the true cause of this sound you hear, to explain the matter to us, we shall summon the mesmerist. It's true. It is true, then, that I hear the sound. Write that down. Yes, but I hear it in a dream. Ah, write that he hears it in a dream. Is it a crime to dream? Listen, friends, do not fear for me. All this is but a dream. If it were not a dream, should I be clothed in these rags? Should I have before me such judges as these? Judges who, acting upon their own empty ideas, would hang a fellow creature. It is a dream. A dream. Silence, prisoner. Gentlemen, the Jew's horse carried bells, and this sound arises in the prisoner's mind from a remembrance. It's false. The remembrance of what is past. The memory of what he would conceal from us. It is false. I have no memories. Be silent. I'll not be silent. I'll not be silent. A man cannot be condemned upon such suppositions. You must have proofs. You must have proofs. You are looking upon the cloak and the cap of the murdered man. What have you to say? I do not hear the sound of bells. Ah, you see, gentlemen, the prisoner contradicts himself. He has already made the avowal. Now he retracts it. No, I hear nothing. I hear nothing. It is the blood rushing to my brain, this jangling in my ears. I ask for Christian. Why is not Christian here? He will prove that I am an honest man. Do you persist in your denial? I do. Nothing can be proved against me. It is a gross injustice to keep an honest man in prison. I suffer in the cause of justice. You persist. I do. Well, considering that since this murder took place 15 years have passed, and that it would be impossible to throw light upon the circumstances by ordinary means, first through the cunning and audacity of the prisoner, and secondly through the death of witnesses who might have given evidence, we therefore decree that the court hear the mesmerist. I oppose it. Summon the mesmerist. I oppose it. Summon the mesmerist. Dreams prove nothing. Dreams prove nothing. Summon the mesmerist. It is in defiance of all justice. If you are innocent, why should you fear the mesmerist? Because he can read the inmost secrets of your heart? Be calm, or believe me, your own indiscretion will prove that you are guilty. I demand an advocate. I wish to instruct the advocate, Linder, Seville, in a case like this. I do not care for cost. I am calm as any man who has no reproach against himself. I fear nothing, but dreams are dreams. Dreams are dreams. I ask for Christian. Why is Christian not here? My honor is his honor. Let him be sent for. He will prove that I am an honest man. Christian, Christian, I have made you rich. Come and defend me. The mesmerist. President and judges of the court, it is your decree that has brought me before your tribunal. Without such direction, terror alone would have kept me far from here. Who can believe in the follies of the mesmerist? They only deceive people for the purpose of gaining money. They merely perform the tricks of conjurers. I have seen this fellow. I have seen this fellow already at my cousin's at the fair at Riverville. Can you send this man to sleep? I can. You cannot. You cannot. I will not be made the subject of this impostor's experiment. I command it. Christian, where is Christian? Why is not Christian here? He will prove that I am an honest man. Your resistance betrays you. I have no fear. I have no fear. Courage, Magus, courage. If you sleep, you are lost. Courage. No, I will not. I will not. I will not. No. He sleeps. What shall I ask him? Ask him what he did on the night of the 24th of December, 15 years ago. You are at the night of the 24th of December, 1818? Yes. What time is it? 11:30. Speak on, I command you. The people are leaving the inn. Catherine and little Annette have gone to rest. Our man, Caspar, comes in. He tells me that the lime kiln is lighted. I answer him, it is well. Go to bed. I will see to the kiln. He leaves me. I am alone with the Jew, who warms himself at the stove. Outside, everything sleeps. Nothing is heard except from time to time the Jew's horse under the shed when he shakes his bells. Of what are you thinking? I am thinking I must have money. I must have money, that if I have not 2,000 francs by the 31st, the inn I hold will be taken from me. I am thinking with no one stirring, that it is night, that there are 2 feet of snow upon the ground, and that the Jew must follow the high road, quite alone. Have you already decided to attack him? That man is strong. He has broad shoulders. No. I am thinking he would defend himself well should anyone attack him. What ails you? He looks at me. He has gray eyes. You are decided? Yes. I'll do it. I will risk it. Go on. I must look around, though. I go out. All is silent. Still, it snows. The snow still falls. All is dark. No one will trace my footsteps in the snow. What are you doing? I am feeling in the sleigh. Should he carry pistols? There is nothing. I will do it. I will do it. All is silent in the village. Little Annette is crying. A goat bleats in the stable. The Jew is walking in his room. You re-enter? Yes. He has placed 6 francs upon the table. I return him his change. He fixes his eyes steadily upon me. He speaks to you? Yes. He asks me how far it is to Mutzig. 4 leagues. I wish him well on his journey. He answers, God bless you. God, he goes out. He goes out. He is gone. The axe. Where is the axe? Ah, here it is behind the door. How cold it is. The snow falls. Not a star. Courage. Courage, Matches, you shall possess the girdle. Courage. 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 You follow him? Yes. I have crossed the fields. There's the bridge, and there below the frozen rivulet. How the dogs howl at Daniel's farm. How they howl! And old Francis Forge, how brightly it glows upon the hillock. Kill a man. Kill a man. You will not do that, Matthew. You will not do that. You will not do that. Heaven forbids it. You're a fool. You will be rich. Your wife and child will no longer want for anything. You will pay all you owe. You will be in debt no more. Your wife and child. It must be that I kill him. No one on the road. No one on the road. No one. Oh, heart dreadful silence. Oh, your heart, Matthews. Your heart. You have run too fast across the field. How your heart beats. How it beats. The moon shines out. The clock strikes. 1, 1, 1. The Jew has passed. The Jew has passed. He's passed. Thank God, thank God, thank God. No. The bells. He comes. You will be rich. You will be rich. He's dead. He's dead. The horses fled to the sleigh. Quick, the girdle. It is full of gold. Quite full. Quick, carry him away. Where are you going? To the lime kiln. I am there. How heavy it was. Go into the fire. You go into the fire. Look. Oh, those eyes. How they glare at me, those eyes. It is well. Have you written all? Awake him now, and let him read himself. Awake, I command you. What is the matter? Where am I? Yes. What is going on? What's going on? Here is your deposition.